Chapter 227. As it turned out, bad people don't live long, dogs live for 1,000 years. This sentence was very accurate. Yigyoza was the King Kong Barbie who held Tom Sue's script. How could he die before he could complete the dungeon? He had not yet become the CEO, married a fair, rich, and beautiful woman, entered the world's top 500, and become a winner in life. Naturally, he could not give up halfway. As the saying goes, you choose your own path, you have to crawl even if you kneel. Since he had decided to help Saishomaru complete the trial by pretending to be dead, he might as well pretend to be dead. And according to his years of experience in watching martial arts dramas, people would definitely die. It could be as light as Mount Tai, or as heavy as a goose feather. It didn't seem right. No, his language level could directly enter a MLM organization. There should be no problem. In short, it was to have a tasteful, beautiful, high, and miserable death. When his master rolled his eyes, the male lead would definitely explode. When his gay friend spat out blood, the male lead would immediately level up. When the beautiful woman's braids were raised, the male lead would ascend to immortality. Yigyoza thought this trick was the same for Saishomaru. After all, he was the king of 10,000 dogs. He had 3 roles at the same time: master, owner, gay friend, and beautiful woman. Once his 2 legs stepped into the coffin, how could Saishomaru not explode? Thus, he stuffed a large number of Juin pills with ease. He acted as a warm corpse. However, Yigyoza never expected, for example, the development of the mountain road. As it bent, it broke the perfectly straight steel pipe. He had always thought that the man who had been turned gay was himself, but he did not expect that the man who had been interrupted was Saishomaru. The future of the West is us. You will like the puppies of the dog clan. You are the mother of my child. It doesn't matter if you are a half-demon. Yigyoza never thought that he would encounter a classic scene in a TV series. No matter what happened, he would never mention a word about it. Only when someone died would he feel deep sorrow and regret. If he did not die, with Saishomaru's arrogant personality, he would probably never say such words in his life. Damn it! After living for 2 lifetimes, he had finally been confessed to by his own dog. Congratulations, Coca-Cola. As expected, he also had someone. Oh no, a dog that wanted him. He was so touched. Had he really been single for too long? Even when looking at a dog, she felt that he was handsome. Even when being confessed to by a dog, she felt a little shy. Since you don't care if I'm a man or a woman, why should I care if you're a dog or a human? Fuqiang, you are my rose, you are my flower, you are my lover, you are my concern. Fireworks exploded in Yigyoza's mind, and in the end, each firework turned into a blackened dahlia. He forgot that he was dead. He forgot that he could not move or make a sound. Wait, was cremation popular in the Warring States period? No, Saishomaru, look at me. I'm not dead. Don't carry me out and cremate me. Yigyoza became a frightened gray goose. But no matter how his heart felt, his body was still a quiet, sleeping beauty. It was not until Goddess Ling Yu touched his chest that she deduced that he was still alive using a strange method. Saishomaru, is it fun to fool your mother? Saishomaru, Yigyoza. At this moment, Yigyoza's nerves were tense. He could feel the ups and downs of Saishomaru's emotions. Even the demonic power around him was so violent that it condensed into a violent wind. Yigyoza, oh no, he doesn't dare to wake up. Just pretend that I'm dead. QAQ. Saishomaru really did not expect that Yigyoza would choose to play dead. Who gave her the courage to play dead? Who gave her the courage to act so well? Who gave her the courage to take a mile after being given an inch? This woman. Damn it. Saishomaru took a deep breath and stared at Yigyoza's fake dead face for a long time. He said expressionlessly, Yigyoza, is it fun to fool me, Saishomaru? The next second, in front of his mother and evil Jin, this rather arrogant prince let go of his hand without saying a word, letting the dying beauty in his arms fall to the ground with a thud. Yigyoza was instantly dumbfounded. Immortal fairy Ling Yu. Evil Jin, no sir, what are you doing? This is the woman that you brought back with so much difficulty. Why did you hit her? Sir, Saishomaru, it was because you were tired of hugging her just now, right? Evil Jin used his extremely high IQ to try to salvage the situation. So, Yi Jiuza cheered himself up in his heart. That's right. I'm tired of hugging him. Of course, I'll choose to forgive him. Saishomaru turned his eyes and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He revealed a murderous sneer. Evil Jin, what nonsense are you talking about? Yi Jiuza, this sarcastic tone, this arrogant aura. So, you did it on purpose? Sir laughed. Oh my God. Sir is angry. He's so angry. Evil Jin hugged the human skull cane and instinctively retreated. Lingyu was so terrified that she could not bear to look at him. She had no choice but to say, Hey, Saishomaru, isn't this the woman that you like? It's not good to just leave her on the ground like this, right? Yi Jiuza was very angry. Was it easy for him to play dead? Who did he play dead for? You wretched dog. You've made my heart ache and tears flow out. Very well. Saishomaru said coldly, Let her lie down. With that, he flicked his sleeves and left in a hurry, as if he did not want to stay a moment longer. He understood that perhaps he should wait for her to wake up and listen to an explanation. But now, the emotions of regaining what he had lost and being deceived collided with each other. He needed some time to calm down. As for Yi Jiuza, he should lie on the floor and reflect on himself. Pretending to be dead at the slightest disagreement, was it fun to deceive him? Seeing that Saishomaru was walking further and further away, Lingyu, a mortal fairy, could not help but look at the little demon Evil Jin. Little demon. My name is Evil Jin, sir. Evil Jin was about to cry. This mother and son were both more deceitful than the other. Little demon, how long have you served Saishomaru? Lingyu, a mortal fairy's tone was extremely helpless. Does he always treat women like this? Yes. 100 years ago, all the women and banshees who tried to get close to Lord Saishomaru were either chopped up or scared away. That's right. 100 years ago, the women and banshees who tried to get close to Lord Saishomaru were either killed or scared away. Yi Jiuza, Lingyu, a mortal fairy, just throwing Sir Yi Jiuza on the ground is actually very gentle. Evil Jin's words shocked everyone. More than 10 years ago, Sir Saishomaru beat up a beautiful fox, ignored her pleas and pleas, stepped on her face, and went straight ahead. Yi Jiuza, stepped on her face? Lingyu, a mortal fairy, was stunned. More than 10 years ago? Fox? She seemed to have thought of something, and her exquisite features twisted. Evil Jin later heard that the fox was determined to be male when it reached adulthood. Evil Jin wiped his tears. After that, it also caused a lot of trouble for Sir Saishomaru, and was finally caught by Saishomaru. Evil Jin paused, then mumbled. Sir Saishomaru picked up my human skull staff and burned all the fox's fur. Yi Jiuza, there really were 2 or 3 things that the fox and the dog had to talk about. Lingyu, a mortal fairy, she had never thought that the reason why the Fox clan, which was adjacent to the Western Kingdom, was at odds with the White Dog clan was because of her own son. What did this brat do? He knew that the fox demon loved her face and treasured her fur the most, but he still stepped on her face and burned her fur, ruining her face. How could her clan not be angry with the White Dog clan? No wonder the relationship between the Fox clan and the Western Kingdom was so cold over the past 10 years. TSK, brat, unfilial son. Lingyu, a mortal fairy, was also a person with a temper. To be precise, Saishomaru's temperament was 50 to 50% like his birth mother's. When the mother and son began to have a cold war, everywhere they passed, it was really like a Siberian cold current passing through. Yi Jiuza was gently carried away by the female demons. Lingyu, a mortal fairy, ordered them to serve him well, and no one dared to disobey. Even if they had to bathe, wipe, and change this fragile human's clothes, they had to do their best and did not dare to be negligent. After combing his hair, he put on his luxurious clothes. Yi Jiuza closed his eyes and laid on the bed. His chest did not rise or fall, as if he was dead. Not long after, he felt a slight breeze in the room. The gauze fluttered on the side of his face, as if someone was sitting beside him. When a familiar cold plum fragrance wafted over, Yi Jiuza's heart relaxed, knowing that Saishomaru had come. He could feel him reaching out and gently brushing away the stray hair on his face. Awake or asleep? Even if it was a question, Saishomaru's tone was stating, "But it doesn't matter. You already know my feelings, and I already understand yours." So, Saishomaru said slowly, his tone unquestionable, "When you wake up, become my bride." Ijuza, wait, brother. What do you mean by I already understand your feelings? I didn't even say anything to you, did I? Also, what do you mean wake up and become your bride? Are you crazy? Why did you suddenly enter the siege? Didn't we just express our sincerity to each other? Logically speaking, we should hold hands, talk about love, have a few meals, watch a movie, and look forward to life. Is it really good to jump 3 levels into marriage? I'm not even prepared to become a man's woman. You should at least give me some time to accept it. Fuck. Are you bullying me for pretending to be dead? Ijuza was anxious, but the effect of the vitality-severing pill had not worn off yet. He had to lie down for at least another 8 hours. However, 8 hours had passed, and it would be too late by then. Saishomaru was very stubborn, and he would not change his mind once he made up his mind. Now that he said he was going to get married, he would announce it to the public later. How could he not be anxious? I'll inform my mother and the other demons. Saishomaru's lips curled up slightly, his finger gently caressing her contour. Wait for your marriage in Shi Nation. Ijuza. He realized that Saishomaru was a master with a strong desire for control. Marriage was decided in just a few moves. I'll bring them over. Saishomaru frowned. They can be considered colleagues. Ijuza. What else could he say? I won't mistreat you. Saishomaru said slowly, the territory I occupy is very rich, and I have demons and subjects affiliated to me. I have more wealth than the 8 peaks of Fuji. The city amongst the clouds and Shi Nation temporarily belong to my mother. 100 years later, I'll challenge her and become the real king. Ijuza. Oh, a second-generation rich man with a high salary, a house and a car. After getting married, you'll move out and then come back to fight with your mother for the ownership of the land. You white dogs are really fat. It's your honor to marry me. Ijuza. Saishomaru, let me put it this way. Just because of what you said, I want to run away from the marriage. It's one thing to like you, but it's another thing to sleep with you. I'm not prepared to have a home run with you, and you want to get married? Are you dreaming? Although he had been a woman for almost 10 years and had long accepted this body, the prospect of completing the mission was so promising that he almost dispelled the idea of turning back into a man. But as long as he thought of the obligations that a man and a woman had to carry out after getting married, he really felt a little scared. He had no choice. He was terrified. Even if he had a few big players in his web drive and countless resources, as a useless otaku, he knew very well that although he had a lot of theoretical knowledge, he had zero practical experience. Watching a movie was fun, but having sex was like a crematorium. Worst of all, he was a woman now. Women, even if their physiological needs couldn't resist, both parties would have a good time. But under this kind of obligation, sooner or later, lives would be lost. After lives were lost, who would be the one to carry the baby? It would be him. And then, after 10 months of pregnancy, the moment he gave birth, it would be like death? No, he couldn't take it. He couldn't take it. It was too unfair. Childbirth was such a cruel thing. Why did it have to be done by a woman? After thinking about it, why not run away from the marriage? As a man of action, Saishomaru would carry out his decision in a minute. Unfortunately, his mother seemed to be angry. She would only reply with a cold the whole time, not even looking at him. Saishomaru didn't say anything and glanced coldly at Chana Mingmaru. Chana Mingmaru sat quietly at the side, ignoring him. If mother doesn't like it, I'll bring her back to my territory to hold the wedding, Saishomaru said calmly. Unfilial son. Lingyu Immortal looked up, but her voice was smiling. Saishomaru, it's a great honor to hold your wedding in my territory. After all, I'm the real king of the West. Saishomaru was indifferent. Mother, are you provoking me? His hand held the handle of Shattertooth. I wanted to challenge you after 100 years. Lingyu Immortal smiled faintly. Oh. challenge your birth mother, and kick her off the throne. Then, from tomorrow onwards, you'll have to face the taxes, wars, and other problems of the West. Saishomaru, you're still not honest at all. Lingyu Immortal looked at Saishomaru, who didn't make a move. She was extremely dissatisfied. If you're honest with me, I'll definitely fulfill your request. Unfilial son, you've never acted like a spoiled child to mother. Lingyu Immortal frowned and pretended to be sad. You've made me lose a lot of fun as a mother. Saishomaru, he had been tricked many times when he was young, so he had a deep understanding of his birth mother's bad taste. Since they didn't get along, Saishomaru got up and left. He replied coldly, if you want to see a spoiled child, please go back to the White Dog clan. Lingyu Immortal, TSK, unfilial son. You think I can't punish you now that you're an adult? Lingyu Immortal covered her mouth with her sleeves and laughed softly. Well, it's time to invite the fox next door. I remember that child hasn't found a partner since he was determined to be a male. Chana Mingmaru's interest was piqued. That child? Ah, the Fox clan is a subordinate demon clan of the Western nation. They've maintained a marriage relationship with the White Dog clan for close to 500 years. They're a demon clan with an extremely powerful bloodline. I heard that their ancestor is called Tamamo no Mei. She's an overlord-level great demon. An overlord-level great demon. It's a pity that she's been sealed, otherwise, they wouldn't have been reduced to a subordinate demon clan. Lingyu Immortal explained, if the overlord-level great demon, Tamamo no Mei, was still alive, then the Fox clan would probably be able to establish their own nation. The White Dog clan has always been on good terms with the Fox clan, and that child has an extremely pure bloodline. I thought that with the Fox's abilities and methods, he would be able to win over Saishomaru's heart. I didn't expect that child to be determined to be a male. Saishomaru spread the news of his marriage, so he can test the Fox clan's attitude. In the vast forest, in a sparkling and luxurious crystal land, a fragrant room was filled with layers of curtains. A handsome young man swung his fluffy tail. His clothes were loose, exposing his chest and abdomen. He was contentedly eating the fresh fish and sweet dew fed to him by a beauty, until a yellow-furred fox nervously squeezed into the room and brought the big news to the man. In an instant, the young man suddenly jumped up from the soft bed and grabbed the yellow fox's neck. His face was full of disbelief. What? Saishomaru is getting married? The yellow fox nodded furiously. Really? The man threw the yellow fox away and slowly tidied up his clothes. He loosely tied up his long white hair. That bad-tempered and narrow-minded damn dog is actually getting married? Which woman is so unlucky? The man rubbed his chin and thought carefully. No, I have to go and take a look. What if that beauty changes her mind and likes me instead? The man chuckled. His face was full of meaning. After all, Saishomaru doesn't look like someone who knows how to coax women. His biological mother was a zombie. She seemed to be called Tayo Tayo. His biological father was a demon fox with a scroll on his back. He seemed to be called Tutu. When he was a girl, the elders in the clan simply called him Tuzi. A very strange name since he was born. He had never seen his biological parents. According to the elders of the Fox clan, his biological parents were the Shikigami of Abe no Saimai a long time ago. The reason why they did not stay in the clan was to follow the soul of no Saimai. When he was a child, he did not really understand. When he grew up, he still did not understand. His father was not a good fox. Before he met his mother, he always liked to kidnap beautiful girls home. He did not have the hobby of his biological father. When he was a child, he only had one wish: to be an elegant and beautiful female fox and marry the handsome dog of Master Saishomaru. Yes, that's right. The dream was very ambitious, but the world was very cruel. When Saishomaru, that stinky dog, stepped on his face, he cursed that this damn dog would not be able to find a wife for the rest of his life. He wanted to become the most handsome man, as outstanding as his biological father. He wanted to kidnap all the beautiful women who loved Saishomaru and let Saishomaru have no wife to marry. But now, it seemed that there was a mistake. But it did not matter. He believed that no woman could escape his love. Chapter 228. The moon was high in the sky, everything was silent. The huge palace of the Western Kingdom looked solemn and deep in the night. Like a resting giant beast, it was so quiet that there was not a single sound. When the medicinal effect of the Jaewon pill disappeared, the spices that were peaceful in the room burned to the last part. With a light clatter sound, the tiny sparks slowly extinguished. Yigyoza opened his eyes and wriggled up on the tatami. After lying flat in the same position for a long time, he felt that he had a stiff neck. The left side of his neck was very sore. He let out a light sigh and moved his muscles and bones. It took him a while to recover. At the beginning of the Western Kingdom with Saishomaru, until the end of the trial and the effects of the medicine faded, Chan Xiaobeihe did not eat or drink for almost an entire day. To be honest, drinking water and eating were normal needs of a person. Even if he was in a state of suspended animation, he would still die without water and food. Could it be that Saishomaru didn't think of this? Impossible. He definitely did it on purpose. To put it bluntly, this young master was narrow-minded, vengeful, and a proud person who cared about face. On the one hand, he hated him for pretending to be dead and deceiving him, causing him to reveal his true feelings and make a good confession of love. He probably couldn't stand to have such a pretentious side to him. The young master really couldn't get out of the situation. So this narrow-minded dead dog got angry. But on the other side, the young master threw him to the ground on impulse, and he probably felt a little regretful in his heart. But due to a man's love of face and his proud nature, Saishomaru couldn't apologize frankly. So the dead dog simply left him hanging. When he couldn't bear the hunger and thirst and took the lead to find him, he could naturally put on the iceberg's posture, find a good way out. In short, it was okay to lower his head to his woman, but he still had to maintain a little self-comforting man's dignity equals. Hee, what a stupid man. You didn't expect that I was a real man for the first half of my life. Can a man guess what a man is thinking? Yigyoza was not one to be led by the nose. Taking advantage of the hazy moonlight and the dark and windy night, he pushed open the door of the meditation room, bypassed countless bins and twisted corridors, and stumbled his way to the kitchen of the Western Kingdom. Fortunately, he did not meet any humans or demons on the way. Yigyoza looked around and then quietly closed the door of the kitchen, but soon, he realized that a monster's kitchen was completely different from a human's kitchen. The standard of living in Japan during the Warring States period was very low, but a human settlement like Maple Village still knew how to boil porridge and water. However, the only thing left in the demon's kitchen was a terrifying stove that emitted high temperatures, as well as many hideous demon skulls and bloody corpses. Oh, there were also many large weapons that glinted with a cold light and bloodstains that had not been wiped clean. Yigyoza. He lit a candle and looked at the broken limbs in the room, lost in thought. A moment later, he was so hungry that he couldn't be bothered anymore. He took out a chopping board and a kitchen knife from his backpack and dragged the head of a dragon-shaped demon over. He wondered if he should eat fried dragon tongue or drink brain soup. Forget it. I'll dismember it first. Not long after, in the dimly lit kitchen, through the slightly ajar window, an expressionless human woman raised her knife and cruelly tore open the monster's corpse amid the splattering flesh and blood. Cold light flashed, and the flesh was badly mutilated. Outside the kitchen, dozens of humanoid demons of different heights were hiding in the grass, trembling as they watched their future mistress brutally cut the meat. Among them, a few female demons who had taken care of Yigyoza during the day were pale, and they trembled like candles in the wind. Lord Lingyu told us not to be negligent. Fortunately, we didn't neglect it. They had thought that it was just a pet that Lord Saishomaru raised on a whim, and it was just a pet that was liked by a superior. They didn't expect such a weak and cowardly creature like humans to have such a terrifying side. Lord Saishomaru instructed us not to stop her from doing whatever she wants. So Lord is sympathizing with us because we don't have the strength to stop her? The little demons huddled together and trembled. They had wanted to teach this human a lesson, but now they were glad that they didn't do it. We deliberately didn't serve her in front of her, and she didn't meet a single demon when she woke up. Will she settle the score with us? In no way. I think she will. An elderly deer demon revealed a Buddhist look as he chewed on a few stalks of grass and analyzed. Otherwise, why would she come to the weapon forging room? The demons trembled even more violently. That's right, this woman ran straight into the weapon forging room. When she realized that there weren't any little demons to serve her, she dragged a huge dragon-shaped demon over and chopped it into meat paste. That was a dragon-shaped demon. It was famous for its thick skin and rough flesh. Its teeth, bones, horns, and claws were all good materials for forging weapons. But now, she peeled the flesh off its face, pried open its brain, and pulled out its tongue in one fell swoop. No, no. Oh my God. My future mistress is even scarier than Lord Saishomaru. But the scariest thing was yet to come. She put something in the minced meat and wrapped it with a lotus leaf. Then, she tore off a piece of skin from another corpse and wrapped it firmly. She then picked up a spear from the weapon rack, picked it up, and sent it into the furnace. Not long after, she fished out a lump of black stuff. She peeled off the charred exterior and revealed a terrifying smile. Black mud flowed out. Then, she opened her bloody mouth and bit down hard. Then, she revealed a look of enjoyment. The demons. It turned out that what their mother said, disobedient children will be captured and eaten by Lord Saishomaru, oh no, by humans, was not groundless. Overnight, Igyoza realized that his treatment in the West had increased exponentially. Early in the morning, when he woke up on the tatami, there was a row of female demons kneeling respectfully outside. Their makeup was standard, and their behavior was dignified. They had a standard smile that showed 8 teeth, and they gave him 7-star service as if he was the emperor. All he did was groan a few times on the tatami, and a beautiful and voluptuous banshee considerately helped him up. The other 2 followed closely behind. They washed up, put on their clothes, tied their belts, trimmed their hair. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water, and it caused Igyoza's heart to flutter. Then, he gently patted the female demon's small shoulder and smiled. I'm a little hungry. The female demon trembled and suddenly prostrated herself on the ground. She looked like she was about to cry. Lord, my original form is a toad, and I have the fishy smell of swamps. I don't taste good. Igyoza, oh my God, such a beautiful female demon is a toad? Oh my God, I can't imagine what a toad looks like. I can't look at this beauty anymore. Igyoza's face turned pale. I don't eat toads. The female demons were so happy that they cried. Lord, we are all toads. Igyoza, oh my God, I can't look at this nest of beautiful girls anymore. When I think about the toads around me, I beg of you, please be human. Then, what would you like to eat, Lord? One of the female demons asked cautiously. She was terrified. Porridge, Igyoza asked. You demons know how to make porridge, right? Oh yes, that's good. A bowl of porridge, a boiled egg, and some pickled vegetables will do. Do you know what pickled vegetables are? The female demons shook their heads. Well, it's to rub seasonings on animal or plant corpses and dry them under the sun. That's the basic method of salting. Air-dried animal or plant corpses square root the female demons. This method of salting can preserve food for a long time. Understand? Corpses are food square root the female demons. In my hometown, pickled food tastes good with porridge, and almost everyone eats it. Corpses taste good, and everyone eats it square root the female demons. Well, I suddenly remembered that there's a dish in my hometown called bullfrog. The main ingredient is bullfrogs, and they look quite similar to toads. By the way, are bullfrogs and toads the same species? Hey, what's wrong with you guys? Why do you look so pale? Toads are also edible corpses square root the female demons. They went in with pale faces and came out with pale faces. After a long time, a little pitiful creature came in with breakfast, trembling as he entered the room. When the porridge was placed in front of Igyoza, most of it had already been shaken off by the poor child. Igyoza, he probably wouldn't be full for this meal. It seemed that he would have to go to the kitchen to taste something to eat later. Well, it was decided. When Saishomaru returned to the West, he became completely busy, so busy that he didn't even have time to look at Igyoza. Demons had always been a race that valued martial strength. As soon as he returned to his territory, he received a lot of challenges from his clan. As the next leader of the White Dog clan, Saishomaru couldn't refuse these tests. Therefore, he was quite impatient and beat them all up. But after beating them up, the trouble seemed to be even bigger. Saishomaru, I heard that you intend to marry a human. A huge white dog walked out from the depths of the clan's territory. There was a horizontal scar on the huge dog's face, almost splitting his face in half. He was the most experienced old general of the White Dog clan, and had lived for more than 3,000 years. His body was more than 3 times the size of General Dog in his demon form. Even if he wasn't on the battlefield, he still had a strong aura. Yes, Saishomaru didn't hide it, and then give birth to a useless half-demon like your stupid biological father. Saishomaru grabbed broken teeth, and his killing intent rose. Even if it's you, please watch your words. The big white dog narrowed his eyes and looked at him for a long time. What? Are you going to attack your own clan for a human? She will also be one of us. Saishomaru raised his head and said calmly, Are you going to attack your own clan? Cunning brat. The big white dog scolded and was at a loss for words. You're just like that stupid girl Lingyu. The big white dog exhaled a deep and hot breath. Without the recognition of the White Dog clan, even if she gives birth to your child, she will just be an outsider, just like that woman 200 years ago. Saishomaru's eyes turned cold. Whether this woman is qualified to be the mistress of the West, she must be recognized by the entire White Dog clan. The big white dog closed his eyes and said leisurely, Although there aren't many clansmen, there are still many. We will go to her one by one. Saishomaru was speechless. The clansmen go to her one by one? It was rare that the future successor of the West, Saishomaru, glanced at the group of decent dogs in front of him and felt a headache. When you approach her, will you be in human form or dog form? Don't worry, dog form. The big white dog snorted. Only when they turned themselves into animals could they see through a human's true face. Moreover, this was the West Palace, Saishomaru's territory. If some males entered without turning into dog form, it would be seen as a provocation, especially when their goal was to approach that woman. When it came to the pride of the male demon dogs, turning into dog form was the most basic point. What? Saishomaru, are you going to intervene? No. Saishomaru closed his eyes and turned around coldly. You asked for it? Don't blame me for not stopping you. Lingyu, a mortal fairy, did not expect this. She just wanted to test Yijia's breadth of mind and demeanor. She did not expect him to give her a surprise. In less than 3 days, all the small demons in the palace were obedient to her. Even their eyes were filled with respect. Lingyu, a mortal fairy, was very satisfied and valued Yijia more and more. Although she was a human, at least she could give birth. Although she did not live for long, she was beautiful. Although she did not have a strong body or smooth fur, she was dignified and had unique methods. Her son liked her. Not bad, it was her. Lingyu, a mortal fairy, leaned lazily on her throne until she saw Saishomaru leading a group of white dogs of all sizes into the city amongst the clouds expressionlessly. Lingyu, a mortal fairy, was speechless. Why were the elders, generals, males, females, and cubs from the clan's land all here? Saishomaru's face was expressionless. They are here to see her. Lingyu, a mortal fairy's face was expressionless. Why did they mobilize so many people? This was not looking at a person. It was more like sending the entire clan to war. Saishomaru's face darkened. I only accidentally smashed half of the clan's land. Breaking teeth must have been an accident. Lingyu, a mortal fairy's face darkened. You unfilial son. Saishomaru treated her coldly. Lingyu, a mortal fairy, had a headache. She held her forehead and waved her hand. She told the small demons serving her that this group of white dogs were Saishomaru's pets to relieve Yijia's tiredness and that they should get along well. Get along well was the biggest reminder she could give to Yijia. At noon, Yijia had just finished making poached eggs, twice-cooked pork, and sauced pork knuckles when he saw a little monster leading a pack of white dogs in front of him, sweating profusely. Because they were Saishomaru's pets, to relieve his tiredness, Yijia took a few more glances at the white dogs, which was a rare occurrence. Their fur was glossy, they were plump and strong, and their limbs were healthy. Pairs of gold, blue, or red eyes stared at him with a silent, imposing manner, full of sizing him up and condescending. Gyoza was speechless. He was too familiar with this kind of gaze. This was not the gaze of an ordinary dog, but the necessary personality of a demon dog. Simply put, this group of white dogs, which were extremely similar to Saishomaru in terms of appearance, aura, and posture, were not pets at all, right? However, since they were in the form of white dogs, then don't blame me for treating you as dogs. Gyoza smiled like an eel, happily bypassed the small demons, squatted down, and looked at the tallest white dog. Then, he boldly reached out his hand and stroked the dog's head. It feels good. White dog number 1 was completely dumbfounded. He did not expect this woman to be so bold. Was the head of a demon dog something that could be touched so casually? At that moment, white dog number 1 bared its teeth, its eyes scarlet, and its attitude was extremely unfriendly. As a dog lover, Gyoza grabbed the sauced pork knuckle on the table in minutes. Be good. I'll give you the pork knuckle, moi. All the white dogs were speechless. Due to the unspeakable habits of demon dogs, they instinctively raised their noses and sniffed. Then, all the dogs' eyes fell straight on the pork knuckle. During the Warring States period, there was no sauced pork knuckle, poached eggs, or mixed soup. What Gyoza had in his hands was the only one in the world. White dog number 1 hesitated for a while, then tentatively licked the sauced pork knuckle. Then, all the dogs saw this spineless guy's ears suddenly stand up and his golden eyes widened. With a howl, he swallowed the pork knuckle and wagged his tail. All the white dogs. Useless thing. Gyoza stroked white dog number 1 twice and saw a few of the puppies tentatively approaching him. They were like white and tender cotton balls, cute and ignorant, very much like Saishomaru's white firewood puppies. Gyoza's heart suddenly softened, and he put on the most gentle smile. Come here. He called the puppies and took out the small dog food that Saishomaru loved the most from his backpack. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. The puppies were indeed carved from the same mold as Saishomaru. When they heard this, it was as if they had been provoked. One by one, they strutted over with their heads held high. They stopped 50 centimeters away from him. On guard equals after all. The puppies had not seen much of the world and were still a little timid. Gyoza maintained his smile, put the dog food into the dog bowl, and thoughtfully pushed it over. Not long after, the puppies sniffed up and down and couldn't help but take the first bite. Thus, the white dog saw a bunch of puppies straighten their tails, put their front paws on the dog bowl, and pretended to snatch the food. The white dogs. For some reason, they seemed to have lost all face equals. Gyoza slowly contributed soy sauce pork knuckle, dog food for large, medium, and small dogs, and a bowl of thick mixed soup. He was on an equal footing with the white dogs and ate to his heart's content. When it came to raising dogs, Gyoza was a professional. After a few rounds, the puppies, who were still weak, obediently lay beside him, allowing him to touch their soft pads as if he was bestowing a gift. Gyoza. Logically speaking, in fact, the white dog clan was all cat sect equals in the evening. Gyoza sat by the hot spring pool, took out some dog shampoo body wash, and washed the barking puppies clean. He forcibly dragged the adult dogs to wash them clean, and violently forced the middle-aged dogs to wash them clean. Night fell, and Gyoza finished stroking the last dog. Amidst the dog's seemingly reluctant barking, he carried the puppies back to his nest, gave the puppies the fragrance of love, and then covered himself with the quilt and went to sleep. Little did he know that the corridor of his bedroom was full of a bunch of dissatisfied dogs. Whether it was a demon dog or a dog, as long as it was a dog, it was close to humans. Even if they had not been together for a long time, the tolerance and warmth that humans gave them was an experience that they had never experienced before. Woof, woof, woof. White dog number 1 leaned against the door of the room, and no one knew what it was talking about. The white dog with a scar on its face walked over slowly, slapped its dog head, and barked, "Good for you. This is a Saishomaru woman." White dog number 1's eyes lit up, and then it jumped happily. He left. What is he going to do? I don't know, but he's always been brainless. Will he get lost? He'll always rely on his nose to find his way, right? In the first half of the night, Saishomaru was provoked by white dog number 1. The other party bluntly said that he had taken a fancy to his woman and hoped that her hands could stroke his fur for the rest of her life. Saishomaru was speechless. He beat up white dog number 1 and forcibly drove it back to the clan's land. The uneasiness in Saishomaru's heart grew stronger. It had only been a day, and Yi Gyoza had provoked an adult dog. If this continued for a month, no, this group of white dogs had to be driven away. In the second half of the night, the cute and soft white dog puppies slept together with their beautiful new owner. They obediently lay at the head of the bed, the end of the bed, or crowded around her, sniffing each other's scent that made the dogs feel at ease, and their little tails wagged. The adults in the clan were all liars. Humans were not as hateful as they made them out to be. Humans would even give them delicious food, give them a nice bath, warm their beds. Humans were so good. No, however, don't think that you can bribe them by giving them some food. Their hearts were very firm. At the very least, they had to eat pork knuckles for every meal. This puppy was thinking about what to eat tomorrow. Saishomaru was thinking about how to drive the dogs away, and the white dogs on the other side were having a serious meeting, thinking that this was not going to work. And in this restless night, a fox spirit spent a lot of effort to sneak into the palace of the Western Kingdom and quietly used the art of charm to get the information he wanted from the little demons. Then, with a smile on his face, he felt his way to Yi Gyoza's room. Coming and going uninvited had always been a good accomplishment of a fox spirit. The fox spirit proudly pushed open the door of the room, ready to elope with this human in the middle of the night. But all of a sudden, he saw a little green light in the dark room. Tuzi was speechless. Although the dog puppies on the tatami were young, their awareness of defense was very well trained. When the unfamiliar aura broke in, they woke up at the same time and quickly entered a state of preparation. The puppies sniffed softly. Hee, the stinky fox is next door. Tuzi sniffed softly. Oh my god, where did so many white dog puppies come from? The puppies deliberately bypassed the sleeping Yi Gyoza and slowly approached Tuzi while baring their teeth. Tuzi took a deep breath, closed the door with a smile, and prepared to explore another day. But in the end, when he turned his head around, he discovered countless white dogs, big and small, were blocking the corridor and lying in the courtyard, staring at him with their green, reflective eyes. Tuzi was speechless. And in this half a month, Yi Gyoza could not even touch a strand of his dog hair, let alone see Saishomaru. It was as if the other party had disappeared from the world, and there was not even a trace of him. He wanted to have a good talk with him, to talk about their 3 views and ideals, but he could not find the time. TSK. Annoying. At that time, Yi Gyoza was sitting in the courtyard, smelling the fresh air after the new rain. He was wearing a luxurious robe that dragged on the floor, holding his chin, and staring at the sky above his head. The clouds gathered and dispersed, and the clouds appeared and disappeared. Although the days were comfortable and the pace was slow, it was still not the life he wanted. It was not bad that he liked Saishomaru, that he was interested in him, and that he wanted to develop a deeper relationship with him. However, the premise of these not bad things was built on the basis of equal dialogue and mutual respect. Saishomaru disappeared for more than half a month, and there was still no news of him, which made Yi Gyoza very dissatisfied. If being together with the other party meant that he would be trapped in a siege, and even his partner's whereabouts could only be understood through other people's clues, then sorry, he did not want to play anymore. Loving someone did not mean losing oneself. Loving someone to the point of losing oneself and becoming not like the original self, that was not true love, but the terrible self-destruction. What was true love? True love was when 2 people's souls were attracted to each other, and they got along well with each other, tolerated each other, and understood each other. It was fine if Saishomaru was busy, but at least pass on a message. Understanding each other was not a problem at all. Disappearing at the slightest disagreement was really fucking awesome. However, did you think you were the only one who knew how to disappear? Yigioza wore the same smile, glanced at the dogs in the courtyard, and slowly packed up his things to go to the hot spring. Usually, at this time, no dogs would disturb him. After all, they were thin-skinned and could not do things like peeping. Yigioza turned his head and looked back at them. The dogs that he had raised for more than half a month still had feelings in his heart. So he let out a long sigh and felt his way to the kitchen, bringing out the fox that had gained a few pounds and prepared to escape. The fox was a gift from the white dogs, and he had to take away this beautiful gesture. Yigioza waved his sleeves, leaving a faint blue mark in the sky. An hour later, the white dog puppies let out sharp barks and ran wildly to the courtyard, bedroom, and hot spring. They went back and forth several times, extremely irritable. Not long after, the adult white dogs narrowed their eyes and joined the search plan. One by one, the white dogs turned into handsome men and beautiful women, stood up, sniffed the scent in the air, and turned into streams of light to chase forward. 2 hours later, the middle-aged dogs gathered together for a meeting, and their faces were very serious. And the topic of the meeting was no longer how human women are not good enough for Saishomaru, but how human women don't like Saishomaru. If they liked him, would they still run away from the wedding date? Could it be that they didn't like Saishomaru? It didn't seem like it. Saishomaru was one of the best in the White Dog clan, and he was a proud son of heaven who was about to ascend to the throne of the clan leader at just over 400 years old. He was strong, proud, and had self-respect. How could there be a woman who didn't like such an outstanding person? The middle-aged dogs were quite puzzled, and in the end, they could only send a message to Immortal Fairy Lingyu. Your daughter-in-law ran away. Immortal Fairy Lingyu accidentally knocked over a cup and immediately sent a message to Saishomaru. Your woman ran away. Thus, Saishomaru, who had just knocked down many forces in the Western Kingdom, communicated with various countries in the north, south, and east, and defeated the number 1 white dog in the clan's territory, entered the palace, and was publicly executed. You are getting married, but your fiancé ran away with the vixen next door. Saishomaru was speechless. He was not in a hurry to chase after her. He knew Yigioza very well. Although Yigioza was a human, his personality was like that of a happy dog. He had been trapped in the palace for many days, so he would naturally think of ways to escape and take a walk. After walking enough, seeing enough, playing enough, she would find that he was still in the same place when she turned around. Why did he have to restrain her? Their paths didn't need to overlap. Even if she occasionally played some petty tricks, it was not a big deal. Instead, it was quite enjoyable. He, Saishomaru, was a mature and steady man. Why would he get angry over the fact that she ran away from the marriage? He could just catch her and lock her up. Heh. Saishomaru thought expressionlessly. As for the vixen next door, the corner of Saishomaru's mouth curled up mockingly. He stretched out his hand and elegantly tucked his silver hair behind his ear. His 5 fingers slowly combed his hair. Xiejian. Yes. Xiejian shivered and curled up into a ball. She ran away because she doesn't like me, Saishomaru, and prefers the vixen? Chun Shuju's tone and gaze were extremely terrifying. Xiejian awakened a strong desire to live. Impossible. The vixen has nothing but her face. Oh. The vixen is useless. Xiejian straightforwardly forgot about his face and begged for mercy. Even if it's face, Master Saishomaru is 100 times more beautiful than her. No, 10,000 times. Xiejian. Yes. Smack, smack, smack. 3 fresh and hot chestnuts were fried on the little monster's head. Xiejian screamed and crawled on the ground. The water in his head was finally drained. He understood that when praising a man, especially when praising Master Saishomaru, one could never use the word beautiful to describe him. But, Master Saishomaru, are you sure you won't change your temper? You're always so moody. Women really don't like you. If the vixen is the complete opposite of you, I'm afraid the future mistress won't be able to get her back. Smack, smack, smack. Ow. Master Saishomaru. Xiejian didn't think of anything. Yigioza didn't return to Maple Village, nor did he go to Renjian City. He planned to have a good time. After leaving the territory of the Western Kingdom, he randomly chose a direction to move forward. He took a stroll and had a lot of fun. Then he realized that since he left Saishomaru's side, he seemed to have more romantic encounters. Of course, if these romantic encounters were normal big-breasted beauties, he would be very happy. Unfortunately, these so-called romantic encounters were all with real men. On the first day he left, he met a man called Shinigami. The man was holding a magic staff similar to Balala's Xiaomaxian. He covered the remaining half of his face and looked at the moon with sadness. Yi Jiuze deeply sympathized with him and approached him, but he was fiercely chased away. During the battle, the enemy suddenly used underworld waning moonbreak. Yi Jiuze was shocked and used his mouth cannon mode to turn enemies into friends. After that, Yi Jiuze recommended the League of Clay Figurines enthusiasts to Nero. He expressed that Nero was very knowledgeable about clay figurines. Since you've lost half your face, why don't you use clay to make up for it? Shinigami was overjoyed and chatted happily with Yi Jiuze. Yi Jiuze gave him an expired discount voucher, saying that this thing was a ticket to open the Renjin City Clay Figurine Lovers Alliance and needed items of equal value to be deducted. For the sake of face, for the sake of being handsome, in order not to be despised by women, Shinigami reluctantly gave up and deducted the Balala Xiaomaxian's stick. With the discount voucher in hand, he searched for the figurine master Nara overnight, determined to become the most handsome figurine. Yi Jiuze obtained the Xiaomaxian's stick X1 the vixens who were watching. On the second day of leaving, Yi Jiuze met a handsome man called Dreamy White Knight. He had delicate features and a high ponytail with Maybelline's red paint. At first glance, he looked like a woman, but when he opened his mouth, he looked like a rough man. White Knight was probably bored out of his mind. When he heard that Yi Jiuze was busy running for his life, he wanted to join in on the fun. Yi Jiuze tried to refuse, but White Knight wouldn't leave no matter what. Helpless, Yi Jiuze was very touched and had no way to repay him, so he could only fold paper cranes for him. Then, he put a piece of dog biscuit in each of the paper cranes. In the middle of the night, in the bedroom, Yi Jiuze told White Knight about Snow White, Cinderella, mermaids, and other classic Disney fairy tales. He also told White Knight that on the other side of the sea, there were blonde and fair-skinned mutants. They had princesses who were always captured by the Demon King, and giant dragons who were always killed by warriors. White Knight was full of interest. The next day, he took the dog food and paper cranes to the sea. No, to go out to sea, to cross the ocean. Not long after, the young man and woman of the White Dog clan who were chasing after him rode the clouds and disappeared into the sky, chasing the smell of dog food. Yi Jiuze got rid of his pursuers and trapped White Knight X1 the vixens who were watching. On the third day of leaving, Yi Jiuze met a peacock man who was in his courtship period. The peacock man was dressed in gold and silver, and he was arrogant, beautiful, and unscrupulous. Not only did he block his way, but he also wanted to have sex with him. Yi Jiuze used a frying pan to shield dance to defeat the peacock man, and he conveniently stripped the peacock man of his clothes and gold and silver. As the peacock man cried out excitedly and shyly, Yi Jiuze knocked him out with the frying pan. Yi Jiuze harvested gold, silver, and jewelry X1 the vixens who were watching. On the fourth day of leaving, Yi Jiuze happened to meet White Dog number 1, whom he had not seen for a long time. He saw that the dog had transformed into a 2-meter-tall, muscular man with long hair, a handsome face, and golden eyes. He looked 60% similar to Saishomaru. White Dog number 1 told him that his name was Longevity Pill. Yi Jiuze pondered and asked him why he didn't call him Probiotic. White Dog number 1 smiled honestly and said that if he liked it, he could call him Probiotic. Yi Jiuze gladly agreed, and the two of them drank and chatted merrily. When White Dog number 1 was drunk, he told him, if the bride ran away before the wedding, it meant that she was dissatisfied with the groom, and the other suitors could start pursuing the bride again. And he wanted to try his best. Yi Jiuze thought carefully and whispered to Probiotic that if he could find a woman named Kagura, it would mean that he was the white dog with the best nose in the world. And he liked dogs with a good nose the most. Probiotic was in high spirits and swore that he would find a woman named Kagura. He then set off that very night and left with a strange wind. Yi Jiuze's daily tricks X1 the vixens who were watching. On the fifth day of leaving, Yi Jiuze set sail and set sail. In the end, because of his beauty and the illusion of weakness, He was taken in by the death god of Red Lotus Punglai Island and was forcibly captured and brought back to the base. This base was deranged, specializing in imprisoning young children, human experiments, terrorizing the people, and tyrannically abusing others. This deviated from the core values in Yi Jiaoza's heart. Yi Jiaoza found the 4 death gods, plucked the turkey feathers, broke the turtle shell, cut off the azure dragon to make wine, smashed the altar, and dug up the collection. He liberated the Red Lotus Punglai Island and used it as a base to spread the red ideology and core values. Yi Jiaoza's Harvest Base X won the vixens who were watching. On the 6th day of leaving, the vixens finally couldn't take it anymore and transformed into a tall and beautiful man. His white hair reached his waist, his facial features were exquisite, and he was dreamy and beautiful. But he had an extremely terrible shortcoming. Sissy == after a gorgeous transformation, he grabbed Yi Jiaoza's collar and made orchid fingers with a face full of anger. Are you a woman or not? Yi Jiaoza immediately rolled up his sleeves when he saw the vixen's attitude. Are you a fucking man or not? Of course I'm a man. The vixen shrieked, trembling with anger. Of course I'm a woman. Yi Jiaoza roared, his chest surging with anger. Chapter 230. There was a huge difference in the thinking of women and men, not to mention fake men and fake women. Although Yi Jiaoza and Tuzi had reached a consensus on the tragic encounter, they disliked each other in terms of living habits. They lived a daily life of disliking each other. Because both of them had a lively personality, their mouths were also sharp and nimble. So after a whole day, excluding 8 hours of sleep, they even quarreled when eating, taking a bath, and going to the toilet. One was a fake woman who had lived 2 lives and was proficient in the classic Hua Xia curses, while the other was a fake man who had been around for 200 years and knew all kinds of banshee fighting techniques. When the Holy War started, they were almost erudite, quoting classics and using all kinds of dialectics to discuss how correct their actions were. They also despised the other party for being petty and useless, simply wasting that perfect man /s and woman /s body. Therefore, in the fierce language conflict, the 2 sides made rapid progress from chicken to duck. Not long after, Tuzi learned a dozen internet terms. Yi Jiaoza learned a lot of crazy feelings in the demon world == Do you have to do that? Yi Jiaoza nibbled on the wife cake in his hand and said bitterly, How would I know that you would be taking a bath by the waterfall early in the morning? You didn't /to even inform me. I took a towel and toothbrush to wash up and accidentally saw it. So it /s my fault. Stinking hooligan. Tuzi, with his height of more than 1.8 meters, forced himself to act like a 1.5 meters lowly who was shocked. I slept so soundly that I couldn't /to wake up at all. But as soon as I went to take a bath, you appeared, didn't /to you do it on purpose? On purpose, your ass. Yi Jiaoza rolled his eyes and drank mineral water. I am telling you, I had all the parts you have in my previous life. Not only do I have them, I /v even used them before. They / all men at /. It's not like you I'll lose any flesh just by looking at me. Why are you so calculative? To be honest, my current body is that of a woman. If I look at you, I am the one who /s at a disadvantage, right? You don't look like a woman. Tuzi put his hands on his hips and looked down at Yi Jiaoza, who was squatting on the ground with a scoundrel face, and said angrily, Our Fox Clan's female monsters have to take a bath in the morning and evening. I have never seen a woman like you who takes a bath after traveling for 3 days. Yi Jiaoza scratched his neck twice and said disdainfully, Isn't the reason why you vixens take 2 baths a day because of your body odor? I have my own body fragrance. Haha, you will be jealous to death. Not all vixens have body odor. Tuzi swore to defend the dignity of a vixen. You bastard. What's so great about a rough man having body fragrance? I have my own sweaty odor. I'm going to piss you off. You stinky fox, let me tell you. I'm a fucking beautiful woman with big breasts, 30-60 plump and solid golden breasts. But you don't. You scammer. Let me tell you, I'm handsome, rich, and have a great capital. But you have nothing. What's the use of having a great capital? You're a fake man who doesn't even know how to use his left and right hands to relieve his erection. Do you think you're worthy of this great capital? You're proud of having big breasts and perky buttocks? You've met so many excellent men along the way, but none of them are fascinated by you. You're completely unfair to them if they give you a face and a body like this. They argued for a long time without a clear winner, and no one could convince the other. In the end, the two idiots thought hard and came up with an even more idiotic way to promote friendly relations between the two sides. They would teach each other what a real man and woman was. So, they temporarily stopped fighting and formed a temporary alliance of scoundrels. In order to torment each other, oh no, in order to make it easier for each other, who had a perverted body and a perverted mind to integrate into the world of men or women, they began to exchange experience points. 1001 tricks men must learn to pick up girls. 999 tricks women must know to hook up with rich men == and detail my youth as a man in my previous life. My true feelings as a woman for 200 years == on the 9th night of Yi Jioza's escape, the place where they camped, was a huge demonic flower. It had a gentle temperament and was full of defense. The white petals that spread out were more than 2 meters long. When the layers of white petals had completely bloomed, a fragrant aroma filled the entire cliff, attracting countless tiny insects. Yi Jioza and Tuzi each chose a petal and lay down, looking up at the bright Milky Way in the sky. In the warm wind, they entered a young man and woman's dreamlike date. Oh no, ridicule. Recently, the two sides got along very happily. As long as they didn't quarrel, they had a tacit understanding when talking about men and women. But women always had a sensitive heart for gossip, and men always had immeasurable nerves. For example, at this moment, the vixen Tuzi blinked her eyes and used a good sister tone to get gossip from each other. Did you know? After hearing the news that Saishomaru is going to marry a human, many female monsters want to kill you. Yi Jioza was confused. No way. What are you afraid? You must be mistaken. Yi Jioza said disdainfully. If there's really a female demon who has the thought of burning all means to monopolize Saishomaru, Saishomaru's son would be old enough to be a bystander. Tuzi, right. Saishomaru's luck with women has always been indescribably bad, hasn't it? No. How did he get involved in this? Even if they don't meet now, there will definitely be female monsters who covet him in the future, Tuzi continued, especially after they find out that Saishomaru can even accept a human. The female monsters will think that as long as they work hard to seduce him, one day they will also become his woman. Aren't you nervous? You are a human. You will grow old. Yi Jioza yawned. Do you know why men and women don't leave each other after marriage? Because women will always be like you, paranoid and unrealistic, fantasizing about tragedies. If there is really a female monster seducing him, Yi Jioza smacked his lips. Then work hard to seduce her. If the old doesn't go, the new won't come. Just let me change my love. Tuzi, please. Sister, she is seducing your man. What's with your casual tone? As if you are throwing away rubbish. Tuzi almost screamed like a groundhog. Aren't you jealous? Tuzi was anxious for him. Don't you want to tear that female monster's face? Don't you want to take revenge on them? Are you going to give up your things just like that? Yi Jioza replied in a bored manner. I won't make things difficult for women, and life is short, so we should enjoy ourselves. If we are unhappy, we can just beat them up and leave. What's wrong with living a carefree life? Do you think it's fun to be entangled with them for the rest of your life? Why not let me be free and unfettered? Tuzi, he found that not only was he speechless, but he also found that Yi Jioza's thinking pattern was very similar to that of a monster who dared to love and hate. She was very special. No wonder Saishomaru liked her, and no wonder a litter of white dogs were willing to protect her. Saishomaru treats you well, right? Tuzi's tone was full of emotion. I didn't expect that guy to get married one day. I can't imagine how he would propose. Hey, how did you agree to marry him? Propose? Agree to marry him? Yi Jioza's face was wooden. He didn't propose at all. He just told me to marry him. That's all. Tuzi, sure enough, it was Saishomaru's style == so. This was the real reason why you ran away from the marriage, right? I saw through you. That, Tuzi stammered a little, his eyes shining with a strange light. How far have you developed? That, huh? Yi Gyoza, he suddenly understood. In fact, if they were having a sex talk, the boys' dormitory and the girls' dormitory were really the same kind of dirty topic, right? Which? Yi Gyoza pretended to be ignorant. What that? Which? That? Which? Have you two slept together? Tuzi was a little excited. When a monster meets a suitable partner, they will always take the initiative to ask for sex. Have you two slept together? Yi Gyoza choked out a word. No. Oh, not yet. Tuzi's tone was full of disappointment. Do you know? When banshees socialize, in addition to comparing strength, appearance, and wealth, they also like to compare their partner's endurance. Yi Gyoza, sex talk, your partner's bravery, your partner's recognition. These are all things that banshees can brag about, Tuzi said slowly. If he wants to marry you but doesn't touch you, the banshees will only think that you are useless, giving them a chance to take advantage of you. In the monster race, females compete for partners as fiercely as males compete for partners. You ran away from the marriage, which is equivalent to rejecting this relationship, Tuzi explained. That's why that big idiot Saishomaru chased after you. You gave a condition, find a woman named Kagura. This condition is equivalent to the trial you gave Saishomaru. Tuzi's eyes showed a rare hint of pity. If Saishomaru completed your trial, brought back Kagura, and received praise from her, then he would be qualified to compete with Saishomaru. In other words, he would be qualified to compete with Saishomaru, and this qualification was officially given by you. What? Yi Gyoza suddenly jumped in fright. Fuck. What kind of stupid rule is this? Didn't Saishomaru explain anything to you? Tuzi began to sympathize with Yi Gyoza. Your common sense is pitiful. Although I don't know what method you used, you did attract the attention of the Saishomaru clan. In that clan, there are many Saishomaru who have the same idea as Saishomaru. Don't joke around. Don't the monster race hate half demons and humans? You're making it sound too easy. Yi Gyoza retorted. They're monsters, and they've only been together for half a month. Like me? Come on. That's not necessarily true. Tuzi poured cold water on him. Having a human as a companion is nothing. After all, humans can only live for a mere 100 years. Even if the Saishomaru clan is famous in the monster world for being stubborn and infatuated, time is the strongest weapon. Even the strongest emotion will be worn away. After that, they can still marry and have pure-blooded children, and their lives will return to normal. So, when they're young, it's not impossible for them to fight over a human. After he dies, they can still marry and have pure-blooded children, and their lives will return to normal? Yi Gyoza suddenly smiled. His smile even carried a sense of relief. That's great. What are you smiling about? Tuzi's eyes widened. I'm obviously talking about something sad. Why do you look so happy? Tuzi, have you ever loved someone in your life? Yi Gyoza was full of smiles, and his attitude was gentle. Oh, there was before. I wanted to marry him, but I've already let it go. It's just that I don't feel good when I see him. Tuzi turned his head. Why do you ask? Saishomaru is someone I like very, very much, Yi Gyoza slowly said. I care about him very much, so I'm hesitant to be with him. Tuzi couldn't understand. If you like him, then do it. Why are you so cautious? Because I can only accompany him for 100 years. My appearance is equivalent to a fork in the road in his life. If I die in the future, and there is someone who can accompany him, give him a hug, give him support, and put his life on the right track, I will be grateful and happy. Yi Gyoza murmured. I don't want him to be lonely for the rest of his life. I would rather that after I die, he loves someone else. Tuzi was silent. His mouth was slightly open, and his eyes stared straight at one place. He didn't speak for a long time. After a long time, Tuzi suddenly trembled and came back to his senses. He seemed a little cold and asked with a slightly trembling voice, You love someone else. Aren't you sad? Yi Gyoza casually said, I'm already dead. Why would I care so much? I'm a selfish person. My life is very short, but I'll be in the other person's heart for a long time. With Saishomaru's temperament, he might be alone for another 400 to 500 years. You like him so much. Why did you run away from the marriage? Is it that hard to understand? Ichioza felt that the gap in thinking between humans and monsters was too big. It's because I like him that I have to be even more careful. I just hope to be like my parents, to fall in love with one person, get married once, and spend the rest of my life with him. It's just as you said. You set the conditions and gave them a trial, but the difference is that this is a trial for two people. The wind blew gently, causing the grass and leaves to rustle. Ichioza felt sleepy and gradually felt drowsy. To be honest, I never thought that I would fall in love with a man. This man is not a human, he's a dog monster. Dog monster? Isn't that a dog? I never thought that I would fall in love with a dog, and it's even a dog that I raised myself. Ichioza complained a few times. His body and mind relaxed, and he slowly entered the dark and sweet dreamland. Amidst the silence, a snow-white figure stepped on the night breeze and approached Ichioza's side under 2Z's vigilant expression. The moonlit night, the galaxy, black hair, silver. Saishomaru raised his hand, and his finger slowly slid across Ichioza's lips. His golden eyes, which had always been cold, seemed to be filled with stars. He loosened the fur tail, covered her body, and said, "Sleeping next to you defenselessly, she trusts you a lot? Have you been lying close to her these days? Has she hugged you to sleep?" Huh. 2Z. Strangely, he felt a little touched. In more than 200 years, this was the first time that Saishomaru said 4 sentences to him in a row. And it wasn't "get lost," "do you want to die," "don't block the way," or "too weak." It seemed that he could die in peace. Bah. He didn't want to die. Die in peace. Saishomaru sniffed for a while and sentenced 2Z to death with a reprieve. "She doesn't have the stench of a fox spirit, so I won't kill you for now. 2Z, are you a devil?" Chapter 231. The night breeze was cool, the fireflies danced, the Milky Way stretched across, the long stars were resplendent. Saishomaru sat on the cliff with Ichioza in his arms. He looked at the sea of trees shrouded in silver light and the dark mountains in the distance. A moment later, he lowered his eyes. He stared at Ichioza, who was playing dead in his arms, and was speechless for a long time. Was it so difficult to face him? After using that stupid fox's mouth to express her feelings, was she shy? In the end, Saishomaru did not expose her without giving face. He only reached out his slender hand to wrap around her slightly clenched fist. He slowly opened her palm, reached into her fingers, and inserted them into the gap between her fingers. He liked the feeling of clenching his fingers. The moment their palms touched, no amount of words could describe what they felt like. Perhaps this was probably the feeling of heartbeat that humans often talked about. Ichioza's breathing stopped for a second before he calmed down. His eyelashes trembled slightly, his eyeballs moved. He still chose to play dead. Facing Saishomaru, he felt very guilty, even if his previous words were pleasant to hear. Left and right were also expressing the same meaning: rejection of marriage. In the territory of the Western Kingdom, he brazenly rejected the marriage proposal of a superior and even escaped under the noses of the other party's family. It was tantamount to smashing the crown prince's reputation. However, did he need a reason to avoid marriage? No need. If it happened again, he would still have to escape. Moreover, Saishomaru had mysteriously disappeared for more than half a month, and there was still no news of him. He had to settle the score. After doing a lot of psychological preparation, Ichioza was as steady as a tortoise. He did not know that he did not understand Saishomaru thoroughly enough. As an excellent hunter, Saishomaru had always been patient with his target and prey, and he also liked to tease people invisibly. He was not as frank as Inuyasha, nor was he as affectionate as his biological father. Facing the partner that he wanted to pursue, he would only plan slowly. Occasionally, he would attack forcefully and quietly tell the other party that he was strong, pragmatic, and reliable. "I won't force you." When Saishomaru used a declarative tone, he sounded especially solemn. "I will wait for the day you say yes." Ichioza's breathing quickened, and his eyes darted around. He seemed nervous and excited at the same time. Seeing this, the best hunter of the year, Saishomaru, smirked and dealt 280% critical damage to his prey. But don't make me wait too long. It's not that I'm impatient, but the life of a human is too short. Saishomaru added another 100% critical hit. Isn't it a waste to waste time hesitating? With that, he shut his mouth and closed his eyes to rest. Even when the person in his arms tried to open her eyes a little, he remained indifferent. There was no need for too many flowery words in the game between men and women. This was especially true for people with strong willpower. A few sentences before going too far were often crucial. Indeed, Saishomaru didn't know how to please women. Even if he pursued the opposite sex, he only knew how to send a kimono and bring it home. However, he was a carnivore. When it came to delicacies that had to enter his mouth, his skills in all aspects could increase at a terrifying rate. It was commonly known as self-taught. When he stopped attacking, his prey would realize that there was no way to retreat. Yujioza opened his eyes secretly and stared at Saishomaru's chin for a while. After a while, he muttered to himself as if he was sighing, "I lost to you." He found a comfortable angle and buried half of his face in the fluffy tail. Perhaps he was sleepy. Even his voice had a hint of nasal sound. "Hey, Saishomaru. In the future, please take care of me." The corners of Saishomaru's mouth curled up slightly. He lowered his head and pecked her forehead. "Well, the first advice, don't provoke the dogs in the clan. It's not easy for me to kill them." Yujioza was speechless. "Are you a demon?" These days, if it wasn't a human walking a dog, then it was a dog walking a human. 9 days after Yujioza escaped from the western countries, he was captured and brought back to Saishomaru's side. The fox spirit Tuzi miraculously survived. Although a few tufts of his fur were pulled off, at least he was able to protect his face. Under Saishomaru's hegemonic rule, Tuzi completely lost the opportunity to complain to Yujioza alone. That was until they bumped into a woman who was in love with Saishomaru. Her name was Cypress Fern. She was the daughter of the city lord of a large city inhabited by humans. Her status was equivalent to that of a princess. She was gentle and beautiful. Her black hair was like a waterfall, and the feather weave was gorgeous. She had a tall and slender figure. When she walked from afar with a flute in her hand, she was like a beauty from a painting. Every frown and smile was graceful and gorgeous. Yujioza was dumbfounded. Tuzi was dumbfounded. Even Siejian was dumbfounded. At this moment, all three of them had the same thought in their minds. Heavens! There was actually a woman who liked Saishomaru. Had she been deceived by his face again? However, the great beauty Cypress Fern had used her most affectionate words to tell everyone that she didn't care about looks. She truly adored this great man who had saved her a few days ago. Even if he was a great monster, even if this feeling was not accepted by the world, she would not hesitate and bravely press forward. "Lord Saishomaru." Cypress Fern lowered her head. Her cheeks were flushed. "I adore Lord. I wish to follow Lord." Saishomaru's indifference. Without batting an eyelid, he shot Yujioza a look. Yujioza nodded solemnly. Together with Tuzi and Siejian, he considerately moved away. He was a very generous person. Wasn't it just a beautiful woman confessing to his boyfriend? He didn't mind at all. In fact, he wanted to watch a good show. Saishomaru. He suddenly understood the meaning of winking at the blind. Yujioza dropped the ball at this crucial moment. Saishomaru felt a chill run down his spine. He frowned at the woman in front of him. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Get lost? Don't block the way? And do you want to die? Thinking of this dark history that had been dug up countless times in the Western countries, Saishomaru pursed his lips and didn't say anything. So the problem was, if he didn't say this, what should he say? "Lord Saishomaru, I like you. Can you make me stay?" The confession was still going on. Tuzi, who was watching the show from the bushes, became excited. He pushed Yujioza and waved his claws. Go, go, tear her apart. Can't you see that she's flirting with your man?" As if dissatisfied with his lack of effort, Saishomaru turned and left with a light snort. In the grass, Tuzi waved his claws and clenched his fists in encouragement. Yi Gyoza, Tuzi, you're becoming more and more like my bad friend from my past life. I'll give you a good beating when I get the chance. Holy shit, sister. Don't cry. Suaya gripped her flute tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. She stared at Yi Gyoza with teary eyes. The more she looked at him, the more ashamed she felt of her own inferiority. Are you my lord Saishomaru's woman? Suaya cried so hard she couldn't catch her breath, but she still held on to her last breath. You're a human, aren't you? There didn't seem to be anything wrong with these two sentences. Yi Gyoza nodded.
Yes.
I understand. Suaya shook her head and retreated step by step. I've overestimated myself. So the women who follow my lord around are all like you. Suaya's gaze focused on Yi Gyoza's honeydew melon. She clutched the honey peach in front of her, then immediately turned around and ran away in tears. I wish you happiness. Yi Gyoza was dumbfounded. Even though he'd been a woman for many years, he still couldn't understand what was going on in a woman's head. At this moment, Tuzi scuttled out of the forest and shouted, Well done. Saishomaru turned his face to the side as if he was satisfied. Yi Gyoza. Even though he'd been a man for 24 years in his past life, he still couldn't understand what was going on in a man's head. On one side, Yi Gyoza and Saishomaru were heading towards Maple Village. On the other side, Maple Village was still in the midst of an abyss of training. In order to fully develop the potential of Inuyasha, Kimimaro, and Jin, Uchiha Madara used the blue giant, Susanoo, right off the bat. Under the powerful attacks of Budu's bonded spirit, only Kimimaro could barely handle 1 or 2 blows. The other two could only cover their heads and scurry away like rats. Everyone thought that Uchiha Madara was seriously fighting, but little did they know that his Susanoo was just sweeping the training grounds. Uchiha Madara also didn't expect that these 3 kids couldn't even handle a simple sweep of the training grounds. They were so weak. After that, it was battlefield demon god Uchiha Madara's brutal training. Under Kuroto's heavy pressure, Kimimaro's progress improved by leaps and bounds. He managed to integrate the taijutsu of the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan, combined with the characteristics of the Kagaya clan, and created his own taijutsu style. Seeing that Kimimaro had achieved great success, Uchiha Madara showed a rare smile. After that, Kimimaro was released by Uchiha Madara and focused on studying psychic techniques and immortal techniques, as well as the ghost path and sword techniques that he'd learned in the Soul Society. As for Inuyasha and Jin, they went to the training grounds vertically and were carried back horizontally almost every day. Inuyasha touched his white hair that had been burned bald by the dragon flame saw and almost couldn't help but cry. Until now, Inuyasha remembered how good Saishomaru was. At least, his cheap brother wouldn't touch him. Jin sat in the wooden house and applied medicine. He wore hunting clothes and held a white dagger. He clenched his fist and slowly loosened it. He thought that he was unlucky to become a kid, but he had to admit that it felt good to have a second chance in life. At least when he was 8 or 9 years old, he wouldn't have had the experience he had today, and he wouldn't have met a teacher who was as responsible as Uchiha Madara, and he wouldn't have had the opportunity to get in touch with the power of another world. At the age of 8 or 9 years old, he had unlimited potential. He had to start from scratch and grow up again. Under the nourishment of spiritual power, he recovered the acne that he'd left behind and recuperated. It was almost like a second chance given by God. However, why should he be favored by chance? A murderous underworld devil like him, did he deserve to be redeemed? No, as Uchiha Madara said, he got what he had to pay. If he followed the original trajectory of his life, he would probably die a horrible death. His fate had been reversed, and the person who reversed it had to bear more karma. Jin didn't care whether he was dead or alive. After all, he knew very well what he did for a living. But he found that when he started his new life and his fate embraced him again, he was unwilling to give up this useless warmth. It turned out that it was just a step away from the darkness to the light. Uchiha Madara unlocked his potential and made him understand what a super godlike power was. Jin had always been an ambitious person and the craziest genius. Before he had the Black Man organization, he was a killer who crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. After he had the Black Man organization, he was really the devil who stood at the top of the whole dark world. His qualifications were not as good as Kimamaro's, but his wisdom was several times better than Kimamaro's. In a month, he was reborn. Jin's physical skills directly surpassed Inuyasha's. After Aizen returned to the village, he trained with Uchiha Madara during the day and cultivated with Aizen at night. Compared with Uchiha Madara's directness, Aizen was much more abominable. Don't die so easily. Be dedicated. In the illusion of flowers and moon in the water, Jin saw a tall man who seemed to have a kind face. He pushed up the glasses on the bridge of his nose and smiled. If you are too weak, you will drag us down. Thinking of the silver-haired man who tore through the space, Aizen's face darkened. The man who has his eyes on us is not simple. After that, there was a bloody and violent one-sided beating. Aizen? Jiang tuas scandium scintillai? Dumpling opened engraving Minamata vulgar puppet long ing? Craftsman? Gapchin jianjiafeng 2e? Venting disputes and mercenary skills? Saddle fu? Health pin apologies? Moving locust brook annoyed pterygium? Therefore, when Ichiza returned to the Maple Village, he found that Adagawa's professionalism seemed to have changed into a different person. He seemed to be even more crazy and paranoid. Ichiza was speechless. He turned to look at Uchiha Madara and expressed his deep doubts about this big boss's education methods. Uchiha Madara did not understand Ichiza's meaning. Instead, he smiled and invited him. You are finally back. Come to be beaten tomorrow. No, let's train together. Ichiza was speechless. Chapter 232. In order to prevent the world from being destroyed, in order to prevent the mind from being polluted, even if he sang, we all need courage for Uchiha Madara, he would never drag Ichiza into monthly reading. Since he wanted to train, he would start with the most basic physical skills. After eliminating the enhancement of the pure yang skill, what appeared in front of everyone was the most primitive performance of Ichiza's physical body's martial strength and potential value. Practice proved that whether it was Uchiha Madara or Ichiza himself, they had somewhat underestimated the development prospects of the pure yang body. Many dogs thought that Ichiza's strength came from the unpredictable sword-holding skill, but they did not know that in the distant Huaxia region, the meaning of pure yang was far more than just reaching the peak of martial arts. It was also the 3,000 great Daos that transcended heaven and earth and the unity of heaven and man in cultivation. Pure yang was the culmination of Taoism. Taoism was the supreme skill of immortals. Yin and yang, the two poles, the rise of all things. Pure yang was the intersection of black and white, the condensation of life and death. It meant breaking through and climbing, and it also meant cultivating the truth of oneself. After Ichiza died, he used the body that was piled up with the data of the pure yang game to be reborn. It was all luck. The Lord God chose the Guardian to give him life, but the life-saving skills that were prepaid to the Guardian were often random. It just so happened that he was playing with pure yang. It just so happened that the Lord God did not want to spend too much effort. When life force and opportunity poured into the virtual body, it made this body real. Then all the existence and settings that this body symbolized were all reasonable. Even if this terrifying bug was the product of the Lord God's carelessness, the Lord God no longer had any room for regret. Even the Emperor had golden words, let alone the Lord God who had already set the rules. When the existence of pure yang was allowed, all the symbols that belonged to pure yang would be proven one by one. Body tempering, heart tempering, cultivation, and even the illusory ascension had become real things. Therefore, Ichiza, who had become compatible with his pure yang body, was no longer an unreasonable existence. He was no longer a simple string of data and skills. Even though backpack, shop, and skill interface were still there, Ichiza realized that he seemed to be able to explore unknown areas outside of the interface. The 7 talents and 2 inner swords were all unleashed, and the Tsangyun hidden sword lit up. A whole new world was opening its doors to him. He was extremely excited, and then he closed the door expressionlessly. What a joke. The most important thing in life is to be content with what you have. Although it was not a burden to have more skills, It was not good to bite off more than one could chew. Yigioza knew very well that he wasn't a genius. If he didn't have these external objects, he wouldn't be able to live past 3 episodes of his reincarnation. How would he have the chance to jump? Until now, rather than being dazzled by external objects, it was better to try to grasp the things that one could grasp. Since pure yang had come alive, he naturally had to rub his shoulders and move forward. Therefore, for the time being, he stopped playing with his sword and stopped being a lowly person. He ran laps, did sit-ups, and did frog jumps. Together with dedication and Inuyasha, he got beaten up. Oh, no, trained. Uchiha Madara was a ruthless person. Even though Yigioza was wearing the body of a beauty, he didn't show any mercy. If it wasn't for the fact that his pure yang body was extremely good, Yigioza might not have been able to withstand the heavy pressure. After training like a devil for a month, Yigioza couldn't hold it anymore. He asked Uchiha Madara a question. Master Banshee, have you ever had a girlfriend? Uchiha Madara said disdainfully, I'm not interested in women. Yigioza was shocked. Then you've had a boyfriend? Uchiha Madara's forehead bulged with blue veins. I'm not interested in men either. Yigioza was in fear and trepidation. In other words, you've been single for your whole life? Uchiha Madara turned his eyes. His pupils were full of resentment, just like Miss Sadako who crawled out of the TV. What happened? Are you going to beat me to death every time I train? Yigioza opened his dead fish eyes. To be honest, democracy, you're more capable than Saishomaru to be single. Uchiha Madara was speechless. For the next month, Yigioza's training doubled. The second student to graduate from Uchiha Madara's physical training was Inuyasha. It had to be said that Inuyasha was a half-demon with the blood of the White Dog clan. After Uchiha Madara completely stimulated his potential, he grew up like a monkey tied to the sky. The 3-month training period was so long that even the ATPX 4869 in Inuyasha's body was exhausted. He finally succeeded in graduating, with bruises all over his body and the consciousness of bleeding. When Uchiha Madara announced that Inuyasha was qualified, Yigioza saw the half-demon teenager showed a bright smile without any haze, then vomited a mouthful of blood and fainted. This was also the first time that Yigioza had seen Saishomaru's expression change. He also saw Saishomaru jumping down from the roof and taking the initiative to walk towards his younger brother for the first time. He grabbed Saishomaru's foot and dragged him away. Inuyasha lay in bed for 5 days, and Saishomaru stared at Shungya for 5 days. Early in the morning on the 6th day, the two brothers had a fight outside. Although Inuyasha lost miserably, he obtained something that he didn't even dare to think about, Underworld Waning Moonbreak. He couldn't understand why Saishomaru would give him the Underworld Waning Moonbreak. To him, Shisomaru was a very terrifying demon elder brother. In the end, one day, he could actually receive a gift after being beaten. Inuyasha was dumbfounded, but he had always been straightforward. Even in front of Saishomaru, he still wanted to clarify the matter. Saishomaru, Inuyasha stopped him, holding Taisuya in his hand. Why did you give me the Underworld Waning Moonbreak? Obviously, it's yours. I don't need defective goods, Saishomaru said slowly with his back facing him. Haven't you noticed? Stupid half-demon. Shungya can only use the Underworld Dao perfectly if he stays with Taisuya. Inuyasha was stunned on the spot. Maitreya was shocked and seemed to understand something. How can you be sure? Maitreya frowned. How can you be sure that the Underworld Dao isn't a perfect circle when it leaves Taisuya's range? He was unconscious for 5 days, human. Saishomaru said coldly. I tried it near Taisuya. With just one sentence, everyone went silent. It was obvious that Saishomaru wasn't in a good mood. Underworld Waning Moonbreak was supposed to be Taisuya's thing. Why did Shungya have it? Why did he give Shungya to Saishomaru to use? Why? Who was the one who controlled the distribution of the two swords? One didn't need to think to know who it was. But because he knew, he felt even more apologetic. The atmosphere was heavy. Only when Ming Jia was dragged out and publicly executed did the flea demon speak with fear. Underworld Waning Moonbreak is a skill that Master obtained from the Grim Reaper. Grim Reaper. Gyoza and Tuzi suddenly squinted their eyes. That was a pitiful guy who was easily fooled? Because the power of underworld waning moonbreak isn't something a half-demon can master. Master stripped it from Taisuya and gave it to young Master Saishomaru, who was a big demon, to complete it. Saishomaru laughed coldly. He had been through many things, so he naturally understood the meaning of his father's task. But knowing was one thing, and not minding was another. Mingjia knelt on Inuyasha's shoulder and faced Saishomaru's cold anger. He trembled and said, "It's because I believe in young Master Saishomaru, that's why." Before Master died, he said, "Let the elder brother inherit the benevolence of a king, and let the younger brother have a weapon to live on." In the silence of the room, Mingjia sighed and said, "If Taisuya was given to young Master Saishomaru, then young Master Saishomaru would have to live under his father's shadow for the rest of his life." At this point, Mingjia mustered his courage and looked at Saishomaru in fear. He continued, "With Taisuya, when will young Master Saishomaru be able to awaken exploding teeth?" With Taisuya, young Master Saishomaru's entire life's achievements will be crowned with Taisuya's shadow. Actually, giving young Master Saishomaru a natural tooth was also Lady Ling Yu's decision. Mingjia said, "Without Lady Ling Yu's permission, we wouldn't have been able to hide it from young Master Saishomaru for 200 years. As soon as he said that, everyone, including Shisamaru, became silent. Indeed, if the female owner of the Western country didn't agree, how would General Quan be able to properly preserve his grave and sword after his death? If immortal fairy Ling Yu didn't allow it, how would Inuyasha be able to live for 200 years? Saishomaru was the biological son of immortal fairy Ling Yu and General Quan. If he didn't know where his father's grave was, how could his mother not know? Saishomaru and Gyoza weren't fools. After thinking about it carefully, they figured out the crux of the matter. And the biggest clue was, immortal fairy Ling Yu's netherworld Dao Stone? Who gave it to her? General Quan. Who kept the netherworld Dao Stone? Immortal fairy Ling Yu. What was the use of the netherworld Dao Stone? She gave it to Saishomaru to cultivate netherworld Dao waning moonbreak. And at the end, immortal fairy Ling Yu scolded Saishomaru for not valuing life and said that a king should be merciful. She said it so fluently and righteously. Thinking about immortal fairy Ling Yu's unreliable personality, she must have recited it for 200 years? Gyoza was speechless. Both of you are almost 1,000 years old. Is it really good to mess with your son like this? With this thought, Gyoza cast a sympathetic look at Saishomaru. The next second, Saishomaru's face darkened even more. However, he couldn't smash his biological father's bones, nor could he go back to the Western country to settle the score with his biological mother. But if he took this lying down, he wouldn't be Saishomaru anymore. So he picked up Inuyasha and beat him up again. After beating up his little brother, he threw away Tian Shengya, saying, "I don't want to see you again, you little bitch." Gyoza picked up Tian Shengya and grabbed Tuzi. The two of them held the demonic fairy stick that they swindled from the Grim Reaper. After thinking for a while, they immediately flew away to find an old man called Blade Saber Peddler. At that time, the Blade Saber Peddler, who had been bullied by Uchiha Madara and forged several swords for nothing, went out to take refuge for 3 months. Finally, he slowly returned on his ox. But he never expected that the ox would be tied up by Gyoza as soon as it arrived home. Blade Saber Peddler was speechless. "I smell it. It's another human with the smell of Saishomaru. Isn't it just because I don't want to forge swords for you? Saishomaru, why have you been holding a grudge for 200 years? Inside the big demon's skull was the workshop where Blade Saber Peddler forged swords. At this time, Gyoza, Tuzi, and Blade Saber Peddler were sitting around a short table, eating the KFC family bucket that Gyoza took out of his backpack. "Ah, Tian Shengya and the Grim Reaper's weapon are forged together?" Blade Saber Peddler was chewing on a big chicken leg. In order to appease his stomach, he said straightforwardly, "It's possible, but it's still missing something." "What is it?" Gyoza asked. "It needs something hard and powerful, such as Saishomaru's fangs." Blade Saber Peddler touched his head. "But that guy, When I asked him to pull out his fangs, he slashed me with a knife. Really? He's a big demon. It's just pulling out his fangs. They'll grow back in an hour. Ijiuza and Tuzi were speechless. They couldn't imagine the scene of Saishomaru pulling out his fangs at all. How about changing it to something else? Unless it's something of the same quality, Blade Saber Peddler sighed. Tian Shengya is a treasured knife, and the Grim Reaper's weapon is also a top-notch treasure. If it's not of the same quality, it will only destroy the knife. Ijiuza pursed his lips and looked at the unopened gift bags in his backpack. He then opened the shop. Drunken Moon Crystal, a must-have for orange weapons. It contains unimaginable power and energy. After being melted into a weapon, the weapon will be reborn and has a certain chance of producing a weapon spirit. Note: Drunken Moon Crystal should be forged with 200 pieces of Star Thunder Meteorite Iron for better effect. Ijiuza took a deep breath and opened the price. 3 years. He couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. It was unexpectedly cheap. It was much cheaper than the life-saving necklace he gave to Kimimaro. However, Ijiuza looked up and down in the shop and fell into deep thought. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the prices of the items in the shop had decreased a lot. He confirmed it with his eyes. It's a god's blessing. Since Ijiuza and Tuzi didn't take Saishomaru when they went out to play, Saishomaru didn't show it on the surface. But in the middle of the night, he picked up the vixen and had a friendly match. The next morning, Ijiuza stretched his back and was about to ask Tuzi for a good way to pick up a man when he was told that Tuzi had left overnight. It seemed that he had to deal with something urgent. Ijiuza couldn't help but ask Saishomaru, "I heard that Tuzi had to leave for something urgent. What's the matter? Is it urgent? Do you need help?" Saishomaru paused and looked for a fashionable word. Blind date. Ijiuza quickly shut his mouth and didn't speak. Then the question was, Tuzi was neither a man nor a woman. Was his blind date a male or female fox? But as for what kind of blind date it was, not to mention Ijiuza, even Saishomaru didn't know. Another half a month passed. Saishomaru, who was enjoying the wind on the cliff, looked at the sky and smelled a familiar and annoying smell. He looked up and saw Blade Saber Peddler riding his old bull across the white clouds in the sky, steadily moving toward him. Saishomaru sneered and immediately buckled his broken tooth. Wait, Saishomaru. Blade Saber Peddler was in a cold sweat as if he was surrendering. He held up a natural tooth that even the scabbard had been changed. I'm here to give you a knife. Blade Saber Peddler. Saishomaru slowly took out the broken tooth. I've thrown away natural tooth. Blade Saber Peddler's eyes were half open. He simply held natural tooth in his arms and even picked his ear. I threw it away. Since you don't want it anymore, I'll take it. That little girl hugged the knife and spent a lot of treasures for me to reforge it. I didn't expect that the original owner didn't want it anymore. TSK, TSK, TSK. Blade Saber Peddler rode the bull and slowly rose into the sky. Ah, what a waste of the little girl's painstaking efforts. She didn't even want her token of love. As soon as he finished speaking, he was shocked to find that his arms were empty. When he looked back, Natural Tooth was already firmly in Saishomaru's hand. Blade Saber Peddler's heart sank. He didn't notice when Saishomaru made his move. More than 10 years ago, he was still able to escape from him. How could it be now? Blade Saber Peddler was extremely afraid, but Saishomaru's mood had changed. He no longer wanted to kill Blade Saber Peddler. Natural Tooth had the smell of Ijiuza on him. Saishomaru put the knife on his waist and said, "You can leave now? Blade shop, I don't know if I should say MMP or not." At the bottom of the cliff, there was a waterfall. Under the moonlight, a snow-white Samoyed howled and stretched its limbs, undergoing a chrysalis transformation. The long tail gradually disappeared, and the white fur was completely annihilated. The long kiss gradually turned into a tall nose bridge, and the body extended, revealing slender limbs and a healthy body. His dark brown hair was wet from the cold waterfall, and the water droplets slid down his chiseled face, caressing his sexy Adam's apple, protruding collarbone, jumping from the muscles of his chest, across his well-defined lower abdomen, and disappearing on his long legs. His hands were his hands, and his legs were his legs. He was in the form of a human, not a dog. Aizen? What about Calcutta? Search for clues? Difficult? The yellow barge makes trouble with the colt wains alone? Huangba Mui, Pendulous Fernshi did not expect that he would transform into a human before Gilgamesh. But for now, she should find some clothes to wear first. Aizen touched his face and thought for a while. He pulled down his brown hair with both hands and restored his honest appearance. Then he took out a pair of glasses and put them on the bridge of his nose. To be safe, to avoid being owned by the owner, he should turn on the honest man mode. After all, he had a grudge with the owner when he combed his hair back. Chapter 233. Aizen is full of schemes. However, he did not know that he was not afraid of a godlike opponent. The saying, "I'm afraid of pig-like teammates," was not groundless. When Aizen wore the most humble and courteous expression, he was wearing the most simple and unadorned clothes and straw sandals that revealed his toes. An unadorned Zanpakuto arrived in front of Igyoza. Uchiha Madara waved his hand and said, "Oh, Madara, I'm here." Aizen. Aizen's smile disappeared completely. After confirming their gazes, when he met someone he had to provoke, Igyoza slowly turned around. He cast a black card has been destroyed, gaze at the tall and honest-looking young man beside him. It was as if there was a tangible resentment rising behind him. It was as if spiritual pressure had erupted and was extremely frightening. Aizen, right? Aizen is unmoved by the 8 winds. At this moment, he displayed an extremely high degree of shamelessness and a strong desire to survive. Add a male penis of medicine? Ichiao? Mu Xian? Huh? Degree? Armor venom fern? Yi Gyoza was speechless. He had confirmed that the other party was someone he had to beat up. Aizen, who had the face of a cultured scum, ended up running his mouth because of his dishonest words. And he was beaten up by Igyoza. If one were to say that they did not have any thoughts of resisting, that was impossible. But when his hand touched the hilt of the sword, Kimimaro, who was under the eaves, Saishomaru, who was on the roof, Uchiha Madara, who was on the tree branch, and his colleagues who had not yet transformed all looked at him with a good brother look. Aizen held back a mouthful of blood. He swallowed the insult and humiliation. If he had no intention of leaving, that was also impossible. After he transformed into a human, the replenishment of spiritual power that Igyoza gave him became meaningless. He could fly as high as a bird in the sky and as wide as a fish in the sea, but they were being targeted by a predator called Authentic. Even Aizen themselves weren't sure if they would become prey if they were left alone. Aizen wasn't afraid of death or being hunted down. It just didn't want to die a worthless death. The competition between the predators and the guardians was unpredictable, and some of their methods were beyond his expectations. If he were to move around with the main group, he would still be able to provide some assistance. If he were to leave the group and accidentally fall for the same trick again, he would become one of those annoying flowers, birds, insects, and fishes. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Rather than gamble on luck, it was better to stay in the doghouse. At the very least, the kennel wouldn't be able to overturn the heavens as long as the owner was there. Before he was fully prepared, he would never leave the team. Come to think of it, the reason why Saishomaru and Uchiha Madara stayed behind after transforming was most likely because of this. Aizen stepped out of the sage time with a panda eye and pushed up his glasses in a mysterious manner. In front of him was a speechless Jin, holding a white paddle in her hand. The child had a light blonde ponytail and was wearing a snow-white hunting suit. Her delicate facial features were twisted for a moment. "I remember Gu Wei prepared rice balls for you." As for Aizen, he picked up the dog food out of habit. The worst part was that the dog food was the puppy food of patriotism. At this moment, Sephiroth was sitting beside Aizen, his eyes staring straight at the main artery of Aizen's neck. Well, when he grows a little bit, he will bite this man to death. "Ah, I forgot." Aizen smiled and returned the dog food to patriotism. He picked up the plum rice balls from the food box. "Are you done with today's transient steps and ghost path training?" "Yes," Jin answered, raised the long sword in his hand, and shook it. "Recently, I heard it calling me. Aizen's eyes darkened. With your personality, what do you think the Zanpakuto you will be like? Jin raised the sword and seemed to be thinking about something. Like me, real and fake, and I have the moon in the mirror. Aizen smiled. The moon in the mirror and the moon in the water. Because it is in line with my personality, I can reach the point where I can solve the problem. I prefer guns to knives. Jin turned his head and began to slash again. If I can summon my Zanpakuto, I hope it is a hot weapon. Ah, that's it. Aizen ate the last bite of the plum rice ball and said, "We have been here for a long time. Why?" "Pack up." Aizen squeezed out a little kindness, which was rare. Who knows when the time and space will be transferred? Who knows if we will stay with the main force after the transfer? If you accidentally fall into an extremely dangerous place, you'll probably lose your life. After Gilgamesh returned from City Scene and People, he had lost a lot of weight. According to unreliable sources, he had been frightened by the 2 rows of dog meat stalls in City Scene and People. After he returned, he had no appetite for tea or food. His fur gradually grew whiter, but he did not regret it. He had become haggard because of the meat. But soon, the hero king pulled himself together. His red eyes exploded with intense anger. He chased after Nara from thousands of miles away and fought to the death. Yes, everything was Nara's fault. Nara, who had suffered an undeserved calamity, was dragged to Igyoza by Golden Retriever to ask for forgiveness. After that, the hero king opened the door of Babylon. Under the aim of thousands of treasured artifacts, Nara repented righteously and gave a speech of turning over a new leaf. He also said, "It is everyone's responsibility to love dogs. When raising a dog, you have to start from a baby. City Scene and People will always be a dog's most loyal friend and strongest support." After a round of beating, Nero returned to the City of Sight with its head and tail intact. For the sake of insurance and for his own life, Nara considerately stopped chasing after his sister and turned to work diligently. Then, he sold his son for glory. He successfully sent White Boy to Maple Village to be a toy for Igyoza. In a short period of time, Igyoza would not think of him. Nara could not help but show a relaxed smile. White Boy, who was forced to spar with Kimimaro all day, was speechless. He had to shout out the word motherfucker. Excluding the chaotic war and displaced refugees, living in Maple Village and City Scene and People, the days of the Warring States period were quite pleasant. Compared to the dangerous daily life on the other side, the Warring States period 500 years ago was as beautiful as a holiday. But the holiday period would eventually come to an end, and parting would always come unexpectedly. Unlike the previous time when a large group of people moved together, this time, space and time was almost pulled one by one, and the time was uncertain. The first abnormality was the disappearance of Jin. No one saw her for a whole week, which made Igyoza anxious. But it was useless to be anxious. The second person who disappeared was Kimimaro. There were no energy fluctuations, no aura. It was as if he had evaporated from the world and disappeared without a trace. Corgi kicked his short legs and found Uchiha Madara. He barked solemnly. Moving one by one is the most dangerous way to cross over. Also, the time period is not consistent. No one can be sure that the partner after the transfer will also be in the same time period. We must have a meeting while everyone is still here. At least, we have to have a code that can communicate and a way to leave messages. Who knows what kind of world we will go to? Corgi's dog paws scratched the ground. I don't have the power to protect myself. I will probably die if I leave you. If there really is such an accident, I have to let you know that there is no need to waste time looking for me. Uchiha Madara squatted down and rubbed Corgi's head. Shinichi Kudo, learning Inyang from Yoshia Sakura is not enough for you to protect yourself? Corgi's dog face showed an expression of despair. Although I have a good aptitude, I really don't have the ability to learn Inyang techniques. Why? Corgi almost cried. Because I believe in science. Uchiha Madara was speechless. All right, I can't continue this conversation anymore. At midnight. Igyoza had already fallen asleep. A few men and a few dogs gathered in the open space outside one after another. Together with patriotism, they were ready to have a meeting. Why didn't you bring the owner? Aizen frowned. She almost knows our identity and background. It's not a big deal to let her participate. Uchiha Madara rolled his Sharingan and said, I brought her into the illusion before. I don't want to bring her a second time in my life. Looking at Uchiha Madara's Sharingan, whether it was Gilgamesh, Saishomaru, or Aizen, they all remembered the fear of being dominated by the roller coaster in the illusion of sure sway. Everyone. Forget it. The owner's iconic dog. Even in another world, they can still recognize her. It doesn't matter if she has a meeting or not equals. Sapphiro's grew very fast. After a long time, he has already grown to the height of a human's calf. Although his face is still young, his body is much stronger. It's just a meeting. There shouldn't be any problems. However, when Sapphiros stepped into Uchiha Madara's illusion and showed his original appearance, the moment he opened his eyes, he found that Saishomaru's exploding tooth was on the left side of his neck, Aizen's mirrored moon was on the right side of his neck, Uchiha Madara's fan was on top of his head, Gilgamesh's sword was pointed at his face, and Yoshi Asakura's fire spirit was glaring at him. 9 Orchid Flower protected Shinichi Kudo and quickly retreated. Sapphiros. What a grand welcome ceremony. By the time everyone sat down, 5 minutes had already passed. They explained their names, identities, and backgrounds to each other, and it didn't take long for the communication to become smooth. After exchanging information, Sapphiros confessed what happened to him. With many factors mixed in, Shinichi Kudo rested his chin on his hand, and his brain worked quickly. You are the existence of the planet's evil, and will never be destroyed. Is that right? As long as Shinichi Kudo was in the middle of deducing, his aura would become sharp. Then, as the main body, you are a godlike existence. In that case, the real one robbed you, which is equivalent to becoming a god, and should be an existence that can't be destroyed. Immortality, this is what every creature yearns for the most. Since he obtained it, why did he not let you go? Why did he want to put you to death? Why didn't he use his long life to exhaust you? I can only say that although he robbed you, he didn't rob you completely. Shinichi Kudo opened his eyes. If I'm not wrong, the one who can't be killed is you, not him. If he really can't be destroyed, then the main god can't do anything to him. Everyone exchanged glances and most likely understood what he meant. Shinichi Kudo turned to everyone. I joined you in the middle, so I don't know what happened in the early stages. I have a few questions, and I hope you can answer me truthfully. First, in the past, when you transmigrated through time and space, it was a full transfer, right? Saishomaru, Uchiha Madara, and Gilgamesh nodded. Second question, when the three of you first transmigrated, you were in the same team at the same time, the same place, right? Yes, Uchiha Madara said with certainty. The first time I transmigrated through time and space was through the bone-eating well, and the place I landed was outside Wood Leaf Village, which is my hometown. They all remembered that their owner was still a little girl at that time. After crossing the bone-eating well, the 3 dogs smashed into her at the same time. Third question, when you first transmigrated, you were in the same time, the same place, and the same person. Is it the same for all subsequent transmigrations? No, Aizen said. After that, people who were clearly moving together will be scattered in different places and need to search to gather. Fourth question, even if you were in different places after transmigrating, is it still the same time? No. 9 Orchid Flower replied. Occasionally, the owner will come into contact with another world a little earlier than us, and we will arrive a little later. After collecting the information, Shinichi Kudo's expression became uglier and uglier. I have a bad guess. I hope that it's just my imagination. If there's anything you want to say, just say it. Yoshi Asakura frowned. We're not people who are afraid of trouble. The Lord's power seems to be weakening. Everyone narrowed their eyes and pursed their lips in silence. The Lord is the employer, and the owner is the employee. When the employer is rich, the servant can even hitch a ride. When the employer is weak, the servant can only rely on her own 2 legs. What caused the entire transmigration to become an individual transmigration? It can only be weakening. Shinichi Kudo exhaled. The consumption of an individual transmigration should be relatively low, but at the same time, entering the alternate world one by one will increase the risk. What caused the Lord to take the risk and carry out an individual transmigration? All I can say is that the situation is already very dangerous. Compared to a total transmigration, an individual transmigration will cause a smaller commotion, and it's highly likely that in order to avoid too much trouble, we'll stagger the time. Yigioza helped the dog to set the bones, took out a bear skin from the backpack, and wrapped him up. He said, "Stay here. I'll go out and have a look." After that, he stood up steadily and opened the small door of the warehouse. Outside the door, the wind was roaring, and the waves were surging. The tentacles of the giant octopus turned up from the sea and clung to the side of the ship. Yigioza closed the door and pulled out a long sword. Yin-yang transformation. Boom! A huge explosion came, and the dark blue energy split the huge waves, cutting the octopus in half. The thick juice was rolling in the sea, and the people on the deck were pulling each other, clinging to the side of the ship. They stared blankly at the girl holding the sword, watching her slash out an earth-shattering sword, directly killing the sea monster. In the storm, her black hair fluttered, and her blue Taoist robe fluttered, like a fairy that could only be seen from afar. Then, a long flash of lightning struck everyone's face. They saw the girl suddenly reach out and grab the tentacles of the octopus, turn her face, and slightly open her mouth. "Fuck! Hurry up and help me. We'll split it 50-50. The Labrador lying in the gap of the door. The people completely disillusioned by the fairy. "I'll help your big sister." A green-robed man jumped over and pulled the octopus with great force. The deck was in chaos again. "You're very strong. What's your name?" My name is Jay Fullis." "Shaojia." "Fullis." The Labrador retreated back into the warehouse, its front paws together, and its face showed a rare expression of confusion. He was very sure that this Shaojia did not have the slightest bit of telekinesis. Looking at her innocent eyes, she did not look like the ones he had met in the future. Also, this Shaojia did not have the white-haired kid who beat up the enemy guest. Time travel? Interesting. But, looking at his paws, Kuluoluo suddenly felt that everything was not interesting anymore. Just a second ago, he had fought with Siso in the Sky Arena, and he had almost killed him. In the next second, he had become a dog, and he had even been beaten up by a group of people. He had almost been skinned and cooked. He had thought that this was the result of special telekinesis, but things had developed beyond his expectations. Then the problem was, as a dog, how could he contact his exploration team? Woof, woof? No. He would be eaten by Woof Jean, strangled to pieces by Maggie, stabbed to death by the flying tank, and wait, now that he thought about it, the members of his exploration team seemed a little cruel. Was it an illusion? Kuluoluo could not help but fall into deep thought. In the end, he decided to be Yigioza's sugar baby. Oh, no, Dogface. Her clothes were exquisite and expensive, but she did not wear a nun. Her body was full of vitality, but she did not know what telekinesis was. She had extraordinary abilities, but she did not know what a hunter was. She was like a telekinesis ability user who had been practicing in the deep mountains and had accidentally entered a whole new world. Although her eyes were filled with doubt, her mind was clear. She sold the sea monster in her hands to the old captain, paid for the ticket and travel expenses, and got the information she needed. After learning that the hunter profession was a lot of convenience, and that it came with discounted food and accommodation, her eyes lit up. She was ready to take the exam with her new acquaintances, Shaojia, Kalapika, and Lioli. During the exam, she kept muttering to herself, "Hunters, aren't they just civil servants in this world? Travel at public expense, going abroad, food and accommodation. I have to pass the exam even if I have to die. No, should I take a written exam? Oh shit, how can I take the exam if I don't even know how to read?" Then, she panicked and began to ask about the so-called 5 years of hunter training, 3 years of simulation, Tianli Hunter 38 sets, internal questions of the Hunters Association, and other inexplicable things. After asking to no avail, he found out that she borrowed a basic children's book from a woman with a baby and began the difficult journey of learning how to read. Unfortunately, when the ship docked, she could not even write the 5 letters correctly. On the contrary, the common currency, ring, was polished until it was shiny. Looking at her sparkling eyes as she rubbed her ring, for a moment, Ku Luoluo felt that she would have something in common with Illumi, the young master who beat up the enemy. She bought a cheap straw basket, and after changing his dressing, she carried him into the basket. Ku Luoluo nestled in the basket, looked up at the blue sky, leaned against her warm back through the basket, and fell into a deep sleep. He slept for a long time, so long that when he opened his eyes, he found that they had arrived at the venue of the hunter exam. He poked his head out of the basket, his sharp eyes penetrated the dense crowd, and suddenly found a few old acquaintances. Then, a hand pressed his dog head back down. At the same time, a bowl of water and a bowl of dog food were placed in the basket. The girl's beautiful face was reflected on the basket, and she said casually, "Integrity, you slept for a few days. I couldn't wake you up. I thought you were dead. Oh, do you want to pull a rake? Do you want to pee? I can take you to the ladies' room." The ladies' room. The ladies' room. Ku Luoluo was speechless. He confirmed that she was the woman that the phantom troop must kill. Yi Jia's journey was very peaceful. Although there were people who coveted his handsome face and tall figure, he was still defeated by the Taoist master Chunyang. He was so weak that it was not worth mentioning. Apart from the number 444 he got in the hunter exam, he really had nothing to complain about. There were too many people around him. Even though he was in the corner, there were still a lot of people trying to squeeze in. Considering that the injury of integrity could not withstand the squeezing, Yi Jioza protected the basket and looked for an empty space, and he really found a good place for him. A red-haired man dressed as a clown was playing poker out of boredom. He piled them up layer by layer and destroyed them like dominoes. In the process of reconstruction and collapse, the crowd around him gradually moved away, leaving an empty space. Not far away from the clown, a tall man with nails all over his face turned his head to 180 degrees, scaring the examinees so much that they scattered like birds and beasts. Yi Jioza was speechless. The hunter exam was so non-mainstream and crazy. However, he was already a person who had seen a lot of big scenes. He had experienced the routine of dogs turning into humans, humans turning into dogs, friends turning into enemies, and enemies turning into comrades. He was not afraid of the clown and the nail-wearing man. Yi Jioza held the dog, walked through the crowd, and came between the two people. The clown and the nail-wearing man looked up and stared at her. Yi Jioza took out an old newspaper from the straw basket and put it on the ground. He sat on the ground, grabbed the straw basket, and took out hot dogs, corn, cheese, hamburgers. Under everyone's gaze, he ate vigorously and was very intoxicated. The clown and the nail-wearing man. Ku Luoluo. Yi Jioza burped and took out a rosy apple. When he was about to take a bite, he suddenly heard a bell in his ear. A slender man in a suit appeared in front of him and announced the official start of the 287th hunter exam. And the first part was running? Yi Jioza stroked his round belly with a straight face and looked at the dog in the straw basket. Chung Xin, you shouldn't exercise for half an hour after a meal. Can you carry me? Ku Luoluo. There were too many women who wanted to ride him these days. Sure enough, even if he turned into a dog, his charm was not damaged. But this did not seem to be something to be happy about. The door was already wide open. The examiner, Sa, was running fast with his long legs. A group of people swarmed around him, like a flood bursting through a dam, crazily pouring into the door. In the mighty crowd, Yi Jioza saw Shaojia, Kalapaka, and Luli gradually disappear. He seemed to vaguely hear their calls. Yi Jioza carried the straw basket on his back helplessly. When he slowly entered the passage, he found that the crowd had already disappeared. The examiner only said follow him this time, but he didn't say you have to run with your legs. In that case, Yijioza maintained his smile and took out an orange quality colt that he had never used before from his backpack. Demon Horse Flame Hoof. Ku Lualua's eyes darkened. He found that this woman's telekinesis seemed to be related to the alternate dimension. But soon, he was not in the mood to think about it. Sitting on the horse, Yijioza sadly stroked his head and sighed. It's all your fault. You forced me to show off and drive a Maserati. Ku Lualuo. She kicked Flaming Hoof's belly and ordered, Flaming Hoof, take a walk. Demon Horse Flaming Hoof snorted. Its hind legs dug the ground, and it suddenly rushed out at a speed of 200 kilometers per hour. For Flaming Hoof, 200 kilometers per hour was indeed a walk. Fuck! Yijioza grabbed Flaming Hoof's long mane with one hand and the straw basket behind him with the other. Slow down. Slow down. Unfortunately, the 200 kilometers per hour Maserati without a hood was too fierce. In the strong wind, Yijioza's voice was blown into pieces, and his long hair blew up like a Medusa. In the scenery that passed by quickly, Demon Horse Flaming Hoof's four limbs suddenly leaped into the air, jumped, and leaped. The difficulty level was 3. His front hooves landed gracefully, and his hind legs quickly kicked, as fast as lightning. He saw the candidates at the end of the line, staring blankly at the horse flying over their heads. He saw Kalapika's eyes turn red from shock. He saw Xiaojie excitedly waving at him. He saw a white-haired kid almost fall when his skateboard tilted. Yijioza almost did a split on the horse's back. He swept past the end, past the middle, and flew past the front, and left the examiner far behind. At this moment, Yijioza finally felt the malice of the universe. Flaming Hoof. Stop. We left the coach behind. Fuck. Stop. Ku Lualuo was speechless. He must have been muddle-headed at that time to let this woman be his sugar mommy. However, both Yijioza and Ku Lualuo were too young. While Flaming Hoof was running wildly, the nail-wearing guy behind them threw a nail, and it accurately pierced into Flaming Hoof's butt. Flaming Hoof's body shook, and the pain made him accelerate crazily. The next second, the clown guy jumped up, and his pink telekinesis wrapped around the nail. He directly grabbed the nail-wearing guy's arm. The two of them were like flying kites, soaring high behind Flaming Hoof and easily leveraging the force. Unfortunately, there was no free lunch in the world. The road ahead was not smooth. They had to face the first sharp turn. Boom! The clown guy's head smashed into the wall at the corner. Boom! The nail-wearing guy's head hit the ceiling of the tunnel. In the midst of Yijioza's broken curses, they rushed out of the tunnel at an unprecedented speed, climbed up the stairs, and ran to the open exit. Flaming Hoof did not stop. The demon horse let out a long roar and couldn't stop, as if it had chewed on stride. The clown man was quick-witted and released his telekinesis. The nail-wearing man pulled out his nails without saying a word. They were thrown into the sky by the inertia and flew far, far, far away. Yijioza arrived at the end of the vast wetland in less than 30 minutes after a terrifying horse jolt. When the demon horse Flaming Hoof roared and stopped, Yijioza's legs were trembling, and he was holding a wobbly straw basket and got down to the ground. His hand trembled, and Integrity, who was obviously stimulated, rolled out of the basket and crawled into the bushes with the last dignity of a dog. Ugh! Yijioza, with his afro, looked at the other end of the wetland. Great, he was completely lost at the crossroads of his life, and didn't know if this was the end. He turned his head to look at the demon horse Flaming Hoof, and asked with his eyes, "Are you sure this is the end?" The demon horse Flaming Hoof neighed, and jumped into the wetland excitedly. Not long after, it held a huge wild boar in its mouth, and dragged it to Yijioza, and said with its eyes, "You asked me to bring lunch." Yijioza was speechless. Chapter 235. The demonic horse Yin Ti had lived for hundreds of years, so it would never recognize the wrong way. Although the tunnel was long and there were forks, this place was not in use for a long time. Demons were the most sensitive to human activity. As long as there were traces of the previous examinees on the road, it was enough for Yin Ti to identify the correct direction. In other words, Yin Ti was much more reliable than Yi Jiuza. 30 minutes to pass through the tunnel and the wetland was the result of it deliberately slowing down. However, for humans, 30 minutes to arrive, it was simply a demonic speed. Therefore, there was only one person, one dog, and one horse at the terminal. The wait was very long. It was not until Yi Jiuza and the others had finished eating the entire pig and were almost done with the children's books that the examiner, Saishomaru, arrived late. Behind him were a few examinees who were so tired that they were out of breath. Saishomaru looked down at Yi Jiuza, who had mixed fur. Yi Jiuza raised his head and met the examiner's eyes in a split second. Yi Jiuza suddenly realized, as a new examinee, he should be more sensible. He took out an old newspaper and spread it on the ground. He said seriously, "Examiner, you've worked hard, please sit." Saishomaru. He shook his head and stood at the side in his suit, maintaining the reserved and demeanor that an examiner should have. Seeing that the examiner was not appreciative, Yi Jiuza immediately took out a fresh roasted pork from the straw basket. "Examiner, you must be hungry, please eat." Saishomaru. She was the only examinee in the past 10 years to bribe him so blatantly in public. He waved his hand. He could not help but laugh. Just as he was about to say something, he saw that the young girl seemed to have understood the essence. She turned around and took out a mineral water. "I'm sorry, examiner, I didn't think it through. You should be thirsty now. Please drink." Saishomaru. All the examinees, bastard, we're the ones who are hungry and thirsty, okay? Saba rejected Yi Jiuza's kindness and reminded Yi Jiuza in a roundabout way not to take out the good stuff that he had. The candidates of the hunter examination were not easy to deal with. Just like now, after an unbearably hungry and thirsty long-distance run, there would be some blind people eyeing his food and water and doing some terrible things. However, this time, Sam had anticipated the beginning, but he could not guess the ending. Yi Jiuza nodded, feeling touched. He turned around and took out a few bottles of mineral water, placing them neatly in front of him. Take a look, take a look. Don't miss it. Bottled mineral water. Bottled water. Bargain sale. 10,000 for one bottle. First come, first serve. First come, first served. Rather than hiding it, it was better to take it out and display it. Everyone was starving after running a marathon and had no strength left. If money could solve the problem, why would they have to resort to violence? After all, Yin Ti, who was behind Yi Jiuza, did not look like someone to be trifled with. 10,000 nuns. This is daylight robbery. A bald monk, Hanzo, shouted. Mineral water is provided for free on the streets of big cities. Yes. That's why I bought a few buckets before the exam. Yi Jiuza nodded. TSK, rare things are more valuable. Let me tell you, I only have a few bottles here. Buy it if you want. I won't have any more after I sell them out. He did not have any nuns on him. In order to quickly earn money to raise a dog, he could only waste the free water. Everyone? They had no choice but to pay as much as they could. Those who did not have the money could use their number tags. Yi Jiuza's idea was simple. Who knew if the IOU was real or fake? Instead of wasting time to investigate, he might as well use the number tag as collateral. If the buyer really had the ability to become a hunter, he would be overjoyed. Not only would he not care about the 10,000 nuns that he extorted, he would also thank him for providing them with water. If the buyer did not have the ability to become a hunter, to Yi Jiuza, it was just a loss of water. However, when doing business, he had to give some benefits. Yi Jiuza would gift a piece of pork the size of a palm to anyone who bought the water. First, people were still immersed in the pain of being extorted. Later, because of the pork, they were immediately overwhelmed by the unexpected joy. They even felt that Yi Jiuza was a very good person. At this moment, Yi Jiuza's kind and honest image was deeply rooted in people's hearts. Buying a bottle of water and earning a piece of pork, quenching their thirst and filling their stomachs, was like a traveler walking in the desert encountering an oasis. Yi Jiuza was very good at psychological warfare. Not only did he happily count the money, but he also happily received the number tag. Examiner Sachi squinted his eyes and reported Yigyaza's performance and information to his superior without anyone noticing. The individual candidates in this round's hunter examination were indeed outstanding. Yigyaza guarded the entrance with his dog. Every time a few people came, he would place a few bottles of water. Every time, he would only say one line. "You guys are so lucky, there are X bottles left." Therefore, the new suckers happily paid the bill with the water and pork. The victims, who had already seen through Yigyaza's tricks, shook their heads and sighed. They continued to wait for the next batch of stupid monkeys. What? Remind them? What a joke. They had already fallen for it. If the people who came later did not fall for it, wouldn't they look especially stupid? No, if they were to fall for it, they had to fall for it together. No one should think about laughing at each other. Due to the deep-rooted bad habits of humans, Yigyaza's business was booming but in a trance. That was until Yigyaza met the non-mainstream village brothers again. The nail-wearing guy and the clown guy. "You guys are so lucky, there are 2 bottles left." Yigyaza threw out a trick, 10,000 for a bottle. "You won't get another one if you miss it." The nail-wearing guy caught the trick and made a series of ka-ka-ka sounds. Yigyaza was speechless. "Bro, can you speak human language?" The nail-wearing guy, ka-ka-ka, ka-ka-ka. Yigyaza turned to the clown guy. "Can you help me translate what he's saying?" The clown guy's lips curled up into an evil smile. With a poker card stuck to his lips, he said, "Translate one sentence for 10,000. How's that?" Yigyaza was speechless. He confirmed the look in their eyes. They were people who couldn't afford to do business equals. Yigyaza rolled his eyes and put away the bottle of mineral water in no time. He wasn't afraid of exposing the existence of the backpack. After all, there must be a lot of people who were suspicious. However, whether it was the examiner SARS or the other candidates, they didn't seem to be surprised by backpack and space at all. Even if there were some who were curious about it, there were very few of them. How strange. What a heartless beauty. The clown guy stared at the empty ground and narrowed his eyes dangerously. Am I not charming enough? He stuck out his tongue and gently licked the poker card. The pink gas stuck to the poker card. Kolua hid behind Yigyaza, trying to reduce his presence as much as possible, and chose a route to escape at any time. His temporary feeder was really unlucky to fall into the hands of Saiso. Charm? Yigyaza was shocked and looked up and down at the clown guy. "Although I really want to praise you for being handsome, I can't go against my conscience. Seriously, bro, have you ever offended a stylist?" A head full of red hair, a coxcomb. A face with an exclamation mark, a chinibu. A waist like a bamboo tube, a snake spirit. A pair of high heels, a sissy. The clown guy was speechless. The nail guy, kakaka, kakaka. For some reason, everyone understood that kakaka meant ha ha ha, because after comparing the words, they looked at the clown guy, Saiso, and only thought that he was a silly guy with a weird sense of aesthetics equals. However, did the nail guy have the right to laugh at him? "Bro, let me tell you," Yigyaza said meaningfully, "I'm a person who can read people's faces and read their fortunes. It's fate that we met today, so I'll read your fortune for free. You're not popular, right? It would be strange if he was popular with people in this disgusting outfit." The clown guy narrowed his eyes and didn't say anything. Anyone with eyes would know whether he was popular or not. Just this sentence alone couldn't prove anything. You must be popular with women, right? Generally speaking, men with a gay aura were more attractive to women. The clown guy opened his eyes and was a bit surprised. As a tall, muscular, and highly skilled man, he was indeed surrounded by many women. However, this only happened after he put on a suit. Interesting. How did she know? What? That homicidal maniac, Saiso, is popular with women? How can there be women who like such a scary guy? It's fake, right? But Saiso didn't deny it. Saiso held the poker card in his mouth and crossed his arms. He restrained some of his murderous intent and continued to listen to Yigyaza's nonsense. Not only are you not popular with people, but you also have many enemies, right? If he was popular with women, it was inevitable that he would attract other women. He shouldn't have too many enemies. Sisso didn't deny it. Your enemies want to kill you, right? Among the women he attracted, there might be wives, sisters, or daughters of big bosses. I must kill him. Sisso still didn't deny it. You're unmarried. Perverts usually don't like normal people. You like to cause trouble, but you must have friends or helpers with strong backgrounds to help you clean up the mess. Without helpers, even a pervert wouldn't be able to survive until now. You're very playful. You only do things for a short period of time. You have strange hobbies, and you're fickle. His face would change even when he was buying a bottle of water. His temper was also very high. You like to provoke people, especially normal people. I'm just selling water, and you're trying to provoke me. But you must remember, some normal people only look normal. If you accidentally step on their bottom line, you'll be the one playing with your life. Yijioza only had one meaning. Be careful not to provoke me, or else I'll make you suffer. Unfortunately, when the signal was sent to Sisso, it became another meaning. Big Apple Qualuo, Small Apple J Fullis, they both look normal, but once they find the right time to fight, they'll happily risk their lives. Oh my God, yes. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Thinking about his apples, the woman in front of me isn't even worth mentioning. Sisso couldn't help but tremble slightly. Yijioza's words obviously gave him some kind of indescribable pleasure. The clown man moaned, his eyes almost turning white as he floated away, his whole body overflowing with a terrifying chi. The nail man stared at him for a while, then turned his head to Yijioza and made a series of kakakit sounds. Please say something human. Yijioza was extremely helpless. The nail man was silent for a while, then finally left with his long arms and legs. Because these two blocked the road for too long, Yijioza couldn't make a deal with the latecomers. But as the saying goes, good fortune is accompanied by misfortune, and misfortune is hidden within blessing. Since he couldn't sell mineral water, fortune-telling was put on the agenda. Can you read my fortune for free? No, at least 30,000. You're robbing me. As the saying goes, Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, three begets all things. Yijioza said. 30,000 it is. The crowd retreated, not wanting to be blackmailed again. But a true warrior always dares to eat crabs. A short, middle-aged man named Dongba swayed in front of Yijioza, smiled honestly, and asked him to read his fortune. Dongba, 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 and Mr. Dongwa were only one word apart. Who is Mr. Dongwa? Is he the main character of the idiom story, or is he the good guy who saved the wolf but was swallowed by the wolf? Forget it, it's these two anyway. There shouldn't be much difference. After all, this middle-aged man had the face of a cannon fodder. Yijioza put on an inscrutable expression and said to Dongba, "Don't be a good guy. If you save the wolf, you would be eaten by the wolf." Dongba's expression changed. That's right, he wasn't a good guy. The reason why he participated in the exam was to dampen the enthusiasm of the freshmen, thus destroying them. How did she see through it? Although your body is in the exam hall, your heart isn't here. Yijioza lied through his teeth, talking about the correct way to read an idiom story. You will run in the opposite direction of the group and eventually go far away. Uncle, a cannon fodder like you doesn't have a good chance of winning, and it's very likely that you will fail. If you fail, you will leave the group soon. Dongba's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Just as Yijioza didn't know what to make up, he quickly took out money to pay the bill, afraid that Yijioza would reveal something. Looking at Dongba's terrified expression, everyone suddenly felt a trace of respect for Yijioza's fortune-telling. But when the long-distance running test ended and the examiner announced the number of qualified candidates, this trace of awe immediately sublimated and turned into worship. It was all because I am the examiner, Sa. The exam that I'm invigilating has ended. There were a total of 520 candidates, and 250 of them have made it. The physical fitness of this batch of candidates barely qualifies. Next is the second exam. Candidates, please prepare yourselves. At that moment, Yijioza complained, 250 candidates, TSK. This number, 250. Aren't they pigs? Immediately after, All the candidates realized that the theme of the second exam was roast pig. Ku luoluo, yi gyoza. All the candidates. What kind of precision was that? What kind of fuck was that? The second exam was hosted by two food hunters. One was a woman with a good figure who was very picky about the taste of food, Min Chi. The other was a fat man who was not picky about meat and vegetables, and was not picky about the taste of food, Bokara. The so-called food, as the name suggested, was to show off one's culinary skills, and Yi Jioza's culinary skills were maxed out. He was the first to pass the exam. He sat on the ground and cooked the wild boar. Then, he brought out the advertising slogan, "Don't miss out on this delicious roast wild boar." A plate of fresh and delicious roast wild boar. Only 10,000 kunis. Fair trade. You won't suffer a loss if you buy it, and you won't get cheated. You can still pass the exam if you buy it. While the examiner is still hungry, buy it quickly. This time, the stubborn man stepped forward and paid without hesitation. It was obvious that buying and selling was much easier than cooking. As for him, he hated unnecessary trouble. Yi Gyoza had earned enough money and helped his companions along the way. Only later did he realize that the roast boar had actually eliminated nearly 1/3 of the people. Many people were dissatisfied with his cheating behavior, but the chief examiner, Min Chi, took out a kitchen knife and sneered. Being able to ask for help from others is also a skill, so I will turn a blind eye to your business. In order to obtain some rare ingredients, food hunters will always cooperate with other teams. And cooperation is also part of the exam. Although it was a cheap trade, I can't say that she broke the rules. 1/3 of the people left, and 2/3 stayed. Min Chi swung the kitchen knife and said with a smile, "The original test was to make holding sushi, but now I've changed my mind. You should experience what food hunters have to experience. It's more interesting when it's more difficult, isn't it? Only then will you understand that the results you earn with your own hands are much better than those you earn from buying and selling." Not long after, Min Chi contacted the Hunters Association's airship, which carried the remaining 100 people and landed on a cliff that was at least 10,000 feet high. Smoke lingered at the bottom of the cliff, and an extremely strong wind rolled up, almost blowing people away. High up in the sky, on the cliff, many people huddled together, shivering, without the slightest courage to approach. Yi Gyoza understood that the real selection of the second exam had begun, because the chief examiner, Min Chi, said that she wanted everyone, personally, to pick up the spider eggs hanging in the air, cook them, and eat them. Completely put an end to buying and selling Yi Gyoza sadly put down the straw basket and was about to climb onto Yen Ti's back when he found Min Chi looking at him with a faint smile. "I said, personally, little girl." Min Chi slowed down and said word by word in a very serious tone, "It's you who will be the hunter, not your horse." "Oh." Yi Gyoza gloomily put away the Maserati. Really, without the Maserati, he could only drive the Ferrari. She was too much, always forcing him to show off. Ku Luoluo poked his head out of the straw basket, really curious about how this woman would pass the exam. Would she sacrifice herself and jump, or quit? But Yi Gyoza came to the edge of the cliff, and without saying a word, jumped down with a great rock spreading wings. A scream suddenly exploded, and Ku Luoluo was so shocked that he rolled out of the straw basket. Even though Ku Luoluo was used to big scenes, he really did not expect that Yi Gyoza would say die without any hesitation. The crowd gathered on the cliff, and carefully climbed to the edge to look down. They thought that Yi Gyoza was going to fall to pieces, but unexpectedly, the woman who jumped down was carrying a bunch of spider eggs, stepping on a dark blue aura, smoothly and elegantly breaking through the air. Everyone, the nail man and Sisso. Sisso stared straight at Yi Gyoza, as if he had activated the vibration mode, and began to shake. I didn't expect to have such a strong aura. Oh, a ripe and delicious big apple. 100 points. Why didn't I notice it before? Why didn't he pay more attention? He did not expect that she would be so perfect when she held back her aura. He did not notice it at all, and only thought that she was a 10 points telekinesis ability user. Bear with it, oh. A sweet, big apple. I found you. In the distance, Yi Jioza held the spider eggs, and his whole body was shivering. Not only him, but even his dog also shivered. Yi Jioza placed the giant spider egg into the pot and cooked it until it was cooked. A moment later, he took out one and handed it to his dog. Here, eat the spider. Eat more. It's all protein. It's my first time eating a spider. It's new. Kuluoluo. Chapter 236. Sisso, also known as washing the toilet, was a veritable pervert and the toilet war god among perverts. Of course, this toilet specifically referred to the men's toilet. Sisso was the one and only pervert of his generation. If he only entered the women's toilet, what was the difference between that and a wretched stalker who secretly took photos? Perverts were also divided into different grades. Perverts also had their own dignity. When a man entered the women's toilet and was called pervert, that was only the lowest level of the pervert group. When a man entered the men's toilet and was called pervert, that was the upper level of the pervert food chain. And Sisso, as a nuclear weapon among perverts, had long stood at the top of the food chain. As the saying goes, if you don't fall in love in the toilet, you will be perverted in the toilet. Although Sisso had a constant stream of female companions and his body was always cheating, but his heart had always belonged to the vast number of strong and talented men. For example, the eldest young master Illumi, who beat up the enemy guest family, was the big apple that he pestered and pestered to get. The eldest young master was indeed the eldest young master. His personality was extremely straightforward. He told him very straightforwardly that he was with him for his money. Although he lost a large number of bank cards, gold, silver, and jewelry during this period, he was at least bound to this money-grubber friend. As long as the other party occasionally showed his hands and fought with him, his masochistic soul would be greatly satisfied. Another example was the bandit leader of the Phantom Troop, Kwayuo, who was also the Big Apple, that he racked his brains and tried every possible way to get. The bandit leader was indeed the bandit leader. He was very overbearing. He wanted to be with him. Sisso almost sold himself to the Phantom Troop. He even pasted the number 4 on his back. Oh, the number 4, finally, made him one of his men, under him. Another example was the Shaojie and Chi he met in the examination room, Guanadine playing with fish, Siaigu, invading the emperor and locusts, stalking cherry blossoms, gluttonous cutting crab beating, cha. As a fruit farmer who loved gardening and planting, Sisso regarded them as little apples. No matter how much he loved them, he would never have enough of them. He believed that as long as they were watered and fertilized, the little apples would grow into delicious big apples. Then, in the men's room, he would remove them one by one. However, Sisso had met a woman in the 287th Hunter exam. She was a woman who could ignite his fighting spirit and excitement just by releasing her own chi. To date, it was the most perfect score of all the big apples. He really wanted to fight with her to his heart's content. Use poker cards to take off her head, or be beheaded by her sword. What a blood-boiling scene it would be. Sisso held his face in his hands and struck a coquettish pose. His erect crotch seemed to be covered in mosaics under the warm sunlight. Far away, Ku Luoluo, who had transformed into a dog, stole a few glances at Sisso. When he realized that the guy was still as perverted as ever, he finally looked away from his burning eyes. He blinked and shook Sisso's face away. Instinctively, he lowered his head and took a bite of the spider egg. Moments later, he widened his eyes. Delicious. Yi Jioza used his qinggong to collect quite a number of spider eggs. At the end of the test, there were only 120 or so candidates left who had passed. The failed candidates left dejectedly, but before they left, they received a gift from Yi Jioza, a white spider egg. One for each of you, there won't be any more. Yi Jioza smiled. Don't look so dejected. You've gathered your courage to participate in the exam and come this far. You're already successful. As soon as the word successful was mentioned, the power of his verbal cannons reached the maximum. The eliminated candidates were wiping their tears under the sunset. They were touched by Yi Jioza's words. No matter if they succeeded or failed, It was an experience that they could not go without. The comfort and support they received from the tough times was the truth that the hunter exam taught them. The men put the eggs down and said that they would come back next year. They all remembered Yigyoza, thinking that she was a good person that was hard to come by. Yigyoza waved his hand and said goodbye to them. Facing the approving gazes of his companions and the appreciative gaze of the examiner, Min Chi, he was calculating in his heart. How could the candidates who participated in the hunter exam be ordinary people? Definitely not. Even if they failed the second round of the exam, they still had a network of contacts outside. Comforting them when they were sad would not only increase their favorability, but it would also make them familiar with them. That way, even if he was eliminated, he could still find a job to make a living. Yigyoza expressed that he had a bright future ahead of him. As for the remaining spider eggs, oh, I'll just sell them. It won't be pretty if I leave them for too long. More than 100 candidates boarded the airship and headed to the third exam hall. Probably because of the long journey, they had to spend a long night on the airship. What if the loading time was too long? Let's play landlord. Yigyoza dragged Xiaojie and Chi. Reward? Mound eyes afraid of death. Silk weariness waiting? Bath scar? Zizi barium grind the banana? Shake it. An hour later, Yigyoza's face was covered with IOU. He lost so badly that even his Labrador could not stand it anymore. Playing cards with Yigyoza did not give him any sense of achievement. Chi, yelling and shouting at the servants? Fluttering strings? Whirlpool? Yigyoza tried to provoke him, but to no avail. He could only lie on the ground with the two kids and look at the beautiful night view through the huge glass window of the airship. With the earth at their back and the sky above their heads, it was the perfect time to become sworn brothers in the peach garden, to form an alliance with the blood. Oh no, to have a bedtime meeting. And to have a chat with a group of children, of course, he had to start from the simplest. Yigyoza asked amiably, "Do you have any dreams?" Xiaojie said straightforwardly, "Look for daddy." Chi, arm? What skeleton? Wild job frame. Yigyoza, the corner of his mouth twitched. To be honest, the two of you passed 2 exams in a row, which was beyond my expectations. Be it long-distance running or cliffs, you have the endurance, physical strength, and courage. I'm quite curious, why are you so strong? Xiaojie opened his innocent eyes wide. Animate said that I was born like this. Chi, how can I be so cowardly? How can I be so naive? Jealous hand Miao Jun. Yigyoza. He took a deep breath and continued to ask, "It's natural. I'm so envious. Generally speaking, to be able to give birth to such a talented child like you, your parents must not be simple, right?" Xiaojie nodded and said honestly, "Yes, they're not simple. I'm already 12 years old, but I've never seen my biological parents' faces." Chi, what do you mean by punishment? Arched vertebrae and broken bone saddle? Afflicted with flies and mulberry? Proud and worried about changes in servants and skillful brushwork? Also, doctor's words are unforgivable. Yigyoza, he made a final struggle. Xiaojie, your parents are a little irresponsible. Don't you blame them? Xiaojie smiled sincerely. I don't blame them. I think this is a test they gave me. Chi, pig oval? Member pulling skeleton and waving firewood? Walled Walzheng? G dried quail plague forgive. Yigyoza, he struggled on his deathbed. Chi, first worry and worried about changes in servants and skillful brushwork? Zhizhan lazy? Jasi iframe? Admonishing? Ikai pulling handsome? Chi, kryptonite? Punished with bone saddle? Ikai riding skillfully? Emperor's beauty has already withered. Suan childish? Sui Kei? Song Itao's head? Yi? Shu? Shun Yun Shu. Xiao Jie's eyes sparkled. Strange? Philopterygium Yigyoza. I can't continue this conversation anymore. Is it really okay for you to tell us such an important identity? To be honest, Yigyoza's worldview was a bit broken. In his mind, shouldn't the identity of a killer be hidden? Besides, the invulnerable family? Assassin? It can't be, right? There's actually a family that has been a killer for generations. Won't they be wiped out by the country? Don't tell me you don't know. Krypton Pan Si Na Paji Shan Shua Lao Chang? The white cape zinc painting is easy to draw, and the yellow spring brush is easy to draw. Bijio? Chang Yun? Shoulder? Lottery ticket? Hiss. National protection? Yi Jioza was really shocked. The three views of this world were incompatible with his. Yes, although we kill people, we still have to pay taxes. Compete in being more badass? By Qiao Ziyin to Yi Li Chao Huang Wasteland Li Yi Jioza. It was a complete eye-opener for him. The profession of assassin was considered legal, and one had to pay taxes. What? Pang Ping Pong poison bewitched Mao Chen Chong? Stewed fermented rice? Patience? Catch the brackish party grains? Dad? Lao Yin Yao Pintoed Polypus Army? Qing Yu Yao Yao Jun. As soon as he finished speaking, he slowly closed his fingers, revealing his sharp fingernails. It seemed that as long as Yi Jioza said the word yes, those claws would pierce through his heart. No, Yi Jioza said from the bottom of his heart, although I don't agree with it, but, Emperor Miaomu's secret rebellion? Imperial tutelage. The hot-blooded male lead speech was delivered. Strange? Difficult? Lame cloth, brimming with weeds, blinking with bristles and blinking with tears. Lu Xinmei messed with Siren? Huayi? Miao Mao Huang Qiao. Imperial tutelage. Lan Shu. The white-haired, blue-eyed young man stared at Yi Jioza in a daze, then turned his head away. That's why I've retired. Idiot. Shao Jie scratched his face. Strange? Back to the village, sneaking into Kanye? Shirtless Qin Dang falcon window. Ku Luoluo poked his head out and barked at the scene. Yi Jioza. All right, our friendship has really come to an end. Leaving the two overly energetic kids to play in the corridor. Yi Jioza found a corner and entered Sage Time with his straw basket. Based on his experience of transmigrating, he realized that the difficulty of completing a mission in a new world was simply terrifying. The most terrifying thing about this world was not that there were a bunch of weirdos and perverts, nor was it that there were some strange and special abilities, and it was not even about magical beasts, rare beasts, or mysterious species. It was the structure of the entire world and the assimilation of the outsiders in this world. Killers were legal, which meant that as long as you had money, you could take the lives of others. Bandits existed, which meant that bloodshed could happen anytime and anywhere. Hunters were powerful, which meant that those who were stronger than ordinary people had extreme privileges. Gangs ran rampant, hunters' association, bandits, assassin families, and it was said that there was also a meteor street that could throw away anything. The rich and powerful ruled, and ordinary people lived and suffocated in the cracks. Human lives seemed to be insignificant in this world. Just like during the hunter examination, it was said that many people died when they crossed the wetland. However, neither the examiners nor the association said anything. They were just used to it. Yi Jioza rubbed his chin, his thoughts flying far away. Humans were animals that went with the flow, and they often had a herd mentality. Whatever the others did, they would follow suit. If he stayed in this world for too long, he would not be able to keep his original heart, and even his thoughts would be assimilated. He would start to agree with this phenomenon, think that he was infallible, and hang on to it. Then, even if his body was still alive, he would already be dead. So, should he go along with the rules of the world? Or should he go against the rules of the world and re-establish it? That was a very big question. Yi Jioza did not know that after spending too much time with his dogs, he had also developed the aura of a villainous boss. If it was in the past, he would definitely go along with the mentality of a nobody for the rest of his life. But now, his mind was filled with the core values of socialism, and he had already written a stack of drafts to build a new world. However, if a diamond wanted to do porcelain work, it needed to have a porcelain work. If he could not even get a hunter's license, everything would be for naught. Yi Jioza stood on the cheap trap tower that was a few hundred feet tall and peeked down. It was so tall. This was the third round of the hunter examination, and the theme was safely reach the ground from the top of the cheap trap tower. Time limit, 72 hours. After announcing the rules, the examiner smiled at Yi Jioza and read the remark. A candidate is prohibited from using the flying skill. Yi Jioza was speechless. After the first round, tell him to put away his Maserati. After the second round, tell him to put away his Ferrari. Hee, I bet you guys didn't expect this, but I actually have a trick called the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Unfortunately, when one walks by the river, one's shoes will get wet. Perhaps anticipating that Yi Jioza was about to do something strange again, the examiner unhesitatingly stretched out his leg and stomped on the stone slab beside Yi Jioza's feet. In the next second, as Yi Jioza's eyes widened, he realized that the light above his head was getting further and further away from him. The moment the stone slab flipped and closed, Yi Jioza landed on the ground with his back against the wall. He was locked in a small space that was about 6 square meters. There was a box with 2 watches in it. Yi Jioza instinctively picked up the watch and read the notice on the wall. 2 players pass. When the second candidate enters the space, your watch will start the countdown. Note, time to pass is 72 hours. There are 3 walls in front of you. The first wall is easy. If you push this wall with your teammates, 20 hours will be deducted at once. The second wall is normal. If you push this wall with your teammates, no time will be deducted, but there will be no reward. The third wall is difficult. If you push this wall with your teammates, you will be rewarded with 10 hours. After reading it, Yi Jioza immediately understood why the Tower of Cheap Traps was called Tower of Cheap Traps. The traps set up in this iron tower that was several hundred feet high were truly despicable. Just the content of this examiner's notice was enough to destroy the relationship between the 2 teams. The difficulty was divided into easy, normal, and difficult. If both sides were useless, it would be fine if they chose easy. If one side was weak and the other side was strong, then, if they chose normal mode, both sides would suffer. If they were forced to choose difficult mode, the weaker side would become a burden sooner or later. Forget about being a burden, they had 2 players to pass the game. Perhaps after passing the game, the stronger side, who was already sick of it, would directly kill the weaker side. This rule was really despicable. After thinking about it, Yi Jioza fed the dog in the straw basket some water and food. Not long after, he heard some movement from above. A tall figure descended from the sky and landed steadily in front of him. Yi Jioza took a closer look. Oh, it was an acquaintance. The nail-wearing guy equals kakaka, kakaka. The nail-wearing guy seemed to be saying something. Yi Jioza was extremely tired. Sir, I'm begging you. Say something personal. We're going to be teammates from now on. I really don't understand what you're trying to tell me. The nail-wearing guy made another kakaka sound. After reading the rules, he picked up his watch and thought for a while. Then, he walked to difficult mode and pointed at the examiner's notice for the reward of 10 hours. Kakaka. He chose this one. Yi Jioza's dead fish eyes were wide open. At this moment, he strangely understood what the nail-wearing guy was trying to say. Damn, humans were really adaptable. Not only did he learn Mandarin, Japanese, and English, but he also learned how to say kakaka. It was a great loss for the language department that he did not apply for the language department. Great minds think alike. Yi Jioza nodded. In fact, there was no such thing as great minds think alike. Yi Jioza had already thought about it. No matter what his teammate chose, he just had to agree with them and avoid conflict. As for the difficulty, it was secondary to the harmony of the team. The wall opened and the 10 hours entered. Seeing that the number changed from 72 to 82, the nail-wearing guy was obviously happy. Reached an agreement X1, the nail-wearing guy turned to look at Yi Jioza and held up 3 fingers. Kakaka. For the hunter license, I'll help you reluctantly, but I'll help you once for 30 million. But in Yi Jioza's eyes, these 3 fingers meant, okay, the nail-wearing guy seemed to be asking him, are you okay? Can you do it? Can you handle it? Yi Jioza nodded weakly. Don't worry, I won't drag you down. If you're in danger, I'll help you. Of course, I won't do it for free. How about you pay me 30,000 for each time I help you? 30 million for 30,000. It was a win-win situation. The nail-wearing guy was brimming with joy. Reached an agreement X2, but soon, the nail-wearing guy owed 30,000. Arrows were shot from the first passage, which was nothing to the nail-wearing guy. But Igyoza reacted quickly and cast an evolved version 2.0 of the mountain river, which covered him and the nail-wearing guy, forming an absolute defensive barrier. Igyoza smiled at the nail-wearing guy. 30,000. The nail-wearing guy was speechless. He did not even want to say kakakan anymore. So the question was, how could he make 30,000 pay back? The answer, of course, was to help her and make her owe a huge sum of 30 million. Help her a few more times, and it would be best if she owed a few 100 million. Anyway, with her speed of earning money, she would be able to pay it back soon. That was what the nail-wearing guy thought. But he did not know that Igyoza had also made up his mind to make him owe more money. Look at the nails on the nail-wearing guy's body. All of them were gilded. This guy must be a tycoon in real life. If he did not blackmail him now, when would he? He had to make him owe more money. He had to make him owe a few more favors. What should he do? Of course, he had to help him, save him, and move him. Therefore, the two of them, who had the same idea, started at friendly, mutually beneficial and harmonious team mode in the same difficult passage. Nail-wearing guy. Let me help you. 30 million. Igyoza. No. Let me help you. 30 million. Nail-wearing guy. No. I won't even give you 30%. Kuluoluo. Chapter 237. Igyoza and the Nail Man teamed up with the belief of money over life. They advanced with an irresistible force. In order to earn an unlimited amount of money on the limited journey, the two of them worked together tacitly. Whenever they encountered a fork in the road, they would definitely choose the most difficult path. Disagreements, conflicts breaking out, and bloodshed were all fleeting clouds in front of the Chien Tuesday. Whether it was cold arrows, poisonous fog, puppets, or death row prisoners blocking the way, or suspended steel wires, hungry demonic beasts, ice prisons, and sea of fire. Not only did they defend 360 degrees without any blind spots, but they also prevented their teammates from finding fault. Along the way, the duo's alertness, flexibility, and maneuverability were all displayed to the fullest, and they had practically made a qualitative leap. Not only did the time on the watch not decrease by a minute, it increased from 82 hours to 92 hours, 102 hours, 112 hours. Their martial strength was off the charts. Destroying countless traps, they fought with their wits and courage to reach the final stage. If everything went smoothly, the two of them would definitely become the first team in the history of the Hunter examination to pass the Cheap Trap Tower in full time. However, fate always liked to pinch the back of people's necks. In the space that Igyoza and the Nail Man could not come into contact with, the examiners stared at the surveillance screen in the Cheap Trap Tower. On one hand, they were shocked and amazed. On the other hand, they re-evaluated the combat power of Igyoza and the Nail Man and decided to use a different method to examine them. This batch of examinees, there are many outstanding people. Examiner number 1 said, just based on their combat power to select and eliminate people, it's too easy for them. Number 444's group has entered the final stage. What should we do? Should we change the channel? Examiner number 2 asked. Yes, number 444's group doesn't need to test their combat power anymore. These two examinees have strong telekinesis. Examiner number 2 smiled and said, so, let's test their intelligence and temperament. Examiner number 2 nodded. All right, then their last stage will be a written test. Therefore, when Igyoza and the nail-wearing man put on their best defensive posture to face the last challenge, they found a table, a chair, a test paper, and a pen in the space behind the wall. They looked up blankly and saw the notes for candidates on the wall. It read, 2 people working together for the psychology test. If the total score reaches 85 points, you will pass. If you score less than 85 points, you will fail. If you want to take the test again after you fail, you will need to spend 20 hours to exchange for a new test paper. Note, dirty and messy paper will be considered as a 0. Please write carefully. Illiterate Igyoza was speechless. Illumi was speechless. Looking at the only test paper on the table, Even the king of all dogs and the young master of the invincible guest clan felt a chill run down their spines. What they feared was not the exam, but the 20 hours they were about to lose. It was as painful as digging 2 billion dinners out of their pockets. The two of them leaned over to take a look. Looking at the densely packed exam questions, they couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. After a long time, Igioza angrily took out the notebook from the straw basket and shoved it to the nail-wearing man beside him. "You'll know when you open it." Igioza almost covered his face and cried. He had just started studying. He was still a baby. The nail-wearing man opened the notebook and looked at the words "dog crawl" and the strange sentence. After a long silence, he closed the notebook and sat in front of the table confidently with a pen in his hand. The nail-wearing man gestured with 3 fingers. Clack, clack, clack. 30 million dinners. In Igioza's eyes, it was equivalent to saying, "Don't worry, leave it to me, I'm okay," and "just watch from the side." Igioza nodded in relief. "Go ahead. We're all teammates, I trust you." Seeing that the client signed the contract without hesitation, he didn't even try to bargain. The nail-wearing man nodded in relief and continued writing. Very good. Not only did he pay off 30 million dinners, but he also made the other party owe him 97 million dinners. He was in a good mood. Question 1. If you can get 50 million dinners by killing your teammate, will you do it? A. Do it. B. Don't do it. The nail-wearing man chose A without hesitation. Of course, how could money be more important than teammates? Question 2. If you can get 50 million dinners by killing your girlfriend, will you do it? The nail-wearing man chose A without hesitation. What a joke. Girlfriend. Girlfriend. No. Where's the girlfriend? Question 3. If you can get 100 million dinners by killing your mother, will you do it? The nail-wearing man chose B without hesitation. According to the family rules of beating up enemies, he couldn't attack family members. Moreover, beating up enemies was very important to family members. The nail-wearing man made his choice cleanly and smoothly. It only took him 10 minutes to finish 100 multiple-choice questions. Then, the nail-wearing man stood up, lifted the test paper, and put it into the only recess in the room. The recess instantly closed, and the test paper began to rewrite. In less than a minute, the score was out, 1 point. Igioza Exalumi was speechless. The examiners behind the monitor looked at the psychological test paper and were dumbfounded. This is the easiest test. Except for the third question, where did the rest of the questions choose money? They're really abnormal. The next paper has to be more difficult. It has to be more difficult. How can you be a hunter if you have such messy thoughts? In the room, the nail-wearing man, who had lost his 30 million dinners, was emitting a terrifying aura. Even the hair on his head was moving even though there was no wind. It was depressing and terrifying. Hey, don't be angry. Let's move on to the second round. Igioza felt helpless. How about this? You give me the questions, I'll choose the answers, and you fill in the blanks. What do you think? The nail-wearing man slowly withdrew his murderous aura and nodded. Kakaka, I have a small request. Igioza's face was expressionless. Please say something personal. Otherwise, we won't be able to pass. I really don't understand your Kakaka. The nail-wearing man was silent for a while, as if he was weighing the pros and cons of something. Not long after, he reached out and pulled out a nail from his cheek. It flew out at an extremely fast speed and pierced through the camera in the corner. Then, he reached out with both hands and pulled out every nail that was stuck in the skin of his face. It was as if he was pulling out a giant blackhead. Igioza clearly saw that as the nails were removed, the strange-looking tough man's face gradually shrank, expanded, and changed. Little by little, it transformed into a fair complexion. The tuft of hair on the top of the man's head quickly turned into black hair that reached his buttocks. The tough, square face turned into a handsome face with gentle lines. His soybean-sized eyes evolved into black and shiny cat's eyes. His long hair reached his waist, his skin was smooth, and his beautiful eyes were half closed. From an ugly man to a fairy, he was only one nail away. Gyoza was speechless. He looked down and glanced at the man's protruding Adam's apple and flat chest. Finally, he was sure that the man in front of him was a man. "So, who are you, handsome?" Illumi Beatdown, who had returned to his original appearance, looked at Gyoza with his inorganic eyes and said, "Let's begin." They exchanged 20 hours for the second test. Gyoza answered and Illumi wrote. However, the two of them soon discovered that the difficulty of this test was even more disgusting than the previous one. Question 1. As shown in the picture below, what is this plant? Where does it grow? What are its characteristics and functions? Gyoza x Illumi was speechless. What should I write? Illumi turned his head. As the young master of the Beatdown's guest family, he had been trained in poison since he was young. All the plants he ate were poisonous. As for non-poisonous plants, sorry, he didn't know many of them. Gyoza's face was blank. I don't know either. Instead of blank, why don't we make a last-ditch struggle? Gyoza scratched his head. Why don't you write chives? They grow in farmland, and their specialty is that they're delicious. Why don't you write that they're good for bowel movement? Illumi x Qualuo was speechless. Half an hour later, they submitted the test. After about 3 minutes of marking, they saw the freshly published score, 23 points. Gyoza was extremely touched. That's great. I'm 22 points higher than you. Illumi x Qualuo was speechless. This wasn't something to be happy about, was it? A moment later, they had to spend another 20 hours to exchange for another test. In total, they had lost 40 hours and wasted a lot of time on the test. On their watches, they still had 71 hours left. If they didn't pass this test, the time they had left would only get shorter and shorter. Even if victory was right in front of them, there was a possibility that they would slip up and end up dead. Time ticked by, and the final score of the third test was 67 points. It was so touching. They finally passed. But at the same time, they had to spend another 20 hours to exchange for the next test. Looking at the 50 hours displayed on their watches, both Gyoza and Illumi looked unusually serious. The anxiety of a stock market crash or a business going bankrupt was detestable and scary. Learning from their previous experiences, the two of them tried to solve the questions carefully. They discussed each question 3 times and checked the final answer before putting pen to paper. But the two of them didn't agree with each other and always chose opposite answers on the test. They wanted to convince each other to follow their train of thought, but they realized that they couldn't do anything to each other. Time ticked by, and the dog in the straw basket couldn't stand it anymore. Seeing that the two of them were about to start a heated debate about whether they should kill someone, Qualuo climbed out of the straw basket numbly. He groped around the table and chair, picked up his pen, and took a closer look. These retarded questions to test the human heart were all leftovers from his old days. Qualuo bit his pen and struggled to solve the questions. Little did he know that the two of them behind him had stopped debating and were looking at the back of the dog, who was doing the questions seriously. Then, the two of them exchanged sharp glances with each other, their murderous intent overflowing. They were all saying the same thing. Look at you. You're so stupid that even a dog can't stand it. In the end, Gyoza and Illumi passed the final trial with the help of a dog. They scored an unprecedented 100 points, shocking countless examiners. When the wall slowly rose, the bottom of the cheap trap tower was revealed. As one of the first to reach the destination, Gyoza couldn't help but cry tears of gratitude as he carried the Labrador. Reality told him that he shouldn't throw away the dog he picked up in the cabin. He poured egg mixture on it, covered it with flour, and fried it in a pan of oil until it was golden brown. Then, he poured tomato sauce over it. Sisso, who was next door, was so hungry that he cried. Sob, sob, sob. In the third trial, he was still first. Cool. Crack. Heaven. On the other side, examiner number 1 touched his chin and asked, "Full marks have never been achieved before? What's the topic of this test? Is it very simple?" "No." Examiner number 2 said dryly, "The topic of the test is falling in love. It mainly tests the psychology of boys and girls and how to properly and effectively pursue their sweetheart." The two examiners stared at each other blankly. No matter how they looked at it, Group 444 didn't look like people who would talk about falling in love. Then the question was, how did they pass the test? In the third trial, the cheap trap tower eliminated 2 mini candidates. When the 72 hours were about to hit zero, Xiaojie was curious. Hot Shun Luo Ping Wu Pizhong? Chain play? Thin Pan Luo Huang? 2 people. After a simple meal, the qualified candidates were transported to the port by the airship and boarded a large ship that crossed the sea. The fourth trial was held on an isolated island. The topic was snatch a designated number tag, or snatch a person's number tag. Every candidate had their own number tag. By protecting their number tag, they could get the most basic 3 points. Snatching a designated opponent's number tag would give them another 3 points. If they couldn't find a designated opponent, they could hunt other candidates. However, this other number tag was only worth 1 point each. The passing score for this round was 6 points. In other words, if everyone hunted down a designated number tag, 21 people would be eliminated after the test. However, the candidates who could make it to the fourth trial were not ordinary people. In order to reduce the number of opponents, the hunting activities on the isolated island would only be more cruel and intense. However, snatching a number tag? Yi Jiuza remembered the pile of number tags he had obtained in the previous exams. His eyes instantly lit up. However, he didn't celebrate for long before he heard the examiner say with a smile, "The number tags of the eliminated candidates obtained by other candidates will be invalid." Yi Jiuza was speechless. Today's examiner was still making things difficult for him Yi Jiuza mentally prepared himself. He put away his number tag and flipped open the paper in his hand. The number on the paper was the number he needed to snatch. He slowly opened it and saw the number on it, 222. Yi Jiuza was speechless. In his previous life, he had made a mistake. In this life, he had made a mistake. He couldn't live anymore. Everyone hid their number tags very well, some in their suitcases, some in the soles of their shoes, some in their hats, some in their crotches. There was also someone like Yi Jiuza who, after thinking about it, decided to keep his number tag in his chest. The big ship docked, and the candidates went to the island one by one according to their ranking. There was a difference of 2 minutes between the first and the second. 2 minutes wasn't a lot, but for Yi Jiuza, it was enough for him to stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Therefore, when he was the first to step on the island, he used the great Qinggong as soon as his toes touched the ground. The pure young sky-blue energy exploded under his feet. Under the shocked gazes of the candidates, Yi Jiuza flew into the sky with the straw basket on his back. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the dense forest. Behind him, Illumi, who had returned to being a man of nails, stared at the sky. She turned around and looked at Sisso, who was next to her. As expected, Sisso stared at the horizon where the Tai Chi pattern had disappeared. His whole body trembled as if he was in a state of extreme excitement. "This is great. I can pick anything I want in a place like this." Illumi reminded him with ill will, "Ciro, pay me back the money before you go looking for her." If Yi Jiuza was here, he would definitely be shocked. It turned out that Illumi's nail-shaped figure could still speak human language. It was just that she was talking to different customers. Sisso was stunned. "Pay me back? Illumi, my reputation has always been good." Sisso smiled wickedly and licked the poker cards. "Why do you have to urge me to pay, Xiao-Yi?" Illumi said seriously. "You will definitely go looking for her, so you have to pay me back now. Immediately. It doesn't matter if you die. The money you owe me is very important." Illumi said seriously. "The customer who beat up the enemy's customers this season isn't doing well. We need your money and interest urgently." Sisso's face stiffened. He trembled as the Big Apple urged him to pay. "Illumi, you can earn more by working with me, can't you? You can't compare yourself to a person who has a death wish," Illumi said. "Dead people are worthless. Pay me back. Pay me back quickly. Pay me back along with the interest." Sisso was speechless. Chapter 238. Illumi beat up the enemy and guest, also known as masturbating with the enemy and guest, was a professional killer who treated both enemies and guests as fat sheep and was determined to finish all the wool on them. He was born in the long-established family of assassins. As the eldest man in the family, he was talented and had outstanding strength. He was mature and reliable. At a young age, he was well-versed in the creed of the enemy and guest, of beat up the enemy and guest together, and used this as a foundation to develop the family's murder industry. With his own strength, he raised the entire family's milk powder money. Yes, milk powder money. The enemy was a ferocious family of assassins. Their educational philosophy and worldview were very different from that of ordinary people. But even so, they were unusually united, and they cherished their family very much. For example, Illumi's parents, they had been married for almost 30 years, but they were still as loving as before and never left each other. Because the husband and wife lived a harmonious and happy life, so that the fruits of love were born one after another. So far, Illumi had 4 younger brothers. As a competent eldest man, the pride of the village, the god of wealth of the family, and a qualified elder brother, in the current situation where there were old and young. Illumi deeply understood the truth of the economic base determines the superstructure. For this, he worked hard to earn money. Earn money, earn money. Milk powder needed money, diapers needed money, toys needed money, everything needed money. Although the income of an assassin was very high, he also had to pay his taxes seriously. Every cent of tax that he paid made his heart bleed. He never made friends because relationships required money. He didn't have a girlfriend because women were especially good at spending money. He didn't fall in love early or have a crush because this kind of thing delayed him from earning money. Illumi carried the burden of raising the young, holding the firm belief of being responsible for money. He grew up until he was 24 years old. In order to be able to work for a long time, he had always known how to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages, and not make enemies with the strong. It was not that he was a coward, but making enemies with the strong was not suitable for the survival of the enemy. Although defeating the strong gave him a sense of achievement and a large commission, once he was injured, he had to be treated and recuperated. And treatment meant spending money. Recuperation meant wasting time. Whenever the Illumi imagined herself lying on the bed, unable to move, it was as if she could see countless rings growing wings and flying away from her purse. It was an unbearable pain. Therefore, as long as her life wasn't in danger and there wasn't enough profit involved, Illumi wouldn't make a move. That was because he had to throw a nail. A nail was also money, and a nail could not solve the problem. With his clever mind, it would be another dreadful expense to drive in a few nails. Not only was he working for free, but he was also causing trouble for himself. He was making a huge loss. No way, no way. This was the reason why the Illumi would never look for trouble with Hijioza, even if she wanted to. After all, although they didn't spend much time together, Illumi knew that Hijioza was a troublemaker just by thinking about his outstanding appearance. He couldn't understand why Sisso wanted to duel with Hijioza. In his opinion, Sisso was an idiot who did business at a loss every day. If Sisso didn't have a huge sum of money to pay, he wouldn't have bothered to remind him not to seek death. However, if Sisso didn't die, he would definitely be injured. When the time came, he could provide some small help and earn a large amount of rings. So, the Illumi opened her big cat eyes and stepped on the island, staring in the direction that Hijioza left on his sword. It was better to quietly follow and watch. Hijioza overlooked the panoramic view of the island, enjoying the birds and the fragrance of the flowers. Carrying a straw basket, she picked mushrooms, caught fish, and dug for wild vegetables. Then, she found a place with a wide view and started cooking. Cluelo was speechless. He really suspected that this woman was here for a picnic and not to take the exam. Look at the place she found. It was wide and flat, with no cover at all. As long as there was smoke, others would be able to discover her whereabouts, completely exposing herself to danger. If there was a sniper at this moment, there was an 80% chance that he could successfully blow her head off. But not only did she not have any sense of danger, she was even washing the vegetables, killing the fish, and making a thick soup. Cluelo's simple and honest face was twisted. On one hand, he had sinister intentions, hoping that Hijioza would die soon. On the other hand, He rationally restrained himself, knowing that if Gyoza died, with his current situation, there was no way he could walk out of this island alive. 42 examinees were surviving in the wilderness without water and food. If his owner was killed, as a dog, he was afraid that he would become someone else's food reserve. Cluelo thought carefully, and finally, when someone approached, he lowered his voice and barked. Gyoza didn't respond and cut out the fish's internal organs. Wisps of blood flowed down the stream. An archer hidden in the dense grass slowly drew his bow and aimed at Gyoza's right shoulder. He had no intention of killing, but his opponent was a swordsman, so he had to strike first. Cluelo narrowed his eyes, held his breath, and suddenly loosened his grip on the arrow. In an instant, the arrow rushed toward the target like a meteor, cutting through the shackles of the air and shooting toward Gyoza's shoulder in the blink of an eye. No sooner said than done. Gyoza seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He shook his long sword, turned around, and slashed with a backhand. In an instant, the powerful sword energy shattered the long arrow and broke open a deep gully in the ground. In the blink of an eye, it attacked the grass that was as tall as a person, ruthlessly shaving off a large piece of the thick cover. Cluelo squatted in place, his pupils dilated, and his whole body trembled. Beside him, large patches of wild grass were cut down. The sword energy hovered and didn't disperse, wantonly harvesting the weeds and shrubs. The wild animals screamed and fled, but he was so weak that he couldn't summon the slightest bit of strength. No, run. Damn it, run away quickly. His legs and feet did not move at all. Bursting out in cold sweat, he was so anxious that he was about to cry. Gyoza slowly walked over. His heavy aura poured out in torrents, suppressing Kuur to the point that he couldn't turn around. It had to be said that Uchiha Madara's special training was very effective. At the very least, Gyoza followed suit. He already had the arrogance of the Uchiha clan equals. He moved closer to the exploding coffer and revealed an eel smile. Good boy, you're a good kid. That arrow just now didn't have any killing intent. After saying that, he suddenly became as cold as ice, as if he had learned from Saishomaru. But you shouldn't have attacked me while I was eating. As a result, the poor burst was fed a yuan-severing pill by Gyoza, and then was dragged away and buried in the soil beside the pot, leaving only his head exposed. Bursting Coffer raised his head with difficulty and saw Gyoza holding a bowl and eating very happily. His face was full of happiness. He turned his head with a sad face and saw Gyoza's dog eating more happily than him. Bursting Coffer, even a dog is living a better life than me these days. QAQ, but soon, Bursting Coffer welcomed a live-in partner. The other party was a tall and strong man. Because he coveted Gyoza's beauty and had bad intentions, he was beaten up and buried in the soil by Gyoza. But the difference was that Gyoza took away the number plate of the strong man, while Bursting Coffer's number plate was safe and sound. The stream murmured. Gyoza had been guarding here and did not change his direction. He was bored to death and stroking the dog. Bursting Coffer, who was buried in the soil, couldn't help but speak. He and I were both defeated by you, right? Bursting Coffer stared at Gyoza, not missing the slightest expression on his face. Why didn't you take my number plate? Gyoza nodded. His attitude towards Bursting Coffer was still kind. I am very tolerant of people who have a bottom line, but I have no patience for trash. As he spoke, Gyoza coldly glanced at the big man with a pig's head. Once we're on this island, we're all competitors. It's inevitable that there will be casualties. Gyoza stroked the dog's head and said slowly, but you, when I was unguarded, you could have aimed at the back of my head, but instead, you leaned towards my shoulder. Before you shot the arrow, you didn't have the slightest murderous intent. You only wanted to hurt me, but you didn't want to take my life. Just this alone is enough for me to be gentler to you. But Gyoza turned to Bursting Coffer and smiled. Being merciful is a good thing, but if you really hurt my right hand, for a swordsman, it would be a more painful experience than death. We are not mortal enemies. Always leave a way out. That was why he wanted to bury this kid in the soil and teach him a good lesson. As for the number plate, it didn't matter. He was here, and sooner or later, a fat sheep would come to him to be slaughtered. Bursting Coffer was silent for a while, then pursed his lips and said, "Why did you stay here and not leave?" For the preliminary selection, Igioza lifted his foot and stepped on the big man's head. He had a look of disgust on his face. "Look, for example, this kind of scumbag who is lustful. Instead of letting him get the hunter license and do whatever he wants, why don't I get rid of this evil for the people earlier?" Those who could reach the fourth round were all experts, and if they were not careful, they would become real hunters. And the power and convenience of hunters was too great in this world. Igioza didn't know how the hunters of the previous years were selected, and what kind of people were selected. But since he was participating in this year's competition, he had to do something within his power. If he wanted to change, he had to start from some small aspects. Igioza and Bursting Coffer chatted casually. Kaluoluo, who was listening to Igioza, snorted disdainfully at Igioza's words. In his eyes, all bottom lines and truth, kindness and beauty were hypocrisy. Only the ugly and the fake were the truth of the world. He had always been a bandit leader who had no bottom line. Burning, killing, and robbing was just for fun. Seeing his owner speak so righteously and construct an infinitely beautiful blueprint, Kaluoluo disdained him. In his heart, he felt even more disdain. In Kaluoluo's eyes, Igioza at this moment was like a wineskin on the dining table. Although he praised him greatly, he wouldn't do anything in the end. Even, she would slowly degenerate, lose, and wallow in this world, gradually becoming a dirty, despicable, and shameless adult. He looked forward to the day when she fell into the mud. When the third fat sheep was buried in the dirt, Igioza dug out Bursting Coffer and let him go. Before he left, he told Bursting Coffer, "If the 6 days of survival are almost up and you haven't collected enough number tags, you can come back here to find me." Igioza waved the 2 tags in his hand and showed the numbers. "Do you have a target?" Bursting Coffer pursed his lips. "I'll pass on my own. I'm a man, after all." After saying that, Bursting Coffer patted the dirt off his body, tied his shoelaces, and disappeared into the forest with his bow and arrows. 2 hours later, with a dirty face, he threw 2 big birds and a few rabbits in front of Igioza. "You won't take my number tags. This is a gift in return." Bursting Coffer turned around and warned fiercely, "Don't die. I'll beat you sooner or later." After saying those harsh words, he slipped away like a rabbit and disappeared in a few seconds. After confirming that Bursting Coffer was far away, Igioza stood up from the ground and pulled out his long sword. He faced the trees not far away and shouted, "Come out!" A strong wind suddenly blew, rolling up countless fallen leaves. Fish and shrimp hurriedly dived, as if they had sensed danger. At this moment, it was close to dusk and the sky was hanging low. In the gradually dimming light, a tall figure slowly walked over. Siso held a joker tag and stood in front of Igioza with an excited expression. "Oh, you're more delicious than I expected, little sweetheart, little sweetheart." As soon as this word came out, Igioza's HP bar was instantly emptied by half. In his 2 lifetimes, he had never been called little sweetheart by a man, especially a pervert. What a terrible blow this was. Seeing Igioza's extremely sinister expression, Kaluoluo silently opened his mouth. Very good. There was finally someone like him who could experience the pain of being attacked by Siso's words when he was fighting against him. This was really worth celebrating. Unfortunately, Kaluoluo had overestimated Igioza's integrity. When he chose to be shameless, he was indeed invincible in the world. Igioza took a deep breath, imitated 2Z's orchid fingers, and said shyly, "Aya, look at what you're saying. You're also a freak that's out of my expectations, you bastard. Come on, let's hurt each other." Siso was speechless. Kaluoluo in the straw basket was speechless. Illumi on the tree branch was speechless. "Don't look at me like that." Igioza pinched his throat. "I can be shy too. Aya, I'm so scared." Kaluoluo crawled into the straw basket, picked up withered grass, and stuffed his dog ears in an attempt to deceive himself. Illumi pulled out 2 nails and stabbed them into his ears. Instantly, the world was at peace. Sisso was speechless. He understood that this was no longer a battle of life and death, but a battle of dignity for the pervert's reputation. He had to reclaim his status as the world's #1 pervert, even if it was already in danger. "Little sweetheart, you're really interesting," Sisso chuckled, swaying his hips as he approached. I can't wait. Let's have a good night. You've successfully attracted my attention." Gyuza rolled up his sleeves, held his head high, and puffed out his chest. "It's getting cold. It's time to harvest your chives." Sisso was speechless. He didn't really understand Gyuza's dirty joke equals, but that didn't stop him from feeling Gyuza's fighting spirit. It didn't matter what the other party said. As long as he could fight to his heart's content, it didn't matter at all. "Oh, little sweetheart, I'm so excited." Countless playing cards spun in Sisso's hand. Sticking to the telepathy he released, pulling into pink threads. He stared at Gyuza with his golden eyes, burning with kinetic light waves. Gyuza opened his dead fish eyes and responded with death rays. Ding! When the first playing card came into contact with the longsword, the pink mist stuck to the sword. Gyuza was indifferent. He didn't mind playing with this pervert for a while longer. Attacking, exchanging blows, and falling full of life taiji, Gyuza advanced step by step. As the ding-ding-ding sounds increased, countless telepathy threads stuck to the longsword. Under the huge pulling force, Gyuza seemed to be unable to control the longsword. Sisso sneered. "If you don't use your full strength, you'll die." The pink telepathy threads ran through him, the longsword, and her. They were almost stuck together, and no one could separate them. Gyuza tugged at the longsword and found that this pink thing was very sturdy, and it could be extended and retracted freely. However, it didn't matter. It was good enough that it could be tied. Sisso grabbed the telepathy threads at the other end. Perhaps he didn't have enough fun, and there was dissatisfaction on his face. When he decided to force Gyuza to use his strength, he saw her suddenly bend down and hold the hilt of the sword with both hands. Up! Her arms seemed to be injected with 10,000 tons of strength. Using the long sword as a fishing rod and the telepathy threads as a rope, she fiercely pried up the whole Sisso and threw him into the air like a kite. Caesar was shocked. He took advantage of the situation to lengthen, freely expanding and retracting love, and threw himself to a higher place. He planned to give Gyuza a heavy blow when he fell, but he didn't expect that the other party would show a strange smile. Gyuza pointed his sword at him and launched a long-range attack, Samsara of 4 symbols. Boom! A ray of sword energy shot out and brushed past Sisso's cheek, leaving a deep wound. Red blood splattered everywhere. Sisso's pupils shrank. No, it's too dangerous at such a distance. Sisso took a deep breath and accelerated toward Gyuza, but she didn't move at all. She still pointed the tip of her sword at him. 9 turns to 1. Smack! Sisso felt like he was a spring being pulled by flexible love. One hit was blasted away, and the other was pulled back. Like a bouncing ball, his face was soon swollen like a pig's head. No. Retract the telepathy threads. Pull away. Countless pink telepathy threads were driven and peeled off from Gyuza's longsword. Unexpectedly, Gyuza reached out his hand without a word, grabbed the telepathy threads, and tightened them in an instant. This time, it wasn't just Sisso. Even Illumi and Kololo couldn't help but widen their eyes. Capturing telepathy with his bare hands. And it was someone else's telepathy. Telepathy was equivalent to human mental power. It was also a type of soul power. By tempering, cultivating, and leveling up, one could break through oneself and become a powerful existence. Telepathy wasn't a physical entity. It was an invisible and intangible existence. But this person was capturing telepathy with his bare hands? What kind of trick was this? Gyuza grabbed the telepathy threads and gripped them tightly. With his other hand, he took out a huge frying pan. He brazenly pulled Sisso over, locked onto him, and shouted, "Shield dance!" The frying pan instantly flew 90,000 miles, drawing a strong red and black wind as it spread out a terrifying pressure. Like a flying saucer, it shaved off Sisso's hair, clothes, and pants. Amidst the flying shreds of clothes and hair, Igyoza slapped the stunned Sisso in the face and punched and kicked him. Coincidentally, his foot landed on the wrong spot. It landed directly on Sisso's condor. For a moment, they thought they heard the sound of eggs breaking. Igyoza, Sisso. Even a powerful pervert like Sisso trembled as he held his torn underwear and curled into a ball in pain. At the same time, whether it was Illumi on the tree branch or Kololo in the straw basket, they all deeply felt the horror of women. Are you okay? Igyoza instantly froze. He really had been careless. As a man, he knew very well how fragile this part was. Although he hated perverts, he wouldn't make things difficult for someone else's condor. So, he picked up his long sword and carefully squatted beside Sisso. Why don't I take a look at you? If I can, I'll fix it for you. Sisso opened his eyes with difficulty and saw Igyoza holding his long sword and staring at his crotch, as if saying, "Look at how you can stretch and shrink. I'll cut you again." Chapter 239. As it turned out, when you plant a Sisso in the spring and the autumn, the whole Sisso will be dug up by Illumi while Igyoza was busy washing up. The young master who beat up the enemy guest quietly appeared. He stood next to Sisso with the face of the nail man and pulled out a creepy, welcome smile. 100 million, Illumi said slowly. Shao-E, you've changed. Sisso only had his head sticking out of the mud. His voice was low and resentful, like an abandoned wife. His voice was low and resentful, like an abandoned wife. You used to give me a discount of 99%. The corners of Illumi's lips curled up, and his smile became more and more terrifying. 200 million. Sisso was speechless. In order to prevent Illumi from raising the price further, Sisso endured the pain of ceding his territory as compensation and bowed to the Munekiniko forces. He had no choice. He was now half paralyzed and naked. Although he did not mind running around naked at all, when the nest was overturned, there were no eggs left. He had to cover up the truth of the dead carving eggs. The deal was made. Illumi turned his hands into claws in minutes. He quickly inserted them into the mud. He suddenly turned into a groundhog and quickly dug the ground. He was like a perpetual Lanxiang excavator, diligent and tenacious. Not long after, he dragged Sisso out like a radish. He saw this guy naked and straightened his indescribable bruises. He let out a long sigh and said, Shao-E, oh, it hurts too much. Be gentle. Illumi's X-rated dog Kirolo was speechless. This terrible line equals I need to bandage. Sisso activated his masochistic mode. His eyes gradually became excited. His eyes lit up with excitement. He suddenly felt that angering Illumi would make things more interesting. Can you give me your underwear? 100 million. Illumi expressionlessly dragged Sisso into the pit again, buried him in the soil, and turned to leave. Before he could take 3 steps, the pink thread wrapped around his ankle. Turning his head, he saw Sisso stretch out a hand with difficulty. 200 million. Inside the straw basket, Kuayuo grinned mockingly. Even if the Gongdi family loved money, they wouldn't go so far as to have no bottom line to this extent. After all, they weren't an exploration team that could do everything. For example, Kurt Adversary, who joined the Phantom Troop in the middle and late stages, even if he became a member of the Vicious Spider, some of his principles would not change. Using money to buy the other party's personal belongings. If it were Kurt Addison, he would have been so angry that he would have attacked him directly. If it were Illumi, she would have been furious as well. 300 million. Sisso stretched out 3 fingers. No more. Little E, if you don't want to do this business, then forget it. Illumi turned around and stared at Sisso with her dark eyes. She released her psychic pressure in a frenzy and overflowed with murderous intent. He slowly crouched down in front of Sisso, extended his sharp fingertips, and pressed them against his throat. He pushed forward, and a trace of red blood flowed down. He seemed to be serious, and he also had the intention to kill. Kuayuo clung to the edge of the straw basket, holding the money for eating melons and worrying about his life of selling porn. Illumi said in a deep voice, 300 million. My underwear? Well, little E, when have I ever lied to you? Very well, deal. Illumi dug out Siso and said, I still have 1-year-old diapers, 2-year-old children's pants, 3-year-old shorts, and 4-year-old beach pants in my room. 100 million for each piece, and 10% off for takeaway. Happy cooperation. Kuayuo. It turned out that he had never really understood the young master of the Addison family. He overestimated the other party's moral integrity and missed the bottom line of money. He didn't expect that as long as he gave enough money, Illumi would even sell his underwear. Looking at Illumi dragging Siso away, Kuayuo finally understood why these two could get along so well in his previous life. This was the friendship of wearing the same underwear. The Phantom Troop couldn't be more shameless. Siso's escape was within Yi Jioza's expectation. If a pervert would obediently surrender, then he wouldn't be called a pervert. He could have kept Siso here, fed him severing pill, and forced him to fail the hunter exam. But coincidentally, he had kicked Brother Condor earlier. All in all, Yi Jioza had a deep sense of guilt for kicking Brother Condor. But it had already happened, and he couldn't do anything about it. So he simply turned a blind eye and let him be. Instead of torturing him under his eyes, it was better to let him go. But Siso was extremely dangerous. In order to let him cheat less people, Yi Jioza let go of his number tag. With the number tag, Siso could cheat 1 to 3 people. Without the number tag, he had to cheat at least 4 people. Yi Jioza didn't heal him. In order to save time, Siso would probably only target people when his limbs were weak. But how could a pervert's mind be figured out by ordinary people? Yi Jioza fell into a dilemma. Finally, he decided that if the pervert came back to find trouble in the remaining days, he would make sure that he wouldn't be able to return. But now, he would eat and drink and sleep when he wanted to. So, Yi Jioza and the dog Kuayuo stayed on the shore for 3 whole days. And in the soft soil on the shore, the 7th unlucky person was planted. Yi Jioza shook the 7 number tags in his hand, thought carefully, and smiled inexplicably. Then, he picked up a broken piece of wood and chopped out a tag. On it, the word exchange was engraved in a crooked way. Sorry, he didn't know how to write number tag == on the 4th day. A team of examinees appeared. They seemed to suspect that there was a trick and specially sent a team member to test it out. Unexpectedly, Yi Jioza openly displayed the number tag on the ground and said, 1 number tag for 500,000. Honest to all. Of course, if you have the number 222 tag, you can exchange it with me and take any 3 number tags from me. If you're cheating then, Yi Jioza pointed at the row of unlucky people planted on the shore and smiled. What happened to them today will be your tomorrow. Perhaps they were afraid of Yi Jioza's strength. The team of examinees didn't move forward. But they were unwilling to leave so many number tags behind, so they simply released the news, saying that the woman on the shore had a lot of number tags in her hands. They needed a stepping stone to test the bottom line of Yi Jioza's strength. Unexpectedly, many examinees took the bait, but none of them were able to withstand a single attack from Yi Jioza. They were all buried in the ground and turned into radishes. And the lucky ones that Yi Jioza could let go were few and far between. Late at night on the 5th day, the end of the exam was approaching. Finally, someone couldn't hold it in anymore and walked to the shore to exchange with Yi Jioza. Coincidentally, the number tag in the other person's hand was the number 222. Yi Jioza was overjoyed and fulfilled his promise to exchange. When the other person held the 3 number tags in his hand, he realized that it wasn't a trick, a kind reminder. Hurry up and hide, Yi Jioza warned. You'll soon become someone else's prey. The examinee clenched his teeth. Can I stay here? Sure. Yi Jioza was very kind. I can protect you if you want. How about 300,000? It's a good deal. Then please guide me. The examinee obediently sat next to Yi Jioza, waiting for the exam to end. At 3:00 in the morning on the 6th day, the exam was coming to an end. The examinees who hadn't collected all the number tags were finally restless. They came one after another to exchange for number tags. In less than 20 minutes, Yijioza's hands were empty. He counted with his fingers. I kept 3 tags. The guy who shot the arrow probably doesn't need them, right? I sold 4 for 2 million, plus 300,000 for protection. 3 million. Including the money from selling the water, roasting the pig, and helping the nail man. All in all, his turnover from the exam had reached a terrifying figure. Yijioza was overjoyed. He brought the kids beside him and walked towards the ship that was about to reach the shore. There were 14 people who passed the 4th round of the exam. Sisso, Illumi, Exploding Ku, and Xiaojia were among them. After 4 rounds, most of the qualified examinees had reached their limits mentally and physically. However, the exam was not over yet. The 5th round was the final screening. However, before the screening, they still had to face an interview from Nitro, the president of the Hunters Association. It was said that Nitro was shocked by the abilities of this batch of examinees. To be cautious, he had to meet some of the examinees personally, especially Yijioza, who had appeared out of nowhere. They realized that all the examinees' backgrounds were more or less traceable, except for Yijioza. Her identity information was blank. In other words, she did not register for the exam through the proper channels, and instead joined the exam out of the blue. It was a great coincidence, but it was also a result of her abilities. According to the rules, examinees who broke the rules would be eliminated. However, Yijioza's temperament and abilities had caught the attention of the older generation of the Hunters Association. She has telekinesis, and she's very good at it. The examiner, Sasa, took a video and played it on the big screen. It was the scene of Yijioza using Great Qinggong to take off. But she doesn't seem to know that it's telekinesis. Speaking of which, the vitality and energy flowing around her is shocking. She's only 17, but she's already reached such a level. If she has enough time, she might become the 2nd President Nitro. The examiner, Min Chi, rubbed his chin and said, "She's a telekinesis user of the materialization type, right? I'm very concerned about the horse and the tools." "What about the materialization type?" The bean-faced man frowned even though he did not have eyebrows. "Look at the aerial camera on the island. The energy she unleashed when she raised her sword against Sisso is not to be underestimated. Is it a trait type?" The examiner, Bohara, couldn't help but think. She can pull out anything. She must be a spatial ability user like Mr. Norb, right? But her ability seems to be much more convenient than Mr. Norb's. "I think she's a strengthening type," Sasa interrupted. "No one can take a single hit from her. She's very strong." After a long discussion, the ball was finally kicked to President Nitro. "President, what do you think her ability is?" Nitro was a white-haired old man, but he was hale and hearty, brimming with vigor and vitality that ordinary people couldn't match. He had broken through to become the strongest human in his early years, and he still stood at the peak even after 100 years. More than that, because of his excellence and amiability, Nitro was an indispensable existence to the entire world. As the president of the Hunters Association, he was the anchor, the beacon, and the beacon that guided the way. Moreover, he had lived for too long and had rich experience. He had a shrewd and profound side to him when it came to people and things. While many hunters were wary of Yijioza's strength, Nitro was the only one who laughed. "Did she kill anyone?" Nitro asked. "No." At the mention of that, the examiners looked at each other in dismay. None of the prisoners in the Tower of Scum Traps died, and none of the candidates who were planted on the island died. She even told us the search and rescue location before she left the island. Wrinkles appeared on Nitro's face as he smiled. "What kind of people does she have a problem with?" "Sisso?" Suddy paused for a moment. "No, she's the one buried in the mud. She doesn't have a good temperament, but she let Exploding Cure go." Nitro continued to ask, "Has she bullied the weak?" "No." "Has she been untrustworthy, ungrateful, or betrayed her companions?" "No." The corner of Min Chi's mouth twitched. "She hasn't even abandoned the dog behind her." The room fell into silence when she said that. A person who wouldn't abandon a dog. Her character seems to be impeccable. Apart from being a little greedy, there's nothing wrong with her. Nitro put down his tea and smiled. I'm very happy to meet a junior like her in this year's exam. She has the strength and breadth of mind of an expert. If we disqualify her just because of her background, we, the Hunter Association, can't be the leader of the Hunter Association, Lin Huang said. Nitro said in the end, I'm already over 100 years old. I'll grow old in the future. I know you'll inherit my consciousness, but without enough strength, the Hunters Association will only be a pile of loose sand. The examiners didn't make a sound as they stared at Nitro in silence. Don't you think it's fate that she came to us? Nitro looked at Yijioza's majestic sword aura pouring out in the video, her friendly pranks on exploding core, and her ruthless suppression of Sisso's dominance and brazenness. For example, this Sisso. It's a pity that he doesn't become a hunter, but it'll be troublesome if he does. I can't suppress them forever. I'm already old, Nitro said straightforwardly. Her temperament and strength are very suitable for this. If nothing goes wrong, we'll keep her. Nitro admired Yijioza very much, but Yijioza was the last examinee he interviewed. Unlike the other examinees who were interviewed in the office, when it was Yijioza's turn, he was brought to a huge arena. It seemed to be a sealed space made of hard alloy, and a huge word hung at the center. The word heart was written in strong handwriting. Miraculously, the word heart was written in Chinese. Nitro was standing right below the word heart. When Yijioza stepped in, the old man suddenly opened his eyes and revealed his sharpness. With him at the center, a heavy will pressure spread out, and it was like layer after layer of might was washing over everyone, shocking to the extreme. However, after experiencing Uchiha Madara's violent energy and Saishomaru's ferocious demonic energy, Yijioza said that he was used to it. He walked into Nitro's aura calmly, holding a longsword in his right hand and 2 boxes of brain platinum in his left. He said with a smile, Greetings, President Nitro. Nice to meet you. I'm here to give you brain platinum. Brain platinum? What's that? Nitro laughed out loud. His aura didn't decrease at all, and even increased a little. He said, Leave the things there. I've called you here today to test your strength. Test my strength. Yijioza weighed the straw basket on his back. I'm sorry, but I have a friend behind me. It'll be troublesome if he gets hurt. Nitro's eyes were filled with relief. The next second, a hunter suddenly appeared and took the straw basket and the brain platinum from Yijioza's hand. Yijioza's face twitched. He knew that he couldn't avoid this today. However, Uchiha Madara had trained him for a long time, and it wasn't bad to have someone to practice with. Therefore, Yijioza didn't waste any words. He immediately got into a stance, and his aura changed abruptly. If Nitro was as heavy as a mountain, then Yijioza was as soft as a lake. Tai Chi was about combining hardness with softness, and since Nitro symbolized hardness, Yijioza wouldn't go head-to-head with him. Conquering hardness with softness was the true meaning of Tai Chi. They fought for a while. Sword moves, fists, and kicks were added together. Their figures were filled with energy. Yijioza's sword aura left marks on the alloy wall, while Nitro's fists punched out rows of holes. The two exchanged blows back and forth in a grand manner, but both of them were holding back. They were exchanging blows in terms of speed and technique, and their lives weren't at stake. Yijioza's body technique, which had been trained by Uchiha Madara for months, was unleashed to the extreme. In the end, Yijioza threw away his sword and charged forward with a howl. However, his fists were still immature, and he was defeated by his lack of battle experience after a while. Why did you throw away your sword? Nitro asked. I wanted to try my fists. Yijioza lay on the ground and smiled. Old man, it's pretty painful when you beat people up. But compared to Grandpa Spot, your fists are already very gentle. Grandpa Spot? Yes, he's my partner, and also half my master. Yijioza propped himself up. I'll introduce you to him if there's a chance, but I don't think the old man is his match. Nitro asked, What kind of person is your Grandpa Spot? Yijioza paused for a moment before saying, A dog man? Nitro laughed wildly and told Yijioza directly, You pass? From today onwards, you're a hunter. The fifth exam was an elimination round. Apart from Yugioza, all the candidates had to fight one-on-one, and the venue was the same arena as yesterday. The rules of the exam were very strange. As long as a candidate's strength or spirit was recognized by the examiners, they could pass. But the content was too broad, and it was easy to cause trouble. The arena was still in ruins. Sword auras pierced through the walls, and holes the size of fists could be seen everywhere. The terrifying psychic pressure had yet to dissipate, and the candidates felt dizzy when they entered. Why doesn't she need to take the exam? A candidate pointed at Yugioza and asked with a pale face. The examiner replied without turning his head, "The marks you saw in the arena were left by her when she fought the president." Can you? For a moment, the way the candidates looked at Yugioza changed. Sisso trembled again, and he looked even crazier than before. Yugioza carried his dog and walked through the arena. The final exam finally began. The first match, J. Fullis versus Hanzo. This was an extremely fierce one-sided battle. Xiao Jie was completely suppressed by Hanzo, and he was covered in blood from the friction. Chapter 240. Ever since Gilgamesh turned from the Hero King to the Golden Retriever, he went from Lucky A to Lucky E. Because of the Golden Rule, his fur was always shaved bald. Because he called himself the king, his character was always insulted. Because he was arrogant and liked to act cool, his dog face was always beaten. Because he pursued self-pleasure, his fat was always accumulating. 800 years ago, Gilgamesh woke up with the power of the world, lying drunk on a beauty's lap, living a very comfortable life. After turning into a dog in the blink of an eye, the king of Uruk woke up and ran parallel bars and a treadmill to burn his calories equals. It wasn't easy for him to keep his fur, but it caused him to become fat. It wasn't easy for him to lose his fat, but he realized that Aizen was one step ahead of him. It wasn't easy for him to gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. He was just a step away from transforming. His owner had actually disappeared. How unfortunate. He waited bitterly for a long time, so long that his companions were all taken away by the space-time rift. In the end, Gilgamesh accidentally stepped into the hunter's trap. With a whoosh, he disappeared without a trace. He was like a lump of meat being squeezed in the long and narrow tunnel. He almost vomited out the dog food he ate in the morning. Just as he could not bear it any longer, fresh air suddenly entered his nostrils. It brought with it an indescribable vitality and energy. It made him feel much more relaxed. He adjusted his posture and landed on the ground for midair. Gilgamesh sniffed the scent in the wind and suddenly smelled the long-lost scent of his owner. At that moment, the Hero King was extremely excited. He wished he could immediately jump into Yugioza's arms. Just a little more. Just a little more. He could immediately transform back into a human and restore his former pride and glory. The Golden Retriever barked, turned around, and rushed towards the tall building behind him like a whirlwind. It was so fast that it caught the gatekeeper off guard. Owner, owner, this king is coming. Woof. Xiao Jie was seriously injured, but he refused to say, "I admit defeat." No matter how much he sweated or bled, his eyes were still clear and determined, firmly locked onto his opponent, Hanzo. Xiao Jie, just admit defeat. Some people couldn't stand it anymore. You'll die if you continue like this. There will still be opportunities in the future. Don't be stubborn. Hurry up and surrender. Some examinees couldn't control their temper and seemed to hate children. You're not strong enough, yet you refuse to admit defeat. What's the difference between this and being willful and shameless? Hanzo is much stronger than you. Are you trying to act shamelessly? Shut up. Scrubbing? Punishment? Cross? Twist? Pupa? Shoulder? Turbulent faction love force? Tyrant Minamata black pot. The gloomy tone of the statement told a cruel truth. The examinee seemed to be scared stiff, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Yugioza sighed and raised his hand to rub the strange. Huh? Emo Ju A3? Wa Yuanhua? Che Ma Huang Oval School? Block Emperor and Xiaoya, je suis iframe, stuttering and stuttering, boasting about one's looks and having a cleavage, Kojo Kajochi, radon suction, sodium sulfate, plutonium fusion, Xiaojia couldn't move from the beating. Hanzo was on the brink of rage and helplessness, but the opponent didn't say, "I admit defeat," so this battle had to continue. Xiaojia is only 12 years old, but he's already very strong. Yi Jiuza's voice sounded. How many people here would not admit defeat under such a violent beating? Let's not talk about other things. If we were in the same S-level intelligence work and were both in the enemy's torture room, Xiaojia would perform better than anyone else. Yi Jiuza continued, being able to withstand a beating is also a skill. They could only listen as the beauty introduced himself in a flat voice. He was Chi Kue, plum point zinc steel that shaped toad reel. Forgive me for stopping. He had sacrificed a lot of his precious time to participate in the hunter exam, so that he could get a hunter certificate with a fixed salary and benefits. He also wanted to catch his brother who had escaped from home. Then, he uncovered the dark history of his own younger brother. In order to run away from home, the unbridled brat stabbed his own mother and his own second brother. While everyone looked at her as an unfilial son, Illumi conveyed her family's kind condolences. Chi? What a bunch of flattery and despicable temples. Fong Fong? Finger break? Ji Shi Si Hua Ji Xia Si Hua? Swoosh. Swoosh. Everyone. There were too many things to complain about. They didn't know what to say. Illumi stared at Chi Kue with her clear eyes. Fawn? Blasphemy? Jimmy difficult school? Frozen flounder wasteland luo jia jie jiefeng? Hard and salty shu barium nai? But Xiao Qi, you're very disobedient. Illumi stretched out her hand and slowly reached out to Chi Kue. Heart knocking on Huangbo? When Xian meeting with Qianhuang? Whip asterisk chanting brainbow? Pa. Hasty Brook May? Dumb Swanshu? A twisted and dark thought pressed down on Chi Kue. Tao Wu finally disturbed Miao Kue's obedient visit. Huangbo Kong practicing pure ditch man? Lin Pao Tritium earned die ball? Lin Pao Tritium earned die ball? At this moment, Illumi was like a demon that controlled everything. She slowly revealed her ferocious claws and teeth. Xiao Qi, you're an assassin. How can you have friends? Hey you. Leo could not stand it anymore. He just wanted to yell at Illumi. Who would treat their brother like this? At the critical moment, Kalapika stopped him. Don't be impulsive. That guy is a very scary person. Friends are unnecessary, aren't they? Illumi seemed to be implying something. You're an assassin who lives underground and can't see the light. Why would you want to walk under the sun with others? Yi Jiuza pursed his lips, rolled up his sleeves, and switched his internal force to Great Void Sword intent. You're a killer. You'll never be able to live a normal life. Do you think you can escape? Chi. Bang. Chi. Ankle ox? Perfect? Miana? Baths with baths, you're not like them, Mickey. Bang. Forgiving money to visit the frost desecration? Flatter nigh? The Aussie overstepped the law and supported the eunuchs? Hold. The Empress Dowager is stunned? Collapse? Nephew of the Yin nunnery? Soul? Knock on the door quietly? Coup? Bang! Suddenly, the door of the training field was smashed open. Amidst the hustle and bustle, a golden-haired dog stood majestically at the door. Illumi, who was interrupted, turned her head away in a bad mood. Gilgamesh's scarlet eyes scanned the area quickly and locked onto Yi Jiuza. He barked excitedly and ran like a rocket launcher. To Yi Jiuza's surprise, he ran wildly to her side. Woof, woof, woof. Woof, woof, woof. Master, I missed you so much. Your spiritual power. Damn. Civilization. Yi Jiuza squatted down and hugged the dog. His eyes were filled with the joy of meeting an old friend. I thought the first one to find me would be Saishomaru. I've been looking forward to it for nothing. The golden-haired dog wagged its tail even more happily. He barked loudly with his head held high, but accidentally bumped into the dog's head that popped out of the straw basket. Gilgamesh, Kuluoluo. This woman had another dog by her side? Gilgamesh snorted through his nostrils, a look of extreme contempt on his face. With the help of Yi-Jioza's hand that was stroking his fur, the hero king happily dropped 5 to 6 pure gold barley. Yi-Jioza put away the gold barley as if it was a matter of course. Then, he stroked the dog's fur twice and plucked off 7 to 8 pieces of gold the size of a fingernail. At this moment, not only did the examinees gasp, but even the examiners couldn't help but widen their eyes. In all their lives, they had only heard of the hen that lays golden eggs and the money tree that grows from the ground in fairy tales. Everyone thought that those were made-up stories, but they didn't expect it to be the truth. After the demon horse whose hooves were burning with flames, there was a dog that produced gold by itself. How many more unexpected things could this woman take out? Don't mess around. Be civilized. Yi-Jioza patted his dog head. You're in the middle of an exam. Be quiet. Gilgamesh sat down obediently. The door was right in front of him. Today, no matter what, Yi-Jioza was his uncle. At that moment, Illumi walked past Chi Huang in the center of the examination hall. Hanbarium Yao? Ping-pong poison addict-licking centipede? Fawning over the promontory, difficult to pipe Langbo? Road Ren admonishing with Qiangqi Mellow? As if? Long time ago, I fell in love with you. The young master who beat up the enemy guest showed his most kind side. He stretched out his hand, and with a stiff smile, he said to Yi-Jioza, let's be friends. Kuluoluo. It was time for him to reconsider his decision to beat up the young master of the enemy guest family. Guanghan carrying the Cantonese on his back and plotting a starling's skeleton in a drought? Yi-Jioza's dead fish eyes were wide open. The corners of the examinees' mouths twitched. The slap to the face came too fast, like a tornado. Brother, do you still remember what you said before about friends are useless? Do you remember? Do you fucking remember? Little Chi did well. Assassins need friends too. Illumi tilted her head and spoke in an unusually frank and honest tone. We've been walking in the dark for a long time, so we need some sun as well. Everyone was speechless. Although we are assassins, we also need to live the lives of ordinary people. Illumi was quick to learn from her mistakes. We're the same as ordinary people. Besides, our reputation for beating up enemies is much higher than that of ordinary people. We beat up our enemies, but we will never betray our friends, clients. We will never let our friends, fat sheep, die. Friendship, nuns, is not superfluous. Old bones? I feel like I've never really known my own brother. Be friends with me. In the future, if you ask me to kill someone, I can give you a 20% discount. Yi-Jioza. I don't know where to start, but I spit it out deep. Bang. Catching the old and throwing the young? Punishment? Facey she. Vanish? Soar? Polypus? Panya? Choose? Do you want to stop? Terashiji Sanjun? Old bones? Illumi looked at the golden retriever meaningfully. It's getting cold. It's time to mate with Ermao and Sanmao. The hunter candidates of the 287th batch were the weirdest batch that all the examiners had ever led. Not to mention Illumi, who admitted defeat in order to make friends, Sisso, who twisted his waist and moaned wildly as soon as he entered the field, was already an eyesore. By the time the final exam ended, only 9 of the 14 candidates had passed. However, the number of 9 had far exceeded the target of previous years. It was the highest number of candidates that had passed the exam in all the years. President Nitro was overjoyed and decided to personally issue the qualification certificates to the candidates. Everything went smoothly, except for Chi. Would you like to consult me about my illness? Huan. Fu. As long as there was a big brother watching. Chi. Fan. Fu. Mi Shuzhou. Hot pine pond generous round-folded K flute? My biceps are swollen? Fu? Huh? Fu? Visit by Kujieliang? Fu? At the same time, Illumi was introducing the withered mountain to Yigyoza in a flat tone. My house is on the withered mountain. It's not high, only 3,000 meters. Everyone, not high, apologize to 3,000 meters, you bastard. There are birds and flowers on the mountain. There are fierce beasts, but they usually don't bite. They're very kind. Chi, old bones, sheathed leeches, Elsholt, Jinghuan ants, Iliac ants. The enemy hunter family loves animals. They have 2 cute puppies in the yard. I think they'd be happy to be your dog's partner. Kolua. If I remember correctly, your puppies are 5 meters tall, right? The enemy hunter family's food is very rich and nutritious. You can eat any delicacy. Chi, old bones, Yichong Yi Chung Yu Shu Young Jing, dirt, tube emperor excrement bloated dirt. The enemy hunter family is united and warm. It's a friendly family. Everyone, I beg you to shut up. Beat up the enemy hunter young master. You won't have a future if you pick up girls like this. Is Illumi going to pick up girls? Not really. At this moment, in this situation, in Illumi's eyes, heart, and mind, there was only that arrogant and cute golden retriever with glossy fur and a little baby fat. If he hadn't restrained himself from becoming enemies with Yigyoza, he would have snatched the golden retriever over and petted it 1,000,000 times. That was his heavenly dog. Furthermore, she was his dream dog. For this dog he could, Shaoui. Sisso's voice trembled as he whined. Shaoui has never invited me to the withered mountain. Why don't you bring me along? What do you think? Illumi. As it turned out, for the sake of this dog, Irumi was willing to kick Sisso in the face and shove his head into the mud. Shut up. Illumi's long hair moved even though there was no wind, concealing his expression. He was like a furious Sadako. Stay away from me. You're scaring my important guest. Sisso, Kuluoluo, TSK, a partner of a few years. How could he just kick him like that? Illumi was a person who did great things. He would turn against him when he needed to. In the end, in order to make Chi Daddy's umbrella protector, poison enchantment pan, abandoned drought tomb punishment, narrow and vulgar promontory zinc map easy to obtain reward, Jiao Chongbu 2, tomb, field. At the same time, in the faraway Dongguochuo natural region, a wave of energy that contained the power of the forest slowly spread like the tide. Amidst the majestic spiritual light, Yoshi Asakura's long hair danced in the wind as his aura overflowed. When the final transformation was completed, he smiled and began to communicate with the soul of this planet. Everything went smoothly at first, until he discovered a pitch-black area that could not be detected. Darkness continent. Chapter 241. Meteor Street, the garbage dump. There were many weirdos, and they were abnormally strong. Meteor Street was not a romantic place to look up at the meteors. Instead, it was a land of exile where garbage fell like meteors. It was an area deliberately isolated and ignored by those in power. It was also the darkest and dirtiest training ground in the world. Here, humans dumped all the garbage. Here, everything could be abandoned. Whether it was expired food, scrap metal, damaged products, whether it was the rancid water of the restaurant, the stinky filth, the fresh life, it would accept them all like the mouth of a monster, devouring all light and kindness. Meteor Street did not have the so-called moral shackles. It did not have the bottom line of human nature. There were no laws or rules. Anyone who lived there only understood one principle: to fight, to kill, to fight. They were the people of Meteor Street. They were also people who had long been abandoned. They only believed in the supremacy of strength. They were only willing to follow the strong. They could fight until their heads bled for a piece of moldy bread. They could also sacrifice their lives for the companions they recognized. The garbage dump buried the humanity of Meteor Street. The violence and blood gave birth to the beastly nature of the survivors. They were extremely evil, extremely strong, and extremely paranoid. They were willing to degenerate. They were cruel, ferocious, and fierce. They redeemed themselves. Meteor Street was the birthplace of the strong, and it was also the birthplace of the underworld. It was also a cake that had been divided up by the people in power, and it was a force that was targeted by all kinds of people. The bad weather, the thick poisonous fog, the dried blood, and the scattered corpses. The swill stank, and the food was scarce, the endless garbage mountain in the distance, the future and hope that could never be obtained. It was clearly only separated from the outside world by a wall, but they, who were struggling here, were always selectively forgotten by the beautiful world of the outside world. On a rare rainy day, there was acid rain. The children and teenagers who lived underground all year round all crawled out. As they held their weapons and guarded against each other, they opened their mouths to catch the rain. Their expressions were satisfied and excited. Even if after the rain, they would erupt into bloodshed in order to snatch the small puddles left on the ground. But now, no one would stir up trouble at the moment of God's gift. The rain had been raining for a long time, and there were even green lightning surging in the clouds. At the same location, at the same node, the crackling sound had been going on for 5 to 6 minutes. It was difficult not to notice. The strange phenomenon lasted for a long time. Just when everyone looked up at the sky, they saw a snow-white shadow falling down from the dark clouds, as fast as a spark. Based on a normal person's reflex, they should have stayed far away to prevent being accidentally injured, but according to Meteor Street's ideology, they had to move forward bravely to prevent the good stuff from being snatched away. The crowd did not retreat. Instead, they advanced. They estimated the landing point of the light shadow and quickly gathered together. However, the ball of light seemed to have its own consciousness. It directly avoided the crowd, made a sharp turn, and stopped at the top of the garbage mountain, landing steadily. When the light dissipated, a handsome man with silver-white hair and gorgeous demonic tattoos stood there, his golden eyes looking down coldly. Mountains and plains filled with rubbish. Pickles? Unbearable humans? The pungent stench caused him to feel a little dizzy. For a canine demon with a sensitive sense of smell, this was an unavoidable biohazard. Saishomaru was not an extreme germaphobe, but he loved it. Falling into a garbage dump as soon as he arrived in the new world had undoubtedly made his mood drop to the lowest point. At this time, there were still people who were not afraid of death provoking him. Newcomer, leave your sword, armor, and clothes behind. A man with a face full of scars laughed evilly. Of course, it's not bad if you leave them behind. Ha! The whole crowd laughed. Even if Saishomaru's entrance was very flashy and he was a powerhouse, Meteor Street was never afraid of battles, especially psychic ability users who had lived here for many years. They only knew that Saishomaru did not cover the entanglement at the first moment, did not know how to use Absolute the moment he landed, and did not even release a simple chi. He was probably a rookie who only knew how to use some small tricks to scare people. How could there be a reason to let go of such a fat sheep? A small group of 6 or 7 people gathered, and the psychic pressure around them rose sharply. They attacked at lightning speed, and in the blink of an eye, they rushed towards Saishomaru's face. In a flash, the long green whip suddenly lashed out, and the 6 or 7 people were all thrown dozens of meters away, heavily smashing into the garbage dump, and there was no movement for a long time. The long whip coiled in the air, flew, and retracted into Saishomaru's fingertips like a spirit snake, as if it had never appeared. Is he a telekinesis ability user? Someone muttered to himself. Doesn't look like it. Someone activated his own telekinesis. I saw it. The 3 swords on his waist are real, not fake. Enhancer? Someone seemed to remember something. I remember Spider. There's a guy named Nobunaga. He's an enhancer who uses swords. Stay away. This guy gives me the feeling that he's too dangerous. Whether it was the witch priestess or the telekinesis ability user, Saishomaru, who had embarked on the path of the Demon King, was indeed extremely dangerous. And he, too, did not have much patience. Saishomaru restrained the hand that wanted to pull out Broken Tooth and turned to Tengya. With his strength, he did not need to rely on indiscriminate killing to prove it. Keeping this group of humans alive was only because they were still useful. Tengya. Saishomaru listened to Tengya's low whisper. The tip of his ears moved slightly and gently swung his sword. In the next second, a terrifying pressure suddenly appeared, and a cold and gloomy aura bloomed. It was as if an entire galaxy was flowing in full rotation, and it easily swallowed a garbage mountain that was more than 30 meters high, without leaving a trace. It really disappeared, leaving only a pile of intact wreckage and a group of cold humans. Powerhouse. He was a powerhouse. He was a powerhouse that could not be provoked. Cold sweat dripped from their foreheads, under the sudden burst of thick demon power from Saishomaru. No one could move their stiff legs, let alone take a small step. Saishomaru elegantly put away his long sword and said coldly, "Human, if you don't want to die, answer my questions honestly." In the polar region covered in ice and snow, the strong cold wind blew against the glaciers, blowing a mournful tune. In the boundless pale world, a team of hunters advanced against the wind and snow. There were 7 of them, carrying backpacks and dragging their equipment. They tightened their hoods and scarves and exhaled a small mouthful of ice shards. Their leader was one of the 5 strongest psychics in the world, Kim Fullis. He had messy hair, a tattered felt hat, and a face full of stubble. If not for his sharp gaze and imposing manner, he would have looked like a handsome uncle exuding a decadent aura. On Kim's left were his temporary partners Imolawu and Norb, while on Kim's right was a youth with unfathomable strength who had risen overnight in recent years, Freedom Wave. The youth was tall and muscular, with exquisite features and a cold temperament. At first glance, he looked like a delicate boy, but when he attacked, he looked like a hellish Azura. Freedom Wave was a boy personally brought back by President Nitro 3 years ago. He had no background, parents, or relatives, and was discovered by Nitro by chance only because the boy could kill a magical beast that had drifted over from the Dark Continent without activating Psychic. It was a 3-headed python that was 50 meters long. It had no problem opening its mouth and swallowing a person whole. It was covered in scales that even guns couldn't penetrate, and each of its 3 heads had different psychic abilities. It had come with the ocean currents, and on the night it came ashore, it had destroyed a small country and eaten tens of thousands of people. President Nitro had gone there personally precisely because the team of hunters he had sent earlier had all gone missing and become food for the python. Most terrifyingly, the python had begun molting after eating the hunters who had activated Psychic, becoming stronger and stronger. If left unchecked, the tragedy would only get worse. But Nitro had never expected to see a white-haired youth facing off against a python in the ruins of a sea of blood. Shielding the 5 survivors behind him, the youth burst out his bones and charged at the python like lightning, blinding one of its eyes with a single strike. The fight that followed was completely out of Nitro's expectations. The youth unleashed great combat ability, pressing down on the python and beating it violently. Even when blood rained down from the sky and the python's soul dispersed, he still didn't stop whipping its corpse. When the python died, the youth cut open its belly and dug out the undigested bones in the strong acid. Then, Nitro saw a shocking scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. The white-haired youth unsheathed the long sword at his waist and plunged it into the sea of blood. A power different from Psychic spread out with him at the center, and wherever it passed, countless glowing butterflies flew up. Amidst the cries of the survivors, the youth's eyes were filled with compassion. Tens of thousands of light butterflies flew up, and up, circling above the youth's head fondly as if saying goodbye. Go where you should go." The youth put away his sword and gazed at the sea of butterflies almost tenderly. Nitro had brought back this youth named Freedom Wave. It was said that the old man had even gone against the majority's wishes to groom the boy as the next president of the Hunters Association, and the groom lasted for 3 whole years. 3 years later, Freedom Wave was already a handsome 15-year-old youth. His true strength had never been revealed to the outside world. If not for the discovery of a species suspected to have come from the Dark Continent in the polar regions, and the need for several experts to assist in the investigation. Right now, Riptide Freedom was probably still cultivating his telekinesis and body arts with Nitro. I heard that the magical beast, we dug up this time was in human form. Gold yawned lazily. It was sealed in the ice. If the glacier hadn't shattered, it wouldn't have shown up. Norb pushed up his glasses and said, "You even brought me along. Are you going to bring it back?" "Yes. Your psychic powers can create an independent space, so it's easier to transport." Fifth MO took a puff and turned his eyes. Freedom Wave is really cold. He didn't say anything the whole time. Kimamaro's green eyes flickered. "Instead of chatting, why don't you think about whether it's dead or alive?" Everyone suddenly fell silent. TSK, there's been quite a commotion in the Dark Continent in recent years. After a long while, Gold suddenly said, "The leeches went on a rampage 5 years ago, the tsunami 4 years ago, and the giant anaconda 3 years ago. It's been rather peaceful in the last 2 years, but I always feel that peace is scarier. It was like the calm before the storm, brewing an even more terrible disaster." Wasn't the Dark Continent isolated by humans since ancient times? It wasn't isolated by humans, but humans simply didn't have the ability to reach it. Gold let out a long sigh. "I've been there, with President Nitro and the patriarch of the Behemoth family, but even we were blocked outside the core." Low gasps came from the crowd. The combination of Nitro, Behemoth, and Fullus included the 3 strongest psychic powers in the world, but they were unexpectedly blocked outside the core even though they worked together. What kind of place was the Dark Continent? It's like another space, and another space is superimposed within another space. Gold rubbed his chin and recalled, "We entered the core, but I always felt that the so-called core was just a reward to comfort us. It gave us the illusion that we had discovered the truth, but it wasn't the truth at all. But we couldn't go any deeper. There were many monsters there that the 3 of us couldn't deal with even if we worked together. We were even hunted down quite badly." Gold didn't care if others knew the secrets of the past because he had an ominous feeling that something big was about to happen. But when he revealed the information about the Dark Continent, this discomfort would be slightly better. Humans could only retreat for now and rely on studying the species that occasionally flowed out of the Dark Continent to understand that place. The more I understand, the more I feel that the Dark Continent. We're here. They gradually reached the end of the ice field. What appeared before them was a huge glacier, and in the center of the glacier was a handsome young man who was sleeping. Dark brown hair, a pale face, and lips with a hint of blood. He wore a white suit and was neatly embedded in the ice. His hands were crossed over his abdomen like a noble. "He's completely human." Oldemo scratched his head. "He's basically a human. Suit, brown hair. He's definitely a human," his teammates exclaimed. Only Kimamaro's eyes widened as he stared straight at the person in the ice. This face, this uniform, this figure. If his memory served him right, the guy in the ice had a face that was completely compatible with the pure-blooded emperor of the Black Lord Academy, 9 Orchid Flower. 9 Orchid Flower. Then the problem was, how could he clear the suspicion of this little friend, being a species from the Dark Continent? Kimamaro's face was stiff as he fell into deep thought. Republic of Bartogia, Withering Mountain, the exclusive territory of beating up guests. In front of the towering gates of the Netherworld, Igioza looked up at the gate, his neck aching. He knew that it was weird for an assassin family to beat up guests, but he really didn't know that this family could be as weird as the sun. Assassins. Assassins. Beating up guests not only turned assassins into a legal profession, but they also paid taxes after earning money. This was already an eye-opener for him, but he didn't expect that beating up guests would not only pay taxes, but also develop tourism. And the place of tourism was the Withering Mountain, the gate of the beating up guests, and the base camp of the assassin family. Oh my God, aren't you afraid that your enemies will seek revenge? You're an assassin family, but there's no one else who can amass wealth to this extent. But in Illumi's words, the scenery of the Withering Mountain was picturesque. Wouldn't it be a pity not to develop tourism? Moreover, instead of letting the enemies spend money to find out the geographical location of the beating up guests, it was better to let the enemies build their own roads that led directly to their homes. They could also squeeze a sum of money out of the enemies, so why not? More importantly, The two cute puppies raised by the beating-up guests ate a little too much. If the enemies didn't take the initiative to send them to their doorstep, the daily food expenses of the puppies would be another huge expense. Therefore, in order to conveniently squeeze the last drop of blood out of the enemies, the tourism of the Withering Mountain had to be developed in full swing. Not only that, but they also had to spend money to advertise on TV and hire internet water armies to promote the address of the House of the Withering Mountain, so that it would be convenient for wave after wave of stupid birds to send themselves to their doorstep. It could be said that it was a labor of effort and a conscientious management. To this, everyone said, "Please shut up, Illumi." However, when they stood at the gate of the beating-up guest's house, they realized that the strange thing wasn't over yet. The gate of the beating-up guest's house was called the Gates of the Underworld. This towering gate was open all year round, but not many people could open it. There were a total of 7 gates of the underworld, and the minimum wrist strength needed to open the first gate was 2 tons. After that, the wrist strength needed to open the second gate increased by 4 tons, the third gate required 8 tons, and the fourth gate required 16 tons. After opening the gate, if one was lucky, they would encounter the guard dog of the beating-up guests, the incomparably huge Fur 3. It was a giant dog, a terrifying and ferocious magical beast, and an emotionless killing machine. How could a dog that beat up guests be an ordinary dog? When you encounter Fur 3, you must stay calm, don't run, and stare at it bravely. Don't be afraid of it, and even provoke it. That way, you can die with a little bit of dignity equals after Illumi finished introducing the gates of the underworld with a smile. She added, "Oh right, the food of the beating-up guests is more poisonous. You can eat all kinds of different flavors here." "We beating up guests is really hospitable," she said in a flat voice. "Yi Jioza, ku luo, everyone." Chapter 242. Illumi beat up the enemy, a tour guide who used a flat voice to explain the terrifying reality. Under his vivid description, Igioza and the others looked up at the gate of the netherworld. They felt their necks ache even more. "Can I fly in?" Igioza asked. "No," Illumi replied sincerely. "When a UFO appears in the sky above the Withered Mountain, it will be immediately locked onto by the surveillance cameras. Once the self-defense system is activated, the firearms will continue to attack until the target is destroyed. It's too troublesome to replenish the firearms, and it's very expensive. Everyone, can you not mention money?" Igioza was stunned for a while. "Then can we dig into the ground?" "No," Illumi explained frankly. "Beat up the space below the enemy guests, raise countless poisonous plants and animals. Once you startle them by digging into the ground, you will be divided and eaten, not even your bones will be left. The toxins and the delicacies are mainly derived from them. It's very expensive to raise them. Everyone, is money the only thing left in your eyes?" Yijioza's face was wooden. "We don't have to beat up the enemy guests, Illumi. We appreciate your kindness, so." "No." Illumi kindly pulled out a handful of nails, her long black hair moving without any wind. "I just told you the information about beating up the enemy guests. If you don't enter as guests, you will have to pay for the information. The information fee for beating up the enemy guests costs 1 billion in the black market." Illumi tilted her head. "But because I brought you home, I can give you a discount of 99%. It's okay if you can't afford it." Illumi looked at Igioza. "You can leave your dog to pay the debt and write an IOU. I believe you will be able to pay it back in the future. But if you don't want to pay and still want to run away with the information, then you will be blacklisted by the enemy guests." Illumi revealed a dark smile. "They will chase you to the ends of the earth." Everyone, they had no choice but to enter, whether they wanted to or not. "I've never seen Bone being forced to buy and sell like this." Yijioza laughed. "Talking about money hurts our relationship, Illumi." Illumi shook her head. "But it's a waste of money to talk about love." Yijioza, everyone, so, is this why you've been single since you were born and have no friends other than a pervert? In the end, the gates of the underworld were opened by Kikyo. the matriarch of the enemy guest family. Kiju Gink, Illumi and Ki, not Si, Gaiju, waving the Cantonese wall value that empty folding K, Shi Yumu, willing to take a crotch? Was it pancreatic persuasion? Count Ji Chun Dumpling. She liked to wear upper-class dresses, sunbonnets, electronic goggles, and a small handkerchief. Whenever she was emotional, she would be so excited that she would cry. She was also passionate about dressing her sons up as cute little girls. In short, she was also a strange flower that bloomed in the Genk family. As the matriarch of the family, Kikyo rarely appeared in front of the gates of the underworld unless she was carrying out a necessary task or shopping out of her nature. The reason why she made an exception today was because the guard of the Genk family called the housekeeper Wudong in shock. Mr. Wudong, young Master Illumi brought a woman home. The guard subconsciously ignored Shaojia, Leo, Kalapika, and even ignored the young Master Ki. His heart and eyes were filled with the image of the Devil King, young Master Illumi, standing next to a woman. The most terrible thing was that not only did young Master Illumi not kill her, but he also patiently revealed the layout and information of the Genk family to her. This was completely treating her as one of his own. Ki, Ji, Shi, Tang? It was a big deal that the young master of Oelo for 24 years had managed to pick up a girl. Heavens! Even the young master was able to get rid of his single status. Was this world really broken? Tui, the young master was not only handsome and rich, but he also killed people like Scything Flax. How could he not be able to get rid of his single status? The guard was still holding the phone and trembling, but the housekeeper Wudong was already petrified on the other end. He quickly threw away the phone and ran to the surveillance room. After confirming that young Master Illumi had really brought a woman home, Wudong's serious face instantly turned into a furious expression. He stumbled and stumbled as he ran into the depths of the main residence. He completely threw away his self-restraint as a housekeeper, Master Shiba. Madam Kikyo, Illumi. Young Master Illumi brought a woman home. A woman? Wudong's roar sounded from the depths of the main residence. In the next moment, the main residence, which originally had some movement, fell into a strange silence. After a long 10 or so seconds, Kikyo screamed and covered her face. Her electronic eyes turned into a snowflake screen. She kicked Shiba away and slapped Kurt away. She ran like a gust of wind towards the foot of the withered mountain. Illumi, Mommy's good child. Are you finally no longer single? That was great. It turned out that her son didn't have an affair with that red-haired pervert. It was truly an earth-shattering and worthy of celebration. As for opening the door to the underworld, no, there was no need. There was no need for that at all. It wasn't easy to find a girl who could chat with Illumi for 5 minutes without being killed by him. If he missed this opportunity, he wouldn't be able to find another one like this again. Kikyo madly ran over and pushed open the door with 2 slaps. For the first time, she ignored her eldest son, Illumi, and her most beloved Kikyo. Kikyo? Jealous? A poisonous polypus moth? Friends are shining brightly? Beautiful face. Big breasts. Thin waist. Perky buttocks. Good fertility. She screamed and excitedly cupped her face. If she was a telekinesis user, then that would be very good. If she was strong, then that would be even more perfect. Kikyo excitedly stepped forward and grabbed Yijioza's hand. Her electronic eyes trembled. Little girl, what's your name? How old are you? What's your occupation? Where do you live? How many people do you have? What are your hobbies? What are your strengths? Yijioza was speechless. He was a little touched to be held by a beautiful girl, but there seemed to be something wrong with her lines. Yijioza subconsciously looked at Illumi. After all, the beautiful girl came from the underworld. Illumi should at least introduce her. However, Yijioza realized that Illumi had completely ignored him. She quietly squatted down and put her hands through the golden retriever's lower abdomen. She picked him up, as if she had grown a pair of flying legs. With a whoosh, she jumped into the door to the underworld. Yijioza was dumbfounded. Gilgamesh was dumbfounded the whole time. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? Ignore Illumi. He's a little shy. Kikyo waved his small handkerchief and said politely, Everyone. Shy. He's never had friends before, so he's shy. Kikyo gently wiped his non-existent tears. Everyone. Shy. That child is very happy to meet you and to bring you home. Kikyo held Yujioza's hand tightly, afraid that the duck that was already in his mouth would fly away. Everyone. Happy? He must have had a good time with you? I'm so touched. Kikyo dragged Yujioza inside. Everyone. Happy? Chi. Bang. Dai Chinua Tusong? Huh? Guanadine F? Lai? Ao Meng Ma Porcelain Xian, Xiong Li Ping Chi Lu Gu Wu? It was right to find it strange. Chi? Intersection? Plucking out the clothes of the skeleton. Huan Bei Luan Yi's heart knocks CI? Pirates? Pang Chao's poison emblem? Shao Jia counted his fingers in distress. Strange? Wet and yellow perch take turns to smell? Huh? Chi. Old bones? Chi. Boasting and praying proudly? Equals what was going on in his mother's head? Black beetle howling razor Minamata, G. Luo exposed Badku 5? Ring awards dazed? Feed in order to protect the friend that he had made with great difficulty, and also in order to successfully pass the punishment of running away from home. Chi. That thumb? Sentence. Kill the pheasant? Former arrester overclaims Xiang Yi song. You can stay here. You can only see me in about a month. V. Buck break? Ba Yi Shi Yi Ling Ju CCCG Tao 2 province? Shu? Bang. Fiverny Huan C base seizes umbrella. Shaojia and the others had no objections, but they were worried about Yujioza's safety. She. Strange? Oxum cup wine stains? Uchiha X umbrella. For some reason, he had a terrible illusion that the woman would be forced to stay and beat up the enemy guests. But then again, Yujioza was the first woman Illumi had brought home alive, so it wasn't surprising that it caused a huge uproar. His eldest brother, Illumi, had been single for 24 years. He was so single that even his parents, grandfather, and great-grandfather doubted his sexual orientation. A few years ago, his father had even arranged for women to be with Illumi. What did Illumi say at that time? 5 women? Father spent 50 million to buy it for me? His elder brother's face was wooden as he dialed Yuk Xion's auction number. Go back and tell father that I'll accept this batch of goods. I'll be able to sell it for 500 million. I want a 60% cut. Both he and his mother were dumbfounded. Other than this, Mickey? Gugu Xiaomi? Mending exhibition? Is the toad captured? Rue? Do you respect the toad Tan Tong for playing tricks on you? Jianbei Pai cowardly louse? Ah? Compost the eggs and sell them for a long time. He remembered what his big brother had said. Why spend money on something that can be solved with your hands? Illumi had a blank expression on her face as she tilted her head to one side and explained the unprofitable business. I'm the one who spent money on a prostitute, and she's the one who enjoyed it. What's worse is that she even took my money. Grandpa never asked about his big brother's private life again. After that, his mother couldn't help but take action. According to the information, his big brother often went out with a red-haired man. It was suspected that he had come out of the closet. Of course, that was not possible. His mother picked an extremely beautiful girl and brought 300 million to seduce Illumi. What did his big brother do? Oh, he received 300 million, knocked the girl unconscious, and deliberately left her on the red-haired man's bed. The red-haired man didn't reject the beauty that came to him. They were entangled, but his big brother caught them in bed. You're too much. You actually touched the woman that my mother sent to me. Illumi's face was wooden as she began to extort him. 300 million. If you don't pay up, our partnership will end here. How can you cultivate? Miji shook his 200 kilograms of fat and said angrily, how could Illumi find such a beautiful girlfriend? Shouldn't he spend the rest of his life with a nun? Then, Miji was beaten to the ground by his father, Shiba. However, Miji's words still entered Yi Jia's ears. Wait, what girlfriend? What Alumi's girlfriend? What the fuck? So they weren't hospitable. They were here to see their future wife? No way. Absolutely not. That, Yi Jia was extremely nervous. Although he felt that it wasn't good to embarrass them like this, some misunderstandings had to be clarified. That, I'm not Alumi's boyfriend and girlfriend. You've misunderstood. I understand. He's still chasing after her. Please give him a chance. Kikyu wiped away his tears. No, I have a boyfriend. Yi Jia raised his voice. It's fine. You don't mind having one more, right? Kikyu took the initiative to promote. Yi Jia was dumbfounded. I do mind. My boyfriend and I love each other, and we are engaged. It's all right. We'll get rid of him cleanly, Kikyo vowed. Yi Jia. Not at all. Yi Jia naturally chose to draw his sword when he couldn't reason with them. He jumped out of the window and aimed at the forest. No, he wanted to beat up the enemy. Maybe he would have to pay for it. He raised his sword and aimed at the lake, but it didn't work. If he killed the piranhas, crocodiles, or pythons, he couldn't afford it. Yi Jia raised his sword to the sky and struck with the yin and yang transformation expressionlessly. The powerful and terrifying sword chi soared into the sky like a bolt of lightning. The dark clouds that surrounded the withered mountain of carnage all year round were sliced into two. The dark blue Tai Chi blossomed high in the sky. When the clear air and the spiritual power washed over it, the layers of gray and misty things slowly faded away. For a moment, everyone felt that the sky above the withered mountain of carnage seemed to have become a little bluer. My boyfriend is stronger than me. Yi Jia tried to persuade them tactfully. Don't go against him, or you won't even have the chance to reincarnate. But at this moment, compared to the problem of boyfriend and girlfriend, the attention of the enemies was clearly attracted by something else. Gieno adversary narrowed his eyes and asked, when your psychic power enveloped the withered mountain of carnage, I saw something gray retreating. Was it an evil thought? Ah, you mean that layer of gray? Yi Jia scratched his head. What evil thought? That's the vengeful spirit of the people you killed. The enemies. Vengeful spirit? How should I put it? Yi Jia organized his words. After people die, they will have obsessions, and obsessions will evolve into spirits. You call them thoughts here, right? They were unwilling to die and wanted you to pay with your lives. But they didn't expect you to beat up the enemy guests with such a strong murderous aura that even vengeful spirits can't enter. What's worse is that you even have two dogs. Dogs ward off evil. The enemies ward off evil? To be honest, I quite support Qi, Tomb Rue, Jasi, Coin Poison Bewitching, Palpitations, Dazzling Gududan, Pin End of Pin Absent-Minded, Huh? Stinking Chasm Sack Catch. The enemies. Karma? Think about it carefully. Have you ever encountered something that was very troublesome and couldn't be solved with common sense? Yi Jia activated his verbal cannon technique. If not, wait for the time being. If there is, perhaps you should really consider changing professions. Troublesome? Couldn't be solved with common sense? Slowly, as if they had thought of something, the expressions of the enemies became somewhat unfathomable. They seemed to want to discuss something, so they asked the butler to bring Yi Jia back to the guest room to rest. Yi Jia had no objections, but he was more worried about his golden retriever. But when he remembered that the golden retriever wasn't an ordinary dog, his heart fell back into his stomach. Little did he know that his golden retriever was almost bald because of his relief. The enemies gathered in the main hall. When the butler informed Alumi to attend the meeting, he found the young master squatting on the floor, holding a comb and carefully combing a dog's fur. Butler A, B, C. The world is so fantastical. Young Master Alumi actually knows how to comb a dog's fur. And so meticulous and careful. Sure enough, the young master really cares about that woman. He's so gentle even to her dog. The butler A, B, C clenched his fists against the setting sun. The background was the cliff and the surging waves. and the passionate background music sounded, "Don't worry, young master. We'll definitely show the professionalism of a butler and help you get that woman." Illumi was very unhappy that she was interrupted from combing her hair. She stood up with a frown and reluctantly walked to the main hall. "Illumi." Shiba stared at his eldest son, and his voice was unusually serious. "Have you ever mentioned Aluja to that woman?" Illumi's face was expressionless. "No." The father and son looked at each other for a while, and the atmosphere became heavy. "Since Illumi didn't mention it, then what she said is very interesting," Janua said in a deep voice. "Karmic retribution. It's a very tricky problem that can't be solved with common sense. She thinks that we'll encounter it sooner or later. I don't believe in ghosts or gods, but Aluja's existence can't be solved with common sense. She seems to be able to foresee something." "Foresee?" Illumi suddenly tilted his head and recalled, "I took the hunter exam at the same time as her. She seems to know. Fortune-telling?" "Fortune-telling? Yeah," Illumi explained. Not only did she completely see through the personality and experience of a person she just met, but she also predicted the topic of the next exam. "Strange? You mean punishing remains?" "Bull? Light screen filament disaster." Shiba's expression turned serious when he heard his two sons say so. "Fortune-telling, revealing, vengeful spirits, karmic retribution. What if she can solve Aluja's problem? But if she can't solve it and is unwilling to marry into the enemies, Aluja's information will be leaked. It's not worth it to kill her. We can't be enemies with the strong. But let her leave. If she can deal with it, Aluja will be able to see the light of day again." The mutants fell into a rare dilemma. After a while, they decided to keep Yujioza for a while to observe him. If it was reliable, she could give it a try. If she failed, under Aluja's coercion, she would be reduced to ashes as long as she refused 3 times. That was fine too. Illumi's eyes flickered as she left. Only Qi? Jiajian carboxylic? Punishment? Li? Walking in a low position? Poisonous Tangerine Fortune? By Xiaowan was in danger? Swift Splendor Floating or Posture Back? Qi? Hui Exchange? Guanidine Poison? Rosemary Orange Fortune? Huan. Shaking his head like a fishy boat, cutting the wilderness guanidine poison Luo Gue? Leech? Chin? I returned to the Xiangyi cigar thief slanderous. Illumi wanted to cultivate a relationship with the golden retriever every day, but the golden retriever was extremely loyal and insisted on resting by its former owner's side. Left with no other choice, Illumi could only sit beside the golden retriever with a dark expression and bask in the sun with Yujioza and Labrador. "It's worth wasting precious time for this dog that lays golden eggs," thought Illumi. But not long after, he was the only one left basking in the sun in a daze. Yujioza asked someone to bring him a touchscreen phone and downloaded a bunch of game apps. In his boredom, he worked hard for an entire century. Illumi was bored to death as she listened to the music. She leaned over and was curious about what Yujioza was playing. The big black-eyed cat stared at the phone screen, watching as Yujioza worked hard to level up and kill monsters to clear maps, worked day and night to form teams to gather equipment sets, and prayed to the gods to open treasure chests and forge weapons. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. With dark circles under his eyes and a face that looked like he was about to die, Yujioza finally made his eldest daughter, the venomous beauty, one of the top 3 assassins in the entire server. Just like that, after another 5 days or so, the surveillance and observation of Yujioza came to an end. After confirming that Yujioza had no ill intentions towards the enemy guest, he was ordered to come to Qi. Shun Shun Tu Yao. Bang Huang Fu tore up, blowing the poisonous pearl boat Yujioza. Young people really know how to play. These whip marks, these shackles. Oh, Qi. Argon couple Rod Zong? Saw? Pei Chun? Dream of Dusk? Qi. Oxim? Difficult Chasm? Hubba Aunt Qi? Lugu Fu. There were a total of 5 children in the enemy guest house, and all 5 of them were boys. Not a single one was a girl. But for a long time, there were only 4 children in the enemy guest house that were out in the open. Did one of them die young? No, there was another boy named Aluja Adversary. Due to his special ability and extreme danger, he was imprisoned in the depths of the main residence all year round, never to see the light of day. From birth, Aluja adversary had two souls living in his body. One was Aluja himself, a boy. The other was a creature from the Dark Continent, Nanaga, a girl. Everything about Aluja was normal, and all his indicators were human. Everything about Nanaga was abnormal, and all his indicators were heresy. They fused into one and awakened an innate ability, compulsion. The so-called compulsion was to make a request to someone and force them to carry it out. If the target of the compulsion didn't agree to Aluja's compulsion, then after 3 rejections, they would definitely die. Aluja's compulsion couldn't be rejected. Sometimes, if you rejected his compulsion, not only would you die, but your parents, friends, and even everyone you came into contact with would die. And as long as Aluja's compulsion was completed, Nanaga would appear and grant the person's wish. No matter what wish it was, Nanaga would help the person fulfill it. But the more difficult it was to fulfill a wish, the harsher Aluja's next compulsion would be. A harsh compulsion would make it impossible to fulfill, and if it couldn't be fulfilled, the person would pay the price in blood. Aluja adversary was a child who had buried countless corpses and blood, but his eyes were still the purest blue. At that time, Silva brought Yigyoza to the place where Aluja was imprisoned under the watch of the adversary family. Aluja's compulsion hasn't ended yet. Are you sure you want to see him? Silva said. Or, you can send someone in to complete the compulsion first. No, don't drag others into it. Yigyoza interrupted Shiba's words and stepped into the room. Complete the compulsion and fulfill the wish. This familiar pattern was no different from the system that gave rewards for completing a quest. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.